again about to introduce tonight's Columbia program, Suspense. The story is The Pit of the Pendulum by Edgar Allan Poe. The adaptation by John Dixon Carr. Our guest is the distinguished American actor, Mr. Henry Collins, who plays the part of prisoner in the Spanish Inquisition. If you've been with us on these Tuesday nights, you will know that suspense is compounded of mystery, suspicion, and dangerous adventure, to hold you in a precarious situation and withhold the solution until the last possible moment. And so it is with The Pit and the Pendulum and Mr. Hull's performance. We again hope to keep you in suspense. And now, The Pit and the Pendulum.
Sick unto death with a long agony. And when at length they unbound me and I was permitted to sit, I felt that my senses were leaving me. The sound of the inquisitorial voices seemed merged in one dreamy, indeterminate hum. Yet, for a while, I saw, but without terrible an exaggeration, I saw the soft and nearly imperceptible waving of the sable draperies on the walls of the room. I saw the flames of the 7 tall candles which burned on the table. I saw the lips of the black-hooded judges, and these lips appeared to me white as paper, white as horror. I saw them writhe with a deadly locution. I saw them fashion the syllables of my name.
Jean d'Albret, Captain Jean d'Albret.
Good fathers, gentlemen.
We hear you, my son.
I am very weak and infirm. I've been confined for many months in a dungeon. I've been tormented by nightmares.
Conscience, one trusts. Pray silence, Fra Antonio.
Even now, I have no knowledge of where I am or to whom I may be speaking.
You're speaking to me, my son. I am Fra Pedro de Estela, prior of the Dominicans of Segovia and Grand Inquisitor of all Spain.
Is this the court of the Inquisition?
It is.
Oh, then God help me.
He will help you, my son, if you trust him.
But I am a French officer.
That is true. A soldier and creature of the arch-fiend Napoleon Bonaparte.
But a French officer nonetheless. A prisoner of war. By what right do you try me in this court?
Let the clerk read the charges against this prisoner. Pray silence while the clerk reads the charges.
The charges against the prisoner are as follows. Imprimis, that he is one Jean d'Albret, a captain of artillery in the army of Bonaparte, so-called Emperor of the French.
It means nothing, as the prisoner says. It is no crime. Proceed.
Item, that on the 4th day of September in the year of our Lord 1808, that Sir Jean d'Albret did wed, espouse, and marry the most noble lady, the Doña Beatriz Valdez, niece of and ward of the illustrious...
One moment.
Your Excellency spoke.
Antonio, was any cheat employed to trap this girl into marriage against her will?
No, we have no actual evidence of any cheat.
Was the girl of age?
I believe so.
Then where was the prisoner here? This marriage was a deplorable thing, if you like. Bonaparte himself is almost at the gates of Madrid. His general, the Tsar, menaces our city of Toledo itself. But lawful marriage, however regrettable, is no sin or crime.
There are other matters in the indictment, I think.
Then continue, but give us nothing that is not material.
Item, that on the 12th of October 1808, the Sir Jean d'Albret, being in command of a 5-gun battery of light artillery, did direct the fire of his guns against the Holy Church of St. Martha the Innocent, and thereby of his wicked malice destroyed that church utterly.
Captain d'Albret, is this charge true?
It is, yes.
You admit it?
Good father, what I have to say. The church blew up, I think.
Will you boast of your sin, young man?
It blew up because it was stored with kegs of gunpowder for your army. I had every right to fire on it.
And that is all the defense you have to make?
I tell you, I had every right to fire on it by military law. There was
military law above God's law?
I don't know. I did my duty, that's all. Long live the Emperor!
Captain d'Albret,
Mark what I say. No man, however great his heresy, is ever condemned to be burnt in the fire. Fire. If he first recant and ignore... No pity, no atonement. The only sentence of this court can be death. Yes. The secular or government arm to which we must release you has devised two ways of punishment in cases such as yours. You hear the tolling of the bell?
I hear them.
It is the procession of the condemned, going to the auto da fe.
Soon the yellow light of the flames will stream through the windows and flicker on floor and ceiling.
Nunc et in hora mortis intuit manibus Domine.
Most of those condemned out of mercy will be strangled before they are burned. It cannot be so with you, Jean d'Albret. You must die in one of two ways. Either with the direst of physical agony.
A slow fire of green wood. Ice bandages about the head and the heart, so that the fire does not approach too quickly.
Or else, Jean d'Albret, you must die in a certain other way.
Gentlemen, pass your sentence and let me go.
The law does not permit me to tell you now what this other way is. Sentence of this court, therefore.
I had swooned. Yet still, I would not say that all of consciousness was lost. In the deepest slumber, no. In delirium, no. In a swoon, no. In death, no. Even in the grave, all is not lost. There are shadows of memory which tell us indistinctly of tall figures that lifted me and bore me in silence down, still down, until a hideous dizziness oppressed me at that descent into the earth. Then, as consciousness swam back to my wits, darkness, a stone floor, and darkness.
Oh, Beatrice. Beatrice, my wife, Beatrice.
Did you call me, Jean?
Beatrice, was that you who spoke?
Yes, Jean.
You were here in the dungeons of the Inquisition.
I am not really speaking to you, my poor Jean. I am only in your imagination.
Am I mad, then?
No. But your brain is fevered. You only think you hear me.
No, I do. I hear you clearly. As clearly as I once heard you.
In the little church near the Ebro where we were married.
Yes. I destroyed that church, Beatrice. I had to. It was my commanding officer's order.
I know, Jean. Be comforted. There are those who care.
You won't leave me.
As long as I am in your heart, I shall be here.
I was strong once. Now I am weak. Once I was reckless. Now I'm afraid. Where am I, Beatrice? What are they going to do to me?
I cannot tell. Remember, my voice comes only from your own brain. Are you fettered?
Fettered? No.
They've not chained you to the wall.
No. They've taken away my uniform. They've given me sandals and a robe of what feels like coarse serge, but I'm still free. Free.
Take courage, John.
Free. And in the grasp of the Inquisition. Beatrice.
Yes, Jean.
It's completely dark. There's hardly any air. I dread to get up. I dread to stretch out my hand. Suppose they've buried me alive.
Courage. Can you stand up?
I think so, yes.
Then walk. Walk as far as you can. Measure the limit of the cell. If this is not a tomb...
You're right, Beatrice. As always, I'll try.
Are you on your feet?
Yes, now pray. Pray for a poor devil who always meant well. 1 pace, 2 paces, 3, 4.
You are very weak, Jean. Rest a moment.
Where are you now, Beatrice? In the flesh, I mean.
You know that, Jean. In the old house by the olive grove. Scorned of my people.
Yes, I know it.
Each morning I climb to the hilltop and watch.
Go on.
Sometimes I think I hear gun wheels rumble in the hills.
Yes.
And long moving columns with the red dust rising about.
Go on.
First come the heavy cavalry in plume-crested helmets.
Yes.
On their flanks, wheeling like hawks, light hussars in blue and scarlet. And behind them, in a glitter of bayonets as vast as light points on the sea, rank upon rank, the long gray coats and the tall bearskin caps.
The old God and the grand army.
It is only a vision, my dear one. They do not come.
Ah, will they? Will they ever come, Beatrice?
I cannot tell.
Then I must face what has been prepared for me.
Walk again, John. Try. Keep your hand in front of you.
This rope, it impedes me. The floor is treacherous with slime, but I'll try. 4 paces. 5, 6, 7.
It can't be a tomb.
8, 9.
Look out!
I'm all right. I fell to my knees. The rope tripped me. My hand is in front of me. It's lower than my face, but I feel nothing.
Nothing, John.
It's a pit. A circular pit. And I fell on the very edge of it.
Oh, they would have made you walk into it.
Yes. There's a loose fragment of rock just inside the edge. If I can dislodge it.
Water.
There's something down there.
Rats, it may be.
Rats, yes. But something else. I heard it move.
So did I. What is in the pit, John?
I don't know.
But you're saved.
Saved, Beatrice. Saved from the Inquisition. My torture has been merely postponed. A deep sleep fell upon me. Sleep like that of death. How long it lasted, I know not. But when I opened my eyes once again, I could see. Yes, see. My prison was large and lofty. Its walls formed a massive iron plate, bolted or joined together. A wild, sulphurous luster, I could not trace its origin, lit up the dungeon, and the circular pit, and the crudely daubed skeleton figures painted in evil colors on the iron walls. Skeleton figures, demon figures, gargoyle figures. The colors a little blurred, as from the effects of the damp.
It must approach you slowly and force itself into your mind.
It must stalk you like a tiger.
It must bring you face to face at last with the king of terror.
When I regained consciousness, I lay on my back in full length on a low framework of wood. To this framework, I was securely bound by a long fastening resembling a surgical bandage. Bound? But why? Why? Bandage passed round and round my body, leaving at liberty only my head and my left arm. With much exertion, I could supply myself with food from an earthen dish on the floor beside me. It was meat, highly seasoned, but there was no water. Beatrice, where are you?
Here, John. As always.
Your voice sounds stronger.
Does it, John?
And I can see you now. I can see you as clearly as I saw you months ago.
Oh, I wish it were true.
Your bonnet and the parasol you carried in summer, and the high-waisted blue dress.
You are weaker, my dear, and more fevered.
Have I been asleep?
Yes, John.
They must have been here while I slept. They bound me. Why?
Stop those voices! Stop them!
Mine too, Jean. I am not here either, you know. Don't drive me away.
Beatrice, look.
Where?
At the ceiling of this room, 30, 40 feet up, what do you see?
I see painted on the ceiling a figure of Father Time.
Anything else?
The Father Time carries no sign.
No.
He carries instead what looks like a gigantic pendulum from an ancient clock.
About one thing I swear I'm in my right senses. I saw that pendulum move.
A painting cannot move.
Yet I swear the pendulum did move. It swung a little back and forth, just like a real pendulum.
Try not to trouble your brain.
That pendulum is real. It's Beatrice. Beatrice, take care.
Take care of what? You're not looking at the pendulum now.
Take care of the rats in the pit.
I see them.
Falling out in dozens. You can see their eyes glitter. One of them ran across the hem of your dress.
Did it, Sean?
What do they want?
They caught the scent of the meat in the dish beside
But
you.
they'll not get it. Go away, you vermin.
Move your hand above the plate, Jean. Move.
Beatrice, where are you going? I can hardly hear you.
You are sending me away, Jean.
I'm sending you away.
My poor loved one. You can't bear to see the rats running about my feet.
Beatrice! 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 That's true. Her cells swarming with vermin. There are others I had rather see here. I'd rather see...
You call me Captain Dalbray. Then in spirit I am here.
Who are you?
Don't you recognize me?
No, I do not.
I am that second Inquisitor, Fra Antonio, whom you thought unfair at your trial. But we were not unfair. We administer the law. That is all.
Go. I command you, go.
Not until I have first told you what you already guessed.
Which is?
There are two forms of death for such as you. One, death with its direst physical torture. The other, death with its direst mental torture.
I have been condemned to the second.
Your guess is good. Listen. Do you hear anything?
Yes, I do. I hear something.
Turn your eyes upwards. Look at the ceiling.
Pendulum.
Aye, the pendulum.
It's descended.
Only a foot or so, but yes. As you notice, it is not really a pendulum. Its underside is a crescent, formed of razor-sharp steel.
You mean?
Upon this weight, Captain Dalbray, its movement is slow now. But soon it will take on momentum. It will swing wider and wider, 30 feet perhaps. Presently, as it swings, you will hear it hiss. And with each broad movement, it will creep a trifle slower.
Steel directly above me.
Yes. Above the region of your heart. Lie still and look up at it.
How long before?
You need have no immediate fear. It will not be too soon.
But how soon?
Who can tell?
In the name of pity, give me some answer.
Hours, perhaps days.
It's beginning to swing wider. I can't take my eyes from it.
Its glitter fascinates you, eh? See how it shines in that wild light.
And this is your utmost refinement in cruelty.
The law, Captain Dalbray, is never cruel. And now, still in spirit, I leave you to your meditations. It will not be too soon. Minutes, hours, days.
Steadily down it crept. Days passed. It might have been many days before it swept so closely as to fan me with its morbid breath. Minutes. Hours. Days. The odor of the sharp steel forced itself into my nostrils. Right. Left. Far and wide. The shriek of a damned spirit. To my heart, with a stealthy pace of a tiger. Down. Certainly
relentlessly down.
I prayed. I wearied heaven with my prayer for his more speedy descent. I grew frantically mad and struggled to force myself up against that swinging, glittering death. No avail. Down, still unceasingly, still inevitably down the sharp steel path within 3 inches of my chest. Beatrice!
John?
Beatrice, where are you?
I heard you calling, John. I am here.
It is a strange thing, Beatrice. I'm quite calm.
You are resigned, then?
No, that is a strange thing. Even now, I am not resigned.
Is there a way out?
How can there be? 10, 12 more vibrations, and will fray the surge of my wound. Only lightly as a wafer in a delicate hand. There will be many sweeps before it bites deep. No, I can't escape it.
You kept me away from you, John. You locked me out of your thoughts. If I am here only in your thoughts, why should I fear the rats?
Rats?
You open your eyes and your eyes blaze. What is it? Rats.
Do they still swarm here?
Across the floor and over the meat carpet. They have taken nearly all your food.
Yes, of course, they're ravenous, and they have sharp teeth.
Well,
the meat is oily and spiced. If I take what remains of it, scatter, you vermin! And rub that meat on the bandages that hold me here.
why, John, try.
Maybe too late. If I leave my body a fraction of an inch up.
Try it, I tell you, try.
But look, as soon as I do try...
But they are watching you. I can see their eyes glitter. They're creeping back.
Can I find the rats crawling across me? Can the flesh bear it?
One of them has leaped on the wooden framework. Another follows. They're gnawing at the bandage.
7, 8 more sweeps of the pendulum.
The bandage, give way.
A little.
Lie still, John, lie still.
10, 12, a dozen rats now. Is death, I wonder, worse than this disgust?
A dozen sharp knives could do no better. The bandage is loosened to ribbons. Now, if you move sideways, carefully, and drop to the floor.
Beatrice, I can't move. My arms and my legs are numb. There is no power.
The steel has frayed your robe. A minute more will be feeling. Try.
And with all the strength that is in me, and all the hate that I bear my enemies.
Free!
A second free.
John. The pendulum stops. They are drawing it back up through the roof.
Each move I make is watched. You never doubted that?
No. Yet with all they could do to you, they have failed twice.
They will not fail a third time, my dear. There must be no more dallying with the king of terrors.
What else can they do?
I can't say. See how the rats gnaw in silence at that bandage. To what food, I wonder, have they been accustomed in the pit?
But you escaped the pit.
I escaped it once. Listen.
What do you hear?
A groaning. Queer sound, grinding as of metal.
It was only the cog wheels of the pendulum.
I think not, Beatrice.
Why not?
It seems to come from behind those iron-plated walls. It seems to shake the dungeon as a mill wheel might shake it.
Stand up, my poor Jean. Get up off your knees.
I can't, Beatrice. I can't endure anymore.
The paintings on the walls of this dungeon, the skeletons and imps and devils, they seem different.
They are different. The colors sharpen and grow bright. The demon's eyes glare. The skeleton hands are stretched. Don't you catch even yet the odor of heated iron?
Heated iron?
Beatrice, my darling, I have been much humbled. But I won't have you see me in tears. I always used to call.
John, in the name of heaven, you're sending me away.
Yes, in the name of heaven, go.
A suffocating heat pervaded the prison. A deeper glow settled in the painted eyes that glared at me. I could draw no breath of air into my lungs. Against the loom of that fiery destruction, the thought of the pit and its coolness come like a soothing balm. I staggered to the edge of the pit. I looked into it. The enkindled walls and roof lighted it to its depths. Yet for one wild moment, even then, I refused to believe the horror of what I saw beneath me. Does the pit please you, Captain Dalbray?
Go to pit! Merciful God, anything but that!
And how shall you avoid it? Look.
This dungeon has changed its shape.
That is true. The walls are closing in. It was formerly a square, and now it is flattening
Slowly toward the center to force me into the pit.
Of course.
Well, it'll force you along with me.
Again, apparently you must be told, Captain Dalbray, that you are speaking only to your own sick fancy. I am not here at all. Farewell.
And now closer and closer through the red burning walls, forcing me into the pit with a swiftness that left me no time for thought. I shrank back, but the closing walls pressed me relentlessly onward. At length, for my seared and writhing body, there was no longer an inch of foothold. I trotted on the edge of the pit. Back, an outstretched arm caught my own, but I was about to fall fainting into the abyss. It was that of General LaSalle. The French army had entered Toledo. The Inquisition was in the hands of its enemies. And so closes Poe's celebrated story, The Pit and the Pendulum, starring Henry Hull. We invite you to another adventure of suspense next Tuesday at the same hour. Until then, this is the Man in Black saying good night.
William Spear, the producer, John Dietz, the director, Bernard Herrmann, the composer-conductor, and John Dixon Carr, the author, are collaborators on
Suspense.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Other in NBC's great parade of new shows.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
NBC brings you Dragnet. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to Homicide Bureau. A police officer has been shot, mortally wounded. One of the suspects has been apprehended. The other is still at large. Your job, find him.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime, investigated and solved by the men who unrelentingly stand watch on the security of your home, your family, and your life. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Thursday, November 16th. It was foggy in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of Homicide. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Ed Backstrand, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. It was 11:58 a.m. when we got to the Georgia Street Receiving Hospital, second floor, room 5. Treatment room.
All right, made good time.
How's Bemis, Doc?
Got him in the lungs, Ben, 3 times. He's going fast.
His wife with him?
They're bringing him down now.
Can we talk to him?
Yeah, make it fast.
Come on, Joe.
Yeah. This way. Easy. John, it's Friday and Romero. I want to talk to you a minute.
Doc, it burns. My chest. burning up.
Nurse?
Yes, Doctor?
The hypodermic.
Yes, Doctor.
Easy. All right, fellas. Don't take too long.
John, it's Joe Friday. Can you tell us how it happened?
Joe.
How'd it happen, boy? Can you tell me?
Can't figure it, Joe. Why'd he do it?
We gotta find out. Now, how'd it happen?
I don't know. I was directing traffic. East Broadway and First Street. Gray coupe. Pulled up for the stop. Gray coupe.
How many men in the car? How many, John?
2. Gray coupe. Pulled up for the stop. In the pedestrian lane. Went over. Gonna ask him to back up. Back up out of lane. Just gonna ask him.
Yeah, John, and then what?
Driver. Dark hair. Eyes. Dark. Went over. Gonna ask him to back up. Pointed a gun. No reason. Pointed a gun at me.
All right, easy, John. Take it easy.
No reason, Joe. No reason he fired.
Hurry it up, Joe.
Yeah.
No.
What about the other man in the car? Did you see him? Can you describe him?
Joe, did you get him? Gray coupe. Driver. Guy with him.
We've got the driver, John. He's upstairs. The other one got away. We gotta find him. You gotta help us.
My wife. Somebody send for Dora.
She's on her way. She'll be here in a minute. Now, can you tell us, the other man in the car, what did he look like?
Gray coupe.
What did he look like?
Don't press him, Joe.
Gray coupe. The driver. Pointed a gun. Dark hair.
Yeah, I know. The other man, John. We got the driver. What did the other man look like?
Send for Dora.
Come on, Ben. Thanks, Doc.
Okay, Joe.
Going fast.
Yeah.
John got any kids?
2.
Always pick up family, man.
This thing's got a phony ring to it, Ben. You don't just pull a gun and shoot a man.
Not if you're sane, you don't. Here's the stairs.
The guy we got is as sane as they come.
And how do we explain it?
All I know is that hood shot John Bemis, and I want to know why.
Might be a lead in that car he was driving.
Maybe. Come on, here we are.
Phone message for you, Friday. Came in a few moments ago.
Thanks, Davis. From R&I.
They got a make?
Take a look.
No make or warrants on James Vickers. Great.
Let's talk to him. Come on.
Minor wound, Joe. Bullet penetrated the fleshy part of his hand. Didn't touch the bone.
Thought this guy had an arm wound, too.
Just a neck, man.
That officer you shot, Vickers, he's dying.
Is he?
He's a family guy. Got a wife, 2 kids.
Has he?
Why did you shoot him, Vickers?
Ask him.
We did.
Then you know the reason.
Said there wasn't any reason.
That's right.
Look, we're going to make you on this, Vickers. You know that, don't you?
I don't know anything.
Why'd you shoot him?
Shut up.
Why'd you shoot him?
Joe.
Yeah. Davis?
Yeah?
Stay with him.
Fine.
Doc, get us an MT slip on this guy, will you? We'll be back in a minute. Come on, man.
All right, Joe. Have it ready.
2 big punk.
Easy, Joe.
Oh, easy nothing. I've seen too many good cops like Bemis cut down by punks like that Vickers.
Getting mad won't help.
Come on, down the stairs.
Like to see Bemis? Why?
Just for the record. I want to see if the doc thinks it's okay for us to bring Vickers down. I'd like to have Bemis definitely identify him as the guy who shot him.
We've got 3 good witnesses.
An identification for Bemis will clinch it. I want to see Vickers get everything he's earned when he goes to court.
You are?
Yeah.
He went fast, Joe.
Yeah. That his wife?
Yeah.
Did she make it in time?
No?
Did he say anything that'd help?
Yeah, it might. He said a prayer.
City Hall.
2625.
2625.
Auto records, Crowley.
Joe Friday, Vince. What about a make on that car used in the Bemis shooting this morning?
Yeah, Joe, I've been trying to get a hold of you. Where are you now?
Georgia Street, 2nd floor. What about the make?
Car was reported stolen yesterday afternoon. Registered to Harold Simpers, 716 Everett Street. Report said the car was taken from a parking lot at Grand and Wabash.
Okay, Vince, thanks.
What about the guns they found in the car?
Lee Jones still has them over at the crime lab. He's running them through.
No word yet?
No.
You make out the impound report on the car, Joe?
Yeah, recovery report, too. They're still dusting for prints.
MT slip ready, Doc?
Yeah, right here, Ben. Medical card, history, MT slip.
You ready, Vickers?
Yeah.
All right, put out your wrists. Put the cuffs on him, Ben. Watch his hands.
You saving me for the hot lights?
All right, let's go.
I'm not going to jail.
You're in jail now.
Looks like a hospital.
Bars on the windows, aren't
All right, come on.
Give me a smoke.
Here.
Okay. Light. What do I get if I open up?
No deal.
Might talk, make it attractive.
Who was the other guy in the car?
Hitchhiker. I always give rides.
Then why'd you run when we chased you?
Maybe he was scared.
You're part of a gang.
Maybe.
Who was the other guy?
What's it worth?
Oh, come on, Vickers. You're wasting our time.
Where are we going? All right. My hand hurts. I want to call my own doctor. You hear me? That cop pulled his gun first. I can prove it.
Yeah, down the stairs.
Easy, huh? Where are we going? I said, where are we going? All right, what's it worth if I talk? I could tell you all about it. Let's make a deal.
You'll tell us anyhow.
Think so?
All right, you out the door.
Wait a minute, huh? Cigarettes out.
All right, Ben, light it.
Yeah.
Nice of you guys. Thanks.
Oh, get up, Ben. Vickers, stop.
He's crossing the street.
Fire over his head. Watch the crowd. Vickers!
Joe, he's running for that car.
All right, hold it, Vickers. All right, stop it, Ben.
He's stopped. Come on, Joe.
All right, come on, get back. Let us through here. Let us through.
Should I call a doctor, Joe?
No, he wouldn't be interested. The guy's dead. James Vickers, murder suspect, address unknown, died almost instantly at 1:13 p.m., November 16th, while attempting to escape. His body was taken to the county morgue where it was posted. All the personal effects found on the body were listed by the coroner, and a receipt for them given to our office. At 8:35 the next morning, Ben and I met with Chief Detective Ed Backstrand.
Those 4 guns they found in the car Vickers was driving. They're all U.S. Army property.
Where were they stolen from, Skipper?
I don't know. Each one of the guns is stamped U.S. Army, that's all.
Well, that makes it easy.
The coroner find anything on the body?
Nothing to tell us why Vickers decided to kill a traffic cop.
What did Bemis say before he died?
He was on traffic duty yesterday morning down at East Broadway and First. At 10:35, a gray coupe pulled up for a stop sign. Vickers was driving. Bemis started over to tell him to back up out of the pedestrian zone. Vickers pulled a gun and shot him.
How'd they catch Vickers?
Chased him 3 miles before he piled into a lumber truck. The guy with him got away.
Fine.
Checked R&I. No make or warrants on Vickers. Kickback not in on his fingerprint.
All right. What's your guess, Friday?
I don't have one, Ed.
Vickers could have been hopped up.
Doc Stanley over at Georgia Street said no. We checked him.
Wait a minute. Backstrand. Yeah, hold on. For you, Friday.
Okay, thanks. Friday talking. Yeah. Yeah, good. Be right over, Lee. We're in business, Ed. Crime Lab just found Vickers' address.
There it is, Joe.
Thanks, Lee. Let's see, huh? Silver Dollar Hotel. Received a Mr. James Vickers, $6.50, room 345.
Where'd you find it, Lee?
Under the front seat, in with the tools.
Anything else?
Not a thing.
How about prints?
2. Kind of smudged. Hope we can run a make with them.
No prints on those 4 guns, Lee?
Smeared. Not enough to classify.
Yeah, this is it, Ben.
That's all we got.
Come on, let's see if we can make it pay off. We located the Silver Dollar Hotel on East Grand between 16th Street and Pico. It was an old-type frame building with a brightly colored neon sign jutting out over the sidewalk just above the dark entrance. The manager's name was Luther Gage. We showed him a picture of James Vickers. He definitely identified him as one of his former tenants. He told us that Vickers had stayed at the hotel 1 week in room 345 and that he had checked out 2 days ago.
Was Vickers staying here alone, Mr. Gay?
Yes, alone. Quiet man.
Did he have any visitors?
Maybe. Wouldn't know. Paid his bills. Spent most of his time away from the hotel. Good tenant.
Did Vickers have any friends here in the hotel?
Maybe. Fell in the room next to Mr. Vickers. He still lives here. Two of them used to be kind of thick.
Can we look at that room Vickers stayed in, Mr. Gage?
Let's see. Yes, it's still vacant. All right, this way.
This man Vickers was friendly with. What's his name, Gage?
Knight. Raymond Knight. Room 343.
Is he in his room now?
No. Went out about 8 this morning. Here's the elevator.
How well would you say Knight and Vickers knew each other?
Couldn't say. Good tenants, both of them. Pay their bills.
Did they go out together? Seem to know each other well?
Wouldn't know. I don't pry.
Look, this case involves murder, Mr. Gage. We told you that. We'd appreciate your cooperation.
Cooperation don't pay the rent, Sergeant. 3rd floor. This way. Here, 345.
Open it up. Nothing.
Yeah, go here. Looks pretty clean, Joe.
All my rooms are clean.
You didn't mean it that way, Mr. Gage. I wonder if you'd show us Knight's room now. That's next door, isn't it?
I don't know about this. Poking into other people's rooms. Not regular.
Neither's murder. Come on, let's go.
Does Mr. Knight have this room to himself?
Sure ask questions, don't you? No, Knight has a friend staying with him. About 2 weeks now. Not in much.
Is he in now?
Don't think so.
Ben, watch it. Oh, drop that, you. Bad shot, Mr. Gage. Look out. Come on, get up.
Ben?
He's out cold. Look what you've done to the room.
I thought you said Knight wasn't in.
He isn't. This is his friend.
Great friends. 45 automatic in his hand. 38 snub nose in the bureau, another 45. Look in his bag.
I don't pry. He pays his bills. Good tenant.
Yeah. Can I get outside on this phone?
Yes. All outside calls are 10 cents.
Yeah. Here.
Have to keep the books straight.
Sure you do.
Who's going to pay for the damage?
Ask Mr. Knight's friend here.
Well, say...
Why worry? He pays his bills. Good tenant. I called Ed Backstrand, and he sent out a special detail to take out the hotel and bring in Raymond Knight if and when he returned. Ben and I drove to the Georgia Street Receiving Hospital, where Doc Stanley patched up the cut on Ben's scalp and treated Raymond Knight's friend for simple cuts and bruises. From papers found in his wallet and in the hotel room, he was identified as Frank Gannon, 9896 Wasatch Street, Kansas City, Missouri. When we got to headquarters, we had Gannon taken to the interrogation room where we questioned him briefly. He told us that he was a self-employed watch salesman, that he was in the city on a business trip. He admitted friendship with Knight, but not with Vickers. We booked him at the county jail for assault with intent to commit murder. The 3 guns found in the hotel room were turned over to the crime lab. We reported back to the office.
Joe, my head's pounding like mad. That Gannon's a mean.
Yeah, it's a nasty crack. I got some aspirin in my desk.
Might help. You're on. Hi, boys. Rough day. I don't get much rougher, Eddie. Message for you on the desk. Oh, I'm going to eat. Starving.
Right, Tracy.
What is it, Joe?
Jones got a make on those prints he lifted off the car.
Let's see. Yeah, something else to know on James Vickers.
Wanted 10-14-43, desertion, U.S. Army.
That could account for those stolen Army guns.
Yeah.
What about the make on those prints Lee found?
Let's take a look.
Vance Taylor. Good solid record.
4 burglaries, 2 armed robberies, 2 assaults. Wait a minute. Here's the mama sheet.
Born so-and-so, age 36. Height. Alias John Fields, Harold Grant, Tom Bissell, Hey.
Yeah, alias Raymond Knight. The other man who rode in the car with James Vickers the morning he shot down Traffic Officer Bemis finally had been identified. Vance Taylor, alias Raymond Knight. Well, that still didn't explain the unprovoked murder. It didn't explain the 4 guns found in the car or the 3 guns found in the hotel room. An assortment of arms like that could mean something big, but we didn't know what. Gannon's sudden willingness to shoot it out in the hotel room meant something, too. We didn't know what. We We had Gannon brought back to the interrogation room.
Hi, Gannon. Have a seat.
Everything all right?
I'll bet you're worried.
No, we're not worried, Gannon. You ought to be.
Don't make me laugh.
You're tied in with Raymond Knight. That's enough for us.
You send me up for it.
We're going to try.
Big talk.
How long did you know Vickers?
I didn't.
Funny. His prints are all over one of those guns we found in your room.
I'm not worrying.
Then you better start, Gannon. Vickers and Knight killed man. If you run with him, your hands are dirty, too.
I room with Knight, that's all.
Knight didn't come back to the hotel. Where is he?
We're not that close.
You share your guns and your friends. That's close enough for us.
I don't know Vickers.
You mean you didn't know him?
I said I don't know him.
We got Vickers, Gannon. He's dead.
Good story.
Okay. Come on, Gannon. Let's get on more.
Down this way, Joe. Cold today, isn't it?
Yeah, it's damp.
Yeah, sinus weather.
No. What is all this?
Never seen a corpse before?
No, I'm not in this. Take me back. I don't want to look.
You can close your eyes.
Take me back. I don't want to look.
Here we are, fellas. Slam 45.
This way, Gannon.
I get sick. I don't want to look.
Throw back the sheet, Fred. Take a good look, Gannon.
No, he's Knight's friend. I'm not in it.
Who is in it?
I don't know. Take me out. I'm sick.
All right, Fred. Thanks.
Okay, boys.
Interrogation room, Friday.
Joe, on stakeout at the Silver Dollar Hotel. No sign of Raymond Knight. Keep you posted.
Okay, Dave, thanks.
How long does this go on? I can call a lawyer, you know.
And you better call one right away, Gannon. They just picked up Knight at the hotel. He's incriminated you.
You're a liar.
Sure. Like we were about Vickers.
We'll prove it to you, Gannon. The officers are on their way in now. They're going to put Knight in the next room. You can listen to them.
Look, I came here to sell watches. I ain't in this.
Gannon, you and Vickers and Knight were planning a job, a big one. We know that. If you want to wait till you get on the witness stand to tell your story, it's all right with us.
Well, didn't take too long to break this one. Smoke some?
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah? Smoke?
What are you going to do?
Nothing. Just kill a little time. They bring in Knight.
You haven't got Knight.
I haven't unwrapped them yet, Joe. Want to check me out?
Okay, open them up. Give them a good shuffle, huh? You're going to have some time on your hands, Gannon. Want to learn a new card game?
No.
Suit yourself. It's a good game for two. Better with three.
Sure, a lot of cards.
Yeah. You got 2 decks there. Well, first off, this game is quite a bit like gin rummy.
Yeah?
There are 8 of every suit. 4 jokers. Jokers count 50 points.
Mm-hmm.
Red 3s count 100 points each. If you get a black 3, you can freeze the deck.
Oh, I see.
I shouldn't say deck. In this game, they call it the pack.
The pack? What's a pack?
Well, it's the discard pile, same as in gin.
You get a red 3, you can freeze it.
No, it's a black 3.
Well, what happens when you freeze it?
Nobody can pick it up.
Oh, I see.
All right. Let's deal out a dummy hand here. Fine game, Gannon. Sure you won't change your mind?
We don't want to play, Joe.
All right, now in two-handed, you deal out 15 cards, see?
How many can play?
As many as 6, I think. I've only played up to 4.
You play partners with 4?
Yeah, that's right. Okay, count your cards. I think that's 15.
13, 14, 15, right. Now what do I do?
Well, I guess you better lay your hand open. That'll be the easiest way to show you.
Okay.
I'll spread them all out over there. Well, you don't have a great hand there. You got a couple of black 3s. You can use those.
Yeah, that's fine. They count 100 apiece.
No. Those are red 3s. Black 3s don't count anything.
Oh, red 3.
That's right. Do you remember what black 3s are for?
Yeah, you can use them to freeze a pile.
Pack. That's right.
The pack. Well, you know what I mean.
All right, now, look. You see, I got a joker here. Jokers are wild. Do you remember how much they count?
They're wild. 100 points.
No, red 3s are worth 100. Jokers count 50.
You don't explain it very good. I don't understand.
Well, how simple can it be? Gannon's not even playing. You get it, don't you, Gannon?
Okay, red 3s count 100. Jokers count 50. Black 3s, you can freeze the pack.
Yeah, good. Now hold on to that, will you? Now, black 3s freeze the pack, but that's not the only card that can do it.
No?
No. Deuces can do the same thing. Well, you see, the only difference is if you use a deuce, which is also wild, you have to have a natural pair in order to pick up the pack. Now, with a black 3, it's only good until...
I knew it wouldn't work. It was sour right from the start. Vickers killed the cop.
Ben,
I'm not in it.
stenographer.
I'm
Right,
copping
Joe.
out. I'm taking no raps.
Johnny, the stenographer?
Right, Ben.
All right, Gannon.
Too late. You haven't got time. 20 after 1, they're going to do it.
Do what?
Payroll. Brazier Company. Messenger leaves at 1:20. He's got the payroll. 30 grand. They're going to get him.
Where does the messenger leave?
1:20. You're too late. I'm not in it.
Where does he leave?
1:20 leaves the bank, I think. No, maybe the company.
Where's the company?
3rd and Spring. They're going to get him.
Where's the bank the messenger goes to?
Up the block, 2nd National, 3rd and Hill.
Where are they going to get the messenger?
By the alley, Clay Street. I'm not in it.
Ben, check it. Get out of communications. Have him put out a call to block up the area. Give him the details.
All right.
Johnny.
Yeah, Joe.
Stay with this guy.
Okay.
Davis. Go. Brazier. Manufacturing. Olympia.
Good afternoon, Brazier Manufacturing Company.
Give me your payroll division. This is the police department emergency.
What's that, sir?
Your payroll division. It's an emergency.
One moment, sir.
Come on, hurry up.
Payroll, Hopkins.
Mr. Hopkins, this is Sergeant Friday, police department. We've had a tip your payroll messenger is going to be held up today. Has he left your building yet?
The messenger?
Yeah.
Oh, my, he left early today. Went out the door about 10 minutes ago.
Thanks. Second National Security. Second National.
Friday, what's all the excitement? You break that guy?
Wait in a minute, Ed. No time.
Good afternoon, 2nd National.
Give me the manager on duty, please. Emergency.
One moment, please.
One moment. Come on.
I'm sorry, sir. The line is busy. Would you care to wait?
Give me the chief teller.
Thank you.
Chief Teller, Waters.
This is Sergeant Friday, police department. Emergency call. Has the payroll messenger from the Brazier Company left the bank yet?
Well, I wouldn't know, Sergeant. Just a moment. I'll have your call switched.
Yeah.
Operator.
Beatrice, would you give this call to Miss Chalmers? It's important.
Thank you, Mr. Waters. Miss Chalmers, good afternoon.
Miss Chalmers.
What's the matter, Friday? You sick?
Yeah, I'm sick.
Miss Chalmers, good afternoon.
Miss Chalmers, this is Sergeant Friday, police department. Has the payroll messenger from the Brazier Company left the bank yet?
From Brazier? Why, yes, not more than 2 or 3 minutes ago.
And he had the payroll with him?
Of course.
Thanks. Got a tip on a payroll sticker, baby. Coming?
Yeah, let's go.
Ben, down this way. Coming. Let's hustle it. Down the stairs. Communications get the story?
Got it on the air now.
Where's this Brazier Company?
3rd and Spring, about 5 blocks from here. Come on. Here's the garage. All right, come on, hit it. Let's make time.
Get the radio on.
Just warming up.
All units. Attention all units. On 3rd Street, corner of Clay Alley, 211. A bank messenger. Suspects headed west on Clay Alley. Suspects are armed. Code 3. 11R. Take the call.
Cars are closing in fast.
4th Street up ahead, Ben. Might meet him at this end of Clay Alley.
Hold on. No, it was pretty quiet at this end.
Not much you can do without... Hey, look. Coming out of the alley now. Guy with the police. Brown clothes.
Guy with him. Pull up, Ben. Let's go.
All right, you two, hold it.
They're running for it.
Come on.
Ben, what's this back?
Let's go.
Come on, they're losing it.
I see him up ahead. They're turning on the Hill Street.
Romero, come on.
Will you, Skipper? You see him, Joe? Heading for the subway terminal.
Yeah, they're going into the crowd. Don't lose them. All right, I'll take the ramp to the left.
Ben, go with him. I'll take the one to the right.
You see him, Joe?
No, I lost. Now, wait a minute. There they are. Over the turnstile. Come on.
Joe, they're off the platform. They're crossing the track.
That's got one of them. Come on, over the turnstile. Come on, Ben.
Joe, the other guy. Heading down into the tunnel. He's straight.
Come on, after him. Hug the side. He's trapped, Ben. There's a train coming through.
You, come back. You're trapped.
Ben, get out. Hug the side.
You all right, Joe?
Yeah. Are you?
Mm-hmm. You want to check?
think it's any use.
Yeah.
Well, let's go.
Wonder why he tried so hard, Joe.
I don't know, Ben. Some people are like that. You can blow the whistle all you want. They never know when to stop.
The story you have just heard is true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
Frank Gannon, the only surviving member of the hold-up gang, was tried and convicted of the crime of assault with intent to commit murder. He is now serving out his sentence at the state penitentiary. You have just heard the 16th in a new series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet is from the Office of Acting Chief of Police W.A. Wharton, Los Angeles Police Department.
Tonight's program is dedicated to Private Richard H. Taylor of the Washington, D.C. Police Department, who on the evening of December 13th, 1946, gave his life so that yours might be more secure.
Dragnet came to you from Los Angeles.
Phil Harris likes a great deal about the South. We like a great deal about Phil Harris. For instance, we like his beautiful blonde wife, Alice Faye. In fact, we like the Phil Harris-Alice Faye show, and it just happens that it returns to the NBC air tomorrow. Why don't you take our advice and listen to one of the funniest shows around anywhere? That's the Phil Harris-Alice Faye show tomorrow on most of these same NBC stations. Your tune for the stars on NBC.
So it is with the doctor-prescribed death and Bela Lugosi's performance, we again hope to keep you in suspense. Professor Antonio Bastille has a theory, but let him tell you about it.
As a psychologist, I have worked out a theory I know to be sound. I contend that a person who has decided to kill himself can very easily be turned from this desire to the desire of taking the life of another. I can prove my theory, and if necessary, that is exactly what I will do.
Yes, Professor Antonio Bastille has a theory, but only a theory. And he's worried about what his publisher will say, so he visits the editor, whose name is Hellman. Hellman finishes the manuscript and tosses it on the desk. Professor Bastille leans forward eagerly and...
Well, Hellman, what do you think? Professor Bastille, it's purely conjecture, simply a theory, and I wouldn't advise publishing it. I worked on that theory for a long time. I'm positive of it. I know it'll work. Suppose it will. What good is it? What good have you accomplished if you can prove it'll work? Are you laughing at me, Herman? It's so silly. An ordinary human being has suffered reverses. Is sick of it all. He wants to leave it all behind. And you say he can be changed to want to kill someone else. I do. Self-destruction and the destruction of other life are closely related in the mind. The dividing line is very thin. It's ridiculous. And you won't publish it? Granger would fire me. Why? He told me that, in his opinion, you should be in the asylum. Mr. Granger said that. Does he think I'm insane? How do I know? Herman, Mr. Granger didn't say that. It's you who thinks I'm crazy. You've never liked me. For some reason, you are trying to tear me down. Well, we'll see, Mr. Hellman. We'll see. Now, wait a minute. I'll show you whether my works are illogical. I show you whether I'm insane.
Oh, calm down.
I'm going to make you eat those words. I know you don't like me, but I'm going to prove that my theory is sound. Good night.
Wait a minute. Basile, wait.
You wait, Herman. You wait.
Yes, wait, Hellman. Wait. Professor Basile, seething with resentment, rushes from the office and strides angrily down the street.
Insane, huh? I'll prove my theory. I'll find a subject. I'll find someone who wants to take his own life.
And so Basile goes home, late for dinner. He finds a note from his wife, Myra, saying she's decided to attend the opera and will be home around 11:30. Then Professor Basile gets an inspiration. He goes to the bridge over the deep canyon, the bridge called Suicide. And strangely enough, he hasn't long to wait. As he stands against the railing in the fog, a figure appears a few feet beyond, stops, prepares to leap.
Don't do it. Wait a minute. Listen.
Huh?
That's very silly.
Let go of me.
Oh, no. I couldn't do that. I need you.
I don't need you.
Don't you know this is against the law?
You're not an officer. You can't stop me.
It's 500 feet to those tracks below. Hard steel rails. And don't believe what they all tell you about not being conscious of what happened. You'd know. People don't die instantly.
Let loose.
They lie in agony for minutes and sometimes for an hour. It's a horrible death, I know.
How do you know?
I'm a doctor.
Doctor?
Yes. I can tell you much simpler ways, much less painful ways and quicker. You're a nice young girl. An intelligent girl. You wouldn't want it to happen this way. Maybe after I talk to you a while, you wouldn't want to do this at all.
No?
No. But come on. Let's talk it over. Maybe a few minutes' talk will change the entire picture for you.
What could you do to help me?
If you'll come, I'll tell you. There's a motive back of your wanting to do this, and I'd like to know what it is.
Nothing doing.
Haven't you any relatives? Any loved ones you'd like to do something for?
Yes?
Then if you talk with me for a while, maybe I can find my way clear to help those people. Well, here we are. Come in, please.
Well, what do you want to know?
Sit down first. Are you hungry?
No, I'm not that broke. Isn't possible.
I knew that. I could tell by your clothes. Now first, why did you come here?
Why? Why, because you talked me into it.
I see. You're not afraid of me?
Afraid? In my frame of mind. What could I lose?
Suppose I told you that I really brought you here to kill you.
Kill me?
You know, you're a very pretty girl, don't you?
Yeah? That doesn't always mean so much.
To the right man, it might.
That's what I thought. But I found out it didn't mean a thing.
Ah. Then it was because of a man. I knew it.
Really? How did you guess?
I'm a student of psychology. I'm Professor Antonio Basile.
I see. And you want to know what makes me tick? You want to know the reason behind my action tonight?
That's right. I would like to know what happened to make you want to kill yourself. Suicide is a mental aberration.
Yeah?
I'd like to know what preceded the decision to destroy yourself and what you thought about until the moment I stopped you on the bridge.
What good will that do me?
You said you weren't broke, but you also said you had some loved ones you'd like to do something for.
I meant I wasn't broke to the point of being hungry. I have a few dollars. But you suggested help for someone in larger terms.
Yes, I did. Who is the loved one?
My mother?
You are her only means of support?
Yes.
And you intend to kill yourself?
Yes.
That's being selfish, isn't it?
Selfish?
Yes. You are concentrating solely on self.
You think so?
What else? The first law of human nature is self-preservation, right?
I suppose so.
The second law is the preservation of family.
Yeah?
So you decide to deny the first law and destroy yourself. and as a consequence, deny the second and leave your mother alone and in need. You indicate a form of insanity.
What would be normal?
To destroy the other person, the one who has done you wrong. Have you hurt him?
No.
Then the one who has done wrong should be the one to suffer. You have no legal recourse?
Legal recourse? No, I haven't, I'm sorry to say.
And you would kill yourself to let your poor mother suffer because of the wrong of another. Why shouldn't he be the one to suffer?
I suppose you're right. Why shouldn't he?
What happened after all? Why not tell me about it? Were you married?
No. I never seemed to find time to get around to marriage.
What's your name?
Gladys. Gladys Tanner.
How long had you known him?
Almost 4 years.
And you always thought he meant to marry you?
Yes. Until 3 weeks ago.
Yes?
On July 1st, he had to leave town for a week on business. Said he was going to Kansas City. When he came back, he seemed to be too busy to see me. Then a week ago, I found a snapshot along with several others in his desk in his home.
May I see it?
Certainly. It's a picture of him and another woman. But the picture was not taken in Kansas City.
It was?
No. It was taken on the beach at Atlantic City. And it's dated by the finisher, July 3rd. Since he returned, he's refused to see me. Yesterday, he finally said he didn't care to see me anymore. That I'd better forget him.
But it isn't so easy as that, is it?
No. I figured I'd done something. And blame myself.
Do you know this blonde woman in this snapshot?
No.
Then it must be a woman he has met recently. You've known him for 4 years. I don't think you are to blame. He's the one in the wrong. And he should be made to suffer.
How?
You were going to kill yourself. Why should you? Kill him instead. He double-crossed you. He deserves it. Now, let me go a little deeper into the situation. Whenever a person has reached the conclusion to take his life... Sure you have made up your mind, Miss Tanner?
Positive.
Now, if you're careful, you won't be caught.
No.
But whether you are or not, I'm giving you this check for $1,000 made out to cash to be sent to your mother only after the man is dead. Write his name on this pad.
There you are.
I will know what has happened by the newspapers. Now you will be told payment until I learn that you have gone through with it.
It'll happen tonight.
Very well. You are sure? You are determined?
Absolutely. Nothing could stop me.
Very good.
But just what would happen if I did get caught?
You won't get caught if you follow my instructions. I know. Now, here is a small revolver. It'll fit easily in your purse. That's all you need. Be sure to wipe your fingerprints off and leave the gun near the body.
Yeah. Well, goodbye, Dr. Basile.
Goodbye, Gladys, and good luck.
Professor Basile watches Gladys as she crosses the street to the dimly lighted bus stop. Then he rushes to his car and drives away. A few minutes later, he comes to a stop at Hellman's house. Hellman, the editor who ridiculed his theory.
Just a minute.
Oh. Hello, Basile. Good evening, Herman. Thought I'd drop out to have a little chat with you.
Well, why this time of night? Kind of late, isn't it?
11. Didn't think that was late for you.
No? Come in.
Thanks.
Sit down. What's on your mind?
I want to talk to you about my theory you ridicule so definitely. My theory about suicide.
Oh. Well, I just don't believe it, that's all.
And I said I'd prove it, didn't I?
Yes, but what are you getting at?
It's going to be proved. My theory is going to be proved tonight.
Well, that's fine. Go right ahead and prove it.
I don't like you, Hellman. I never liked you. And I know you don't like me.
I can't help that, Basile. What are you staring at?
Is there someone here with you?
Certainly not. Why?
That's a woman's purse on the Davenport.
Oh, my secretary dropped by earlier this evening with the manuscript. She must have forgotten it.
She's not here now?
Of course not.
Then I'll continue. I found a subject. Girl who was ready to commit suicide because a man jilted her. In a few hours, I was successful in changing her thoughts from suicide to homicide, and she is going to kill the man tonight. What do you think of that?
There may be a dozen murders tonight.
Ah, but you'll know which one I mean. You'll know about this murder.
What do you mean?
Because I'm going to tell you who the victim is going to be.
You know who the intended victim is? Why don't you stop it? You're insane, Basile. Hopelessly insane.
You think so, Herman?
The whole idea is mad. Too utterly ridiculous for words. No sane man would ever think of such a useless, senseless idea. And for heaven's sake, stop laughing.
I'm thinking about the victim. Then he learned.
Who is the victim?
Martin Hellman.
Me?
Yes, you.
I don't believe you.
You will this time.
Who is this girl? I know no girl who'd want to kill me.
This one does. Now.
Oh, nonsense. However, I wouldn't put it past you to hire someone to do something like this.
No, this girl is no fake. This girl is serious, deadly serious.
You probably hypnotized some poor woman, figuring she'd never remember what happened.
Oh, Hellman, you underestimate me.
Maybe I do underestimate your evil mind. But believe
Put up your hands, Hellman. Get away from the desk. I'll just take care of the gun, Hellman. That's better.
Well, since when did you start carrying a gun, Basile?
A gun? Don't be silly. This isn't a gun in my pocket. It's just my pipe. See? Well, what do you hear, Herman?
Nothing.
Oh, yes, you do. I heard it, too. A sound on the porch. I leave now. The back way. I put your gun in the kitchen. And I'll be very careful to remove all my fingerprints.
You insane fool.
Oh, fancy you. You, Herman, you are going to help prove my theory. Good night, Herman.
Crazy devil. I'll have him locked up before he gets across town.
Good evening, Mr. Hellman.
Huh? How did you get in here?
Through the patio door.
What do you want?
I wanted to talk to you.
Very strangely.
You're just imagining things.
And what are you doing here?
I wanted to tell you something.
Yeah? What?
When you first indicated to me that you were through with me, I was terribly hurt. I thought all along that we were to be married. I couldn't understand. I tried and tried to think of something I'd done to cause our breakup. And then I happened to find this snapshot in your desk.
Snapshot?
Take a look at it. Kansas City. No, Atlantic City, New Jersey. You and a blonde. And the date is stamped on the back. A business trip. Ha!
Well, what about it?
I just wanted you to know that you weren't so slick. I wanted you to know that I knew about the blonde. That I knew you'd lied.
Now that you've told me, what good does it do you?
A lot of good.
First, I thought you came here for money.
How could you think such a thing?
Well, I think you'd better go now.
I'm going. Goodbye, Morton. And good luck in your new venture.
What venture?
This one.
Gladys. Gladys!
And wish me luck in mine.
Gladys stands staring a moment at the body of Hellman, then wipes off the gun, drops it to the floor, takes the professor's check from her purse, steps to Hellman's desk and writes a note. Then she puts the note in an envelope with the check, addresses it, stamps it, turns out the lights, and steps out into the dark street. At the corner, she drops the envelope in the mailbox and disappears. Professor Basile heard the shots. His theory worked. Hellman will torment him no more. The perfect crime. So he can go home to his wife now and go to sleep.
Myra. Myra.
Huh? What? Oh, Antonio.
What are you doing asleep on the Davenport? You know what time it is?
It must be after midnight. I've been waiting for you.
How was opera?
Oh, fair. Nothing to brag about.
Who sang the lead?
Belchiati. He wasn't very good.
Belchiati?
Mm-hmm. He's a poor Othello.
Othello? I thought we were doing Ida tonight.
No, they switched because someone was ill. Oh, I just as soon have stayed home.
Have a nightcap, Myra?
No, thanks. I'm tired. I think I'll go to bed.
I belong presently. Good night.
Then the night passes and the morning comes. The professor rises cheerfully and prepares for breakfast. Then...
I get it, Myra. Yes?
Are you Professor Basile?
Yes.
May we come in? We'd like to talk with you.
Of course. What is it you want?
Is your wife in?
Yes.
We'd like to see her, too.
Myra. But what's this all about?
What is it, Antonio?
These men are from detective headquarters. They want to talk to us.
Really? What about?
May I ask where you were last night, Mrs. Basile?
Certainly. I went to the opera.
What time did you get home?
Oh, I imagine it was around 11 or shortly after.
Mm-hmm. Were you at home last evening, Professor?
Well, I was at the club and got home about 12:30.
By the way, do you know a Morton Hellman?
Certainly.
What about him?
He's been murdered.
Murdered?
Good Lord. When?
Around midnight last night. I found him this morning.
How terrible. Why, I've known him for years. He was editor-in-chief of the company publishing my writings. I'm a psychologist, you know.
Yes, we know.
But what do you want to know from us? We weren't connected socially with Hellman, just in business.
Did you know him, Mrs. Basile?
Yes, I knew him very slightly.
Do either of you know of anyone who'd have reason to kill him?
Certainly not. Everyone thought highly of him.
Did you ever hear of a girl named Gladys Tanner?
Gladys Tanner? No.
Did you know of a Gladys Tanner, Mrs. Basile?
No.
Is this your purse, Mrs. Basile?
Why, of course it is. That's the one I gave you last Christmas, Myra.
Oh, yes. I must have lost it downtown.
Where did you find it, Lieutenant?
At Hellman's home.
Hellman's home? Well, how in the world?
Heavens, but...
We found it on the sofa.
Well, I can't imagine how it could get there.
And this is the revolver that killed Hellman, found on the floor beside him.
What?
No fingerprints on it, however.
What?
May I see it? Why, Myra, this is your gun. I bought this for you 2 years ago when I went on the lecture tour.
Yes, I think it's mine, but it just doesn't make sense.
Did you have the gun in your purse when you lost it last time?
Well, perhaps I did. I'm so confused now I can't remember.
I think, Myra, it's terrible.
Oh, I know. Oh, dear, I feel ill.
Did you ever fire this gun?
Yes, once last year up in the mountains. I wanted to see how it worked.
Ever reload it?
No, I've never reloaded it. I just didn't think about it. Maybe I did put it in my purse. Why, I don't know. And whoever found the purse may have used the gun to... Oh, I just can't seem to think.
This gun misfired on the first 2 shots. The other 3 killed Hellman.
This is the most amazing piece of coincidence I ever heard of. Why would my wife want to do such a thing? Why should she get to Hellman? She hardly knew him.
Are you sure about that, Professor?
Of course.
Well, sorry to say that I don't believe her.
What? This is ridiculous.
This is going to be a shock to you, Professor, but here's a snapshot we found on Hellman's desk. Taken in Atlantic City last July.
Good heavens. Why, this is you, Myra. You and Hellman. You were at your mother's in Florida in July. Myra, look at me. What does this mean?
I can't.
And I can't believe such a thing.
May I have the purse, the gun, and the photo? Thank you. I'm sorry, but I'll have to take her down to headquarters.
But I didn't kill him. I didn't. I wouldn't. I loved him.
Myra. Better pull yourself together. You'll have to go back.
You'll want photos and fingerprints.
Yes. Better get it ready, Myra. Certainly looks bad for her.
Afraid it does. Looks like an open and shut case. Oh, will you come along too, Professor?
Certainly.
And so it all worked out beautifully. Not quite as the professor had planned. But then he changed his plan from the moment when Gladys Tanner showed him the snapshot taken in Atlantic City. And he realized that the girl's fiancé was Hellman, and the blonde was Myra, his wife. He had no intention of allowing Gladys Tanner to kill Hellman until he saw that snapshot. And when he recognized Myra's purse in Hellman's home, he decided to let Gladys kill him and the blame be placed on Myra. The perfect crime. But several hours later, after fingerprints and many questions, the professor is just about to be dismissed when Sergeant Rankin steps into the room and speaks quietly to Lieutenant Davis.
What is it, Rankin?
I stayed at Basile's place, as you said.
Well?
A few minutes ago, a special delivery letter came for the professor. This'll knock your eye out. Read it.
All right. Wow. This fits perfectly with the writing we were trying to make out on Helm's desk blotter. Professor, here's a letter sent special delivery to you a few minutes ago, postmarked last night. Read it.
Dear Professor Basile, your theory worked a certain degree. You convinced me I should kill him. But when that gun you gave me misfired twice, I almost quit.
Go ahead, Professor. Read on.
Then as I looked at him on the floor, the feeling of self-destruction came back. I'm going ahead with my plan. Here's your check. I won't need it. Besides, I lied to you. I lost my mother long ago. Better luck next time. Gladys Tanner.
And a half hour ago, they found her body beneath Suicide Bridge.
Well, Professor, your perfect crime has failed.
Failed? Yes, failed.
Wonderful setup on paper, but your theory backfired and you're up for murder.
But I didn't kill him.
But you planned it, and you're as guilty as Gladys. She's paid her penalty, now it's your turn.
No. I won't be hanged. Never!
Rankin, grab him!
And now the doctor lies on the sidewalk 17 stories below. His entire theory worked in reverse.
Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Not up there, Mr. Dillon. He's just plain vanished.
There's no note anywhere. You sure of that, Chester?
Nothing, sir. I looked again, all over.
Well, it's 2 days now. This isn't like Doc.
Well, I still think he's just gone off on an emergency. Out in the country somewhere.
Maybe, but he's always left word before.
Well, what'll we do, Mr. Dillon?
I don't know. Might start asking people, Chester. Try the saloons and the store and maybe the depot, huh?
All right, Mr. Dillon, I'll go right now.
All right.
Well, I do declare.
What?
Riding right up Front Street as big as life.
All right, that'll
rascal getting us all worried about it.
For land's sake, you sure are a sight for sore eyes, Doc. Where in the world have you been at, anyway?
Here. Hello, Chester. Matt.
Hey, you had us worried, Doc.
That's so?
You've been gone 2 days.
I know.
Next time, leave word, Doc.
I will. I surely will. If I can.
Well, it'd sure save us a lot
Now,
of pressure.
wait a minute. Well, what do you mean, Doc, if you can?
Just that. If they let me, I'll leave word.
Come on inside, Doc. Well, all right, I'm curious, Doc. You want to tell me about it?
I can tell you part of it. Least important part. I made a promise about the rest. You know how it is, Matt.
No, but you told me.
Well, the other night, Wednesday it was, I was peacefully asleep on my couch when a couple of riders tromped right into my office. They said a man was hurt somewhere out past Fort Dodge. So naturally, I got up and I went along with them.
Well, then why didn't you leave a note and say so?
They didn't tell me exactly where we was going, Chester. But they sure told me not to leave any note.
They told you what?
Let him talk, Chester.
Now, of course, I figured then it must have been a shooting, but my job's to take care of everybody. Sinner and saved alike. And so, when finally we got to this place the next day...
What place?
That's part of what I promised not to tell, Chester. But like I was saying, there was a young man there who'd got himself shot in the back. The bullet lodged right in his spine. And I dug it out, and I did all I could for him. And then I just sat there for quite a spell. And then I put my things away. And I walked out into the other room.
So, Doc, how is it?
I did what I could.
What do you mean?
He's dead. The shock of extracting that bullet was too much for him. It's a bad place to spine him.
You killed him, huh, Doc?
No, I didn't kill him.
He's dead, ain't he?
Look, mister, doctors don't kill people. Murderers...
Watch your mouth, Doc.
That boy wouldn't have lived more than a couple of days with that bullet where it was. And whoever put it there murdered him.
You want me to shove him up?
Not yet.
Doc, tell me something. You know that boy in there?
I do.
Sure. And the three of us here, you know any of us?
Him. I've seen him around somewheres. Dodge, I guess.
Well, that settles it. He ain't walking out of here. Shut up. Know his name, Doc?
No, I don't. Of course, it might come to me. Let me think now.
You don't understand, Doc. He wants to kill you already. Now you're trying to remember his name. That's just going to make it worse.
You can't kill a doctor for following his oath?
Well, no. I shot that boy when he tried to get away, and I shoot you just as...
Don't be a fool. I'm a doctor. Since there's nothing more I can do here, I got to be available to other patients. I've been away too long.
No, what are we arguing about? The sooner we shoot him, the better.
What kind of a man are you, anyways? Don't you know I'm the only doctor within 100 miles of Dodge?
Right now, it's one too many. Now, wait a minute. I'm kind of thinking the doc's right. He ain't like an ordinary man. But doctor, well, it's almost like he ain't quite human somehow. He's human enough to tell what he knows that hard-headed marshal he got in Dodge. Then we'll have him on our tail. We'll never get our 20,000. Well, I figure it's us or the doc.
I'm not interested in what you figure, mister. Right this minute, there may be some woman having a baby and needing me real bad. There may be several folk needing me for help.
He's right. We can't kill him.
I can't.
You'll do what I say and nothing else, here? Oh. Doc, listen to me. If I let you go, will you promise not to tell about anybody you recognize here?
And if I don't?
Then doctor or no doctor, I'll kill you myself.
Yeah, I suppose you would. All right. I'm here as a doctor and nothing else. I promise.
Word of honor, Doc?
That's my word of honor.
Okay, get out. One other thing, Doc.
What?
You break your word. You tell anybody where this place is or who you saw here, and we'll get to you. We'll kill you no matter where you try to hide.
I gave him my word, didn't I?
Sure, but don't forget what I said anyway. Don't forget for 1 minute. We'll kill you or die trying.
That's quite a story, Doc.
And you played it right smart, if you ask me. Who were they, Doc? Well, tell us.
Well, I only recognize one of them, Chester, besides the man they'd shot.
So you said. Have you thought of his name
No, Chester, you don't understand. I gave my word I wouldn't tell.
Yes, but that was just so you could get away.
Well, they'd have shot me for sure otherwise, but still I gave my word. It don't matter how or why.
But, Doc, they're just a bunch of killers.
I know.
Leave him alone, Chester.
But, Mr. Dillon... Yes, sir.
Matt.
Yeah, Doc.
Wouldn't you do the same if you were in my boots?
That'd be a hard choice, Doc, but...
Why, any man would. Leastwise, any man of honor would.
I guess I wasn't really thinking about it that way.
Yeah, well, I'm going to get some sleep. Matt, that was a good boy they murdered. I hope they hang for it. Oh, Dad blasted him.
How are we ever going to find them, Mr. Dillon?
I don't know, Chester. We don't even know who they killed.
Funny we haven't heard about it.
Maybe nobody's missed him yet.
Just think. Doc could lead us straight to them right now.
Well, that isn't making the Doc happy, Chester.
No, sir, it sure isn't.
I'm going over the Texas Trail, Chester. I'll be back later.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Sam, bring me over a bottle and a glass, will you?
Sure. Hello, Matt.
Oh, hi, Kitty.
You want some help for that bottle?
Yeah, sure. I'm only going to have one. You can finish it. Sit down.
My reputation's bad enough without my trying to get around carrying about a bit of whiskey in me.
There you be. Oh, thank you, Sam. There you are, Kitty. Well, here's to luck.
Yeah, I could use some. Well, you didn't come here to drink a bottle of rye, Matt. What's on your mind?
Well, Kitty, I was sort of wondering if maybe you'd heard any talk about anybody being missing lately.
Missing? Who?
Well, that's just the point. I don't know who.
I guess you're not on much of a trail, are you, Matt?
Well, a man was shot and he's dead. And I don't know who he was or who did it or where. All I know is that it happened.
I'll be darned. Well, Matt, I don't know a thing I've heard that'd help. I'm sorry.
Well, it was just a chance.
Well, it's not often a man gets shot around here without everybody knowing about it.
Well, I'm glad for that much anyway. Well, thanks, Kitty.
Well, good luck, Matt.
Yeah, take it easy with that bottle.
Yeah, I'll save it for you.
So long.
See you, Matt.
Doc's been asleep for 6 straight hours, Mr. Dillon. He sure must have been tired.
Yeah. Here, Chester, take these letters down to the depot for me, will you? They got to be in Washington next week.
Santa Fe pulls out in an hour, sir. I'll put them right in the mail car.
Marshal? Why, Jake Worth, why, you haven't come into Dodge in the last 6 months that I know of.
I'm here now, Marshal.
Oh?
trouble, Jake?
I'd call it that.
Well?
You know that cottonwood, the big one down at Brandy Bend?
Yeah?
There's a hole cut down by the roots at the north side of it. I put a sack in that hole this morning. It's got $20,000 in it.
It's a lot of money, Jake, even for you.
It isn't if Hank gets back all right.
Hank? That's your youngest boy, isn't it, Jake?
Yeah, 18 last month.
Yeah. And that's ransom money. Your boy's been kidnapped, huh?
He didn't show up the other night, Marshal. Next morning, I found a note tacked on the corral. Said to leave the money or they'd kill him.
Oh, come on, Jake. We'll try to get there before they pick up the money.
No, Marshal, I won't take any chances. They'd shoot him sure if we did that.
You should have told me before you left the money. You should have come here first, you know?
You didn't hear what I said, Marshal. I won't take the chance. All I want now is for you to watch for anybody who turns up rich around here.
Jake, I want you to listen to me.
Now, you listen to me, Marshal. Nobody is going to do a thing till Hank's back safe on the ranch. Not one dang thing.
Jake, if they killed Hank, you'd want him hung, wouldn't you?
I'll hang him myself if it comes to that. I'll hunt him down like wolves.
All right, then let's go. Let's get on to Brandy Bend and wait for him.
No. I already told you no.
Hank's dead, Jake.
Huh?
They already shot him. And he's dead.
What are you talking about? Where is he?
I don't know.
And how come you know he's dead?
I can't tell you.
Marshal, I've had about enough of this.
We're wasting time here. Come on, Jake. I'll tell you what I can on the way to the river.
You better, by heaven, or one of us ain't never going to get to the river.
Jake Worth was known as a hard, hot-tempered man, but he was straight as they come. He'd made one fortune in Texas cattle and another in buffalo hides, and now all he wanted was his ranch and his 3 sons to work it with him. The Worths were good men. They didn't cause any trouble, and they worked hard. It was hard to tell Jake, but without mentioning Doc, I said what I could. And when we reached the Arkansas, we hid our horses in a clump of bush and worked our way on foot up to the big cottonwood. And I stood up and walked out into the open.
What are you doing, Marshal? You gone crazy?
Come on, Jake. No use to hide now.
Oh. That's him there, isn't it? That's Hank?
I'm afraid so, Jake.
They killed him. They killed him all right. He was a good boy. Had his whole life to live yet. Why'd they do it? I gave him the money. Why'd they do it?
I'm sorry, Jake.
Marshal, I've been kind of confused by all this. I swallowed your story on the way down here. But I want the truth now. Every bit of it.
That's all I know, Jake. Hank tried to break and one of them shot him. But we'll get him.
I'll take care of myself soon as you tell me who they are.
I don't know who they are.
Don't lie to me, Marshal. You know a lot you're not telling me. What's going on with you anyway?
I've told you all I can,
That's
Jake.
my boy lying there, Marshal. He's been murdered. And if I didn't know you so well, I'd begin to think maybe you had something to do with it
Just a minute, Jake. I know you're upset.
Then why don't you tell me?
Because the man who told me about it had to promise not to name anybody, that's why.
What man? Who is he? I'll get it out of him if I have to cut it out.
Yeah, I know. That's why I can't tell you who he is.
What kind of a lawman are you, anyway?
I've told you all I can, Jake.
No, you haven't. Marshal, I don't believe your story about nobody. Promise nothing. You know who done it. And you're going to tell me or
Don't try it, Jake. You can't kill me, and you know it.
No, I can't. Me and my boys can. And I'm giving you 24 hours to name those men, and then we're coming to Dodge. There'll be blood spilt, Marshal.
Jake, I give you my word, I don't know who did it.
I don't believe you.
I'll help you take your boy home now.
Go on back to Dodge. I'll manage here.
You're making a bad mistake, Jake.
24 hours, Marshal.
I'll be there.
We'll find you wherever you'll be.
Jake, I want... So long, Jake.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, 300,000 volunteers are needed for the Ground Observer Corps. This spare time activity serves as a vital supplement of the Air Defense Command radar network, which has certain unavoidable blind spots due to the curvature of the Earth. Men and women from teenage up are urged to become ground observers. Get in touch with your nearest Civil Defense Center. Now for the second act of Gunsmoke.
There was no use arguing with him. The man's grief had destroyed his reason. And the worst of it was, I knew his sons would do whatever Jake told them to do. Unless I could stop it somehow, I'd have to shoot it out with 3 good and perfectly innocent men. For no reason at all. I thought about it all the way back to Dodge, and by the time I got there, I had an idea. I went up to Doc's and talked it over with him.
All right, man. I'll do whatever I can.
It might not work, Doc, and you'll be exposing yourself to a lot of danger. Have you thought about that?
I have. I've also been thinking about the men who killed Hank Worth.
Well, we could wait till they start spending their money, or till one of them gets drunk and maybe talks too much somewhere.
We could. But meantime, you and the Worths will have a gunfight. Oh, man, it'd be a terrible thing to let happen.
All right, then, Doc, let's go. I want to get to the ranch before dark.
Yeah, maybe Jake's cooled off by now. Enough not to start shooting on sight anyway.
We'll soon find out. Come on.
You know, man, I haven't been out here since Mrs. Worth died. Oh, that must be 4 or 5 years ago. Oh, the place sure has changed, hasn't it?
Yeah. I don't see anybody around, do you?
Maybe they saw us first. Maybe they're hid out.
I hope not.
See, Matt, I got an idea. Why don't you take your gun off and hang it around your saddle horn? Then they'll know you come peaceable.
I can't take a chance like that, Doc. Not with Jake in his state. But I won't shoot unless I have to.
He who lives by the sword.
Look, Doc, I'm doing everything I can to avoid this thing. But I'll kill all 3 of them if I have to.
All right, Matt. I understand.
That's far enough, Marshal. Watch him, boys. If he makes a move, shoot.
Yes.
All right.
Jake, I came here to stop a shooting, not to start one.
You can stop it, Marshal. Just tell me who killed my son.
If I knew, I'd be on his trail, Jake.
I'm not sure of that at all. What's Doc doing here?
Tell him, Doc.
I took the bullet out of Hank. He died soon after.
What?
That's right, Jake. Now come down here where we can talk like friends, and I'll explain it to you.
Stay where you are, boys.
Yeah.
All right, Doc, let's hear it.
Well, they got me out of bed, Jake, and they led me out into the country. Hank had been shot in the back, and I extracted the bullet, but it was no use. He'd have died anyway. There were 3 men there, and I recognized one of them.
Who was he?
Well, I had to promise I wouldn't tell, Jake, or they'd have killed me.
That don't matter
Now, think about it a minute, Jake. Doc gave him his word. And you're asking him to break it. Now, think about it for a minute.
I'm thinking about my boy, too.
Hank's dead. You can't help him now.
Shot in the back. And the coward who did it's run free.
You want to help get him, Jake?
Don't ask fool questions, Marshal. Of course I want to get him.
Now, then listen to me. Those men told Doc if he talked, they'd kill him.
Yeah, they meant it, too.
All right, so I got an idea now, Jake. We'll spread it around that Doc has identified the killer. The news will reach him soon enough, and meantime, I'm going to lay low. And I'll have Chester tell everybody that I've ridden out after them.
Go on.
Then we'll just wait. 1 or 2 or maybe all 3 of them will come into Dodge to kill Doc some night soon.
He still might get away.
And I'll deputize you and your boys right now, and you can wait for them with us. You'll have to stay hidden like me, of course.
We won't mind that. Not if we get a chance at them, we won't.
All right, good.
Yeah. Funny thing, though.
What?
Man like Doc here, rather than break his word, he'll make himself a target for those killers.
Yeah. Look, Jake, Doc and I are going to go back to Dodge now. I'll see that the story gets started, and in a day or 2, you and your boys can ride in. But separately, though. Otherwise, it might cause talk.
I understand.
And come straight to Doc's.
We'll get there.
For the next few days, Doc never left his office. I figured that'd make him look scared and draw the killers right into our trap. The rest of us sat around in his back room and waited. Chester kept us supplied with food and coffee, but we began to get pretty restless cooped up like that. And by the 5th night, we were being real careful with one another and over polite. But on the 6th night, about midnight, we got our game.
Mr. Dillon, I think it's them. Where? They just rode up Front Street, 3 of them. They're tying up outside right now. They acted too deliberate-like for ordinary riders, so I run up the back way to tell you.
Doc, come on in.
What do you want me to do, Mac?
Take cover in here and stay out of sight.
Yeah, whatever you say, Mac.
Let's go downstairs and meet them, Marshal.
No, we might just scatter them that way. Now, listen. One of them will probably stand guard on the street while the other 2 come up here to get Doc. Chester, you and the 2 boys go down the back way. Jake and I'll wait in the Doc's office. But don't jump that man till we go into action up here. Do you understand?
I got it.
All right, then move fast. Come on, Jake.
Now what?
Now we'll just wait here in the dark.
Good.
I'll fix Doc's blanket on the couch here so they'll think he's in it.
They're on the stairs now.
All right, get back in the corner, Jake, or we'll be shooting each other.
All right.
Quiet now. And don't start shooting till I do.
Doc, wake up, you lying dog. Just shoot him and get out of here. Wait. Can't hear. What?
Get your hands up. You're under arrest, both of you.
It's a trap.
You all right, Jake?
Got one of them. I'm all right.
Doc? Doc, you can come on out now.
Yeah, all right, Mac.
They're dead. Light the lamp, will you, Doc?
All right. Light the lamp. Okay, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, come in, Chester.
Well, we got him, Mr. Dillon. He tried to get away when he heard you up here, but he ran smack into one of the Worth boys. He's dead.
Yeah. Well, I don't know either one of these men. Doc, you can tell us now. Is one of these the man you recognize?
Let me see here. This one here. I remembered later I treated him for a broken nose some time back. I never did know his name, though. He came up on the, up the trail with a herd, I think.
It don't matter now, as long as they're all dead.
Oh, well.
Bring the other bodies up, Chester. I'll do the autopsies quick, and I'll get them out of here. It's about time I got something out of all this.
Okay, Doc.
I'll fetch him.
Well, Jake, I'm satisfied, Marshal. Me and the boys will be getting back to the ranch now.
Sure.
Marshal,
Yeah?
I doubted you. I'm sorry for that.
Forget it, Jake.
No, it's best I remember it. Man shouldn't make mistakes like that.
Well, there was no harm done. The way it worked out.
I'll buy you a drink before we leave, Marshal.
I think I'd like that, Jake. Come on, let's go. Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John Boehner with Lawrence Dobkin and Harry Bartell. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke.
Suspense. Hushed voice, the prowling step in the dead of night, the crime that is almost committed, the stir of nerves at the ticking of the clock, the rescue that might be too late, or the murderer who might get away, mystery and intrigue and dangerous adventure. We invite you to enjoy stories that keep you in suspense.
For Suspense, tonight we present The Body Snatchers by John Dixon Carr.
Beware of the body snatcher who prowls after dark. Beware of the graves he robs. Beware of the murders he commits to provide new corpses for the doctors.
Up to the year 1832, the body snatchers terrorized England. According to the law, only 4 bodies a year could legally be supplied to the surgeons for anatomical study. And even these were a monopoly granted to the Barbers and Surgeons Company of London. But the study of surgery had to go on. In hundreds of medical schools all over England, perfectly reputable doctors were compelled to buy bodies and ask no questions. In 1828, burst the scandal of Burke and Hare, who found grave robbing too slow and murdered 16 persons in order to supply Dr. Knox of Edinburgh. And so, out of basic good purpose, sprang the evil of
the body snatcher.
Turn back the clock now to a cold night just 110 years ago. Look into the brick kitchen of a house on Wandsworth Common, not far from London.
There in the light of a tallow dip sits old Mother Slade in her draggled body.
What's a keeping 'em? 2 hours. 2 mortal hours for the Dutch clock. And they're not here yet.
Mother Slade?
And the graveyard not half a mile off. And once I thought I heard church bells ring. And one...
Mother Slade, did you call?
No, my girl, I did not call.
But I thought I...
And what are you doing up at this hour, my girl?
I was only locking up, Mother Slade.
Ain't it enough to have taken you over from a good-for-nothing mother, not worth the gunpowder to blow her up?
Please, Mother Slade.
And given you a good home, and brought you up practically like a lady, with only the housework to do?
I'm sorry, Mother Slade. Only I wish you wouldn't talk like that about me own mother.
And what do you do, Peggy Lester? You stop up until this hour. You mislay me snuff box 20 times a day.
I was only going to say, I thought I heard a horse and cart in the lane.
In our lane?
Yes, Mother Slade. There it is now.
Yes. Easy, my dears. Drive easy with the merchandise. The doctors don't like it if you bump the merchandise.
Merchandise, Mother Slade? What's that?
I'll tell you what it is, my girl.
I didn't mean anything, Mother Slade.
It's your Uncle Matt and your cousin Rob are coming home from their business. That's what it is. You hear that, Peggy Lister?
I didn't mislay your snuff box. It's on the table.
And if you don't want me to take my fingernails to you instead of a strap, you get on up to bed this minute, do you?
Yes, Mother Slade.
I'm a-coming, my dears. Don't be impatient. I'm a-coming. Nasty dim light this candle gives. Oh, Mother Slade has got the rheumatics so cruel she can hardly move. Just pull back the bar, open the door. Well, Matt, did you get it?
Did we get it? Strike my blind, but that's a good one, ain't it, Rob?
Go the gad, can't you get inside and close the door?
They ain't after you.
Ain't they? Can't you hear anything?
I thought I heard church bells.
More like a Persian funeral bell, if you asks me.
Take it easy, Rob. Take it easy. We've shaken them off.
Have we? I wish I was as certain as some people. The spades and sack is still in the cart.
Let 'em stay. Who's a-coming to find 'em?
Then you didn't get it after all, you thick-skull Peter.
Now, don't you start a-blaming us.
Yeah, you shut your potato trap, Mother Slade, or Matt'll make you shut it.
What happened?
I'll tell you what happened. We was too quick, that's what. The girl was only buried this afternoon.
The sooner the better, my dear. What's the good of the merchandise if it ain't fresh, eh?
You hold your noise and listen. We left the horse and cart outside, like we always do. We creeps up to the lit gate of the churchyard.
Walk softly, Matt. Walk softly, Rob, in your oily beaver hats and neckcloths, under the starlight and the white frosted elms. Take care of the graves, too. Spring guns may be set in some of them to protect the dead from marauders. And if the coffin is one of those new iron ones, all your labor will be in vain. Open the gate softly.
Don't make such a bloody row with them shovels.
I can't help it. I'm loaded down with all this stuff.
Oh, and who'll do all the work when we do get there? I will.
Matt.
Aye?
Listen.
I can't hear nothing except your teeth are chattering.
Matt, there's other people besides us in this here churchyard.
Aye, 200 or 300 deaders. But they won't bother us.
I mean living people.
Don't talk so.
Somebody's got a dark lantern. I've seen it flash past the gravestones.
Oh? Where?
Can't you see it now? It's coming straight toward us.
Yes, I see him. Come on.
They've seen us, Matt.
Easy, that's it, Rob. Stand behind the gravestones. Crouch down. They can't shoot through stone.
Matt, it says here, sacred to the memory of
the girl's relatives. They've been watching her grave.
Oh, truth.
If only I had my Barkers.
First time in 2 years I've gone without a brace of pistols, and this happens.
But I ain't got your barkers, Matt Patterson.
I got what's just as good. Give me a shovel.
What are you going to do?
Charge 'em. This here shovel's got a nice edge.
Are you daft?
They'll have to take time out to reload, won't they? Hear that? Somebody started the bill. That'll bring down every peeler within a mile. If you want a tithing ticket and a neck in a rope, stop where you are. But if you don't want to get scragged before your time, follow me. That's all there is to it, Mother Slade. We went out by the gate and blow me if they could stop us.
You perishing numbskulls. Did they recognize you?
No. We had our neckerchiefs around our eyes.
And did you do it?
I don't know. There's blood on the shovel.
No, there ain't, Mother Slade. I wiped it off.
Anyway, we're here. What I want now is a Christian fire to sit by. And a drop of spirits to warm my stomach.
There's no spirits in the house, Matt Patterson.
Don't you lie to me, you ugly man.
Let go of me hand, Matt Patterson. I'm warning you.
You better let it go, Matt.
Yeah.
There's no spirits. Only half a loaf of bread. Don't I know it? I haven't tasted a drop of gin all day. And the black dog's on me back.
Well?
Hark at what I say. The doctor was promised a corpse tonight. All right, dearie, he gets a corpse tonight.
There's that funeral bell again.
What's the clock, old hag? Come on, spit it out.
A nice young corpse without any trouble or bother.
Aye.
What about young Peggy upstairs?
Strike me blind.
What about it, eh?
You'd have to be mighty careful.
Why?
You'd have to smother her with a pillow while I sit on her legs. That's what Burke and Hare done up in Edinburgh. Then you don't leave any marks on them. See?
Either off a tick, wait. What?
If the doctors see they've been polished off, just plain murdered, they won't have nothing to do with it. Leastwise, they don't like it.
Like it or not, dearie, they all do.
Who's buying the beast tonight?
Dr. George Arnold.
Him? The young fella out pulling weight?
That's the man, dearie.
But I thought he was too pious and holy to play.
That's what Dr. Arnold thought, too, till they started putting the screws on him at Berks College. No corpse, they said to him. No lecture. No lecture, no students. It all comes to it, dearie, sooner or later.
What beats me is why they got to have these bodies. You'd think the doctors killed enough people as it is, without buying them after they was dead.
Don't you question the ways of Providence, Matt Patterson.
You can't do it, Matt. You can't do it, Mother Slade.
You stow that noise, Bob, plenty.
Do you want to wake the poor girl upstairs?
But you can't do it. This cove Arnold, he knows that.
Arnold knows it.
He knows Peggy. Peggy Fair worships the ground he walks on.
Oh.
He set her arm once when Mother Slade broke it, accidental like, and she can't forget him. What's Arnold going to think when he opens up the sack and he finds...
What can Arnold do? He's bought her, ain't he? He can't go to the police and say he's bought her.
Peggy, Lester.
Don't do it, Mother Slade, don't do it.
And how do you two thickheads know what Mother Slade is going to do?
They're going to kill her, ain't you?
Peggy Lester.
I thought I heard her moving about upstairs.
You did, Mr. Milk and Water. She's on the stairs now.
Rob, you're the least to be depended on. Go out and fetch him the sack.
Don't do it. It'll bring us all bad luck.
Matt, you're a lad after me own heart. You stop where you are and do just as I tell you. Trim the candle. Let's have it all nice and snug.
What'll she bring, do you think?
15 guineas. Maybe 20. Maybe more.
20 guineas? Strike me blind. But this is a way of doing business that I like.
Did you call me Mother Slade?
That's right, my ducky. That's right, my little pet. Put your wrap around you and your slippers to keep your feet warm. And come right down here to Mother Slade.
I'm coming, Mother Slade. I'm coming.
Who in those times would be a surgeon and still be an honest man? At that drugged hour of the night, look into the sitting room of a spacious house. Many candles are still alight there, though they have burned down nearly to their silver sockets. There is Chinese paper on the walls, and a turkey carpet underfoot. In front of the fire, now almost out, sits Dr. George Arnold with his bottle green coat and heavy hair.
Dr. Arnold, sir.
I beg your pardon, Mrs. Tancred.
Dr. Arnold, sir. It's gone 2 o'clock.
Yes, so it has.
You've got a lecture to deliver tomorrow, and you'll be all worn out. Why don't you go on up to bed?
Mrs. Tancred.
Yes, sir?
You're a jewel of a housekeeper. I admire you, and I can't do without you, but would you please go away and let me alone?
Sure, I'm very sorry, sir. No offense intended.
Stop. I shouldn't have said that. I'm thinking too much, perhaps.
I'm smoking too many cigars, if you'll excuse me.
Why must they keep tolling that bell at East Hill Church? Why must they keep it up all night?
Well, sir, Elsie says the parson told them to do it. Elsie?
Wait. Who is Elsie?
Dr. Arnold, sir. I know you're always up in the clouds, mooning over books and whatnot, but I did think you'd recognize the name of your own parlour maid.
Oh, that Elsie. I see. Well?
Elsie says it's because of the murder in the churchyard.
What murder?
2 resurrection men. Body snatchers, sir. Oh, you wouldn't know anything about such people.
No, of course not.
They were caught trying to rob a grave, but they got away. One of them was a horrible big fella. Split Willie Kendrick's head open with the edge of a shovel. Is anything wrong, sir?
No, not exactly.
Well, I thought for a second, seeing how you looked.
Did they get the body?
Yes, sir. It was Willie Kendrick. His head was split open with a shovel.
No, I mean, did these resurrection men get what they were after?
No, sir.
Thank God.
Oh, you may well say that, Doctor.
Wasn't exactly speaking in the religious sense, but never mind.
What Elsie says, there are what she calls peelers all over the place.
Peelers?
Yes, seasoned policemen. After Sir Robert Peel. And somebody from the new detective police that they're using instead of the Bow Street runners.
Well, Mr. Tancred, I'm going to smoke one more cigar, and then I'm going to bed.
Very good, sir.
You see, sometimes you give orders, then it's too late to recall them. Whatever the medical practice is, you can't look your conscience in the face afterwards. Then, I can't tell you how or why, a miracle comes along and saves you, and you're free. What was that?
Sounds like a horse and cart in the drive, sir.
Mrs. Tancred.
Yes, Doctor?
Would you please go upstairs? Now, make haste.
If it's visitors, sir, or even a patient.
Mrs. Tancred, you heard my instructions. Obey them.
Sir, there's the front door
Yes,
there.
I heard it. For the last time, go away. I will admit whatever visitors we have.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, dearie.
Oh, come into the sitting room here, Mrs. Slade.
La, sir. Just call me Mother Slade. You don't hardly seem natural or friendly to hear anything else. It's a pleasure to curtsy to you, Doctor. Cool. What a lovely room.
I suppose...
Your candles is going out, though. One by one. Poof. Then you'll be in the dark.
I suppose you've come to report failure.
Failure, dearie?
I understand you didn't get what you went after.
Bless you, dearie. We got something just as good. Finest piece of merchandise you ever saw.
You haven't got it here.
Bless you, dearie. Mother Slade always keeps her word. Bring the merchandise in, my dears, so the doctor can see it.
Please.
Oh, of course, dearie, I forgot. The big fellow with the black eyebrows is Uncle Mac. The little fellow with the watery eyes is Cousin Rob. And between them, in that sack, they're carrying...
Who is it in the sack?
19-year-old girl, dearie. Finest anatomical specimen you ever saw.
Where do you want this here thing dumped, Governor?
Easy now, Matt.
Why did you bring it here?
That's where you told us to bring it, dearie.
I mean, why did you bring it to the front door? Why not to the surgery?
Only place in the house where there was lights, Governor. Hurry up now. Where do you want it?
Well, take it.
Yes, dearie?
Take it over and put it in the cupboard there, where I'm pointing.
This cupboard here, sir.
Yes, then close the cupboard door.
Shame on you two. Tracking your muddy boots over the doctor's lovely turkey carpet. Easy, my dears. Easy now.
All right, Robin. Keep up.
Don't bruise the merchandise. Whatever you do, don't bruise the merchandise.
Right, my blind. What's the odds? She can't feel it now. There's your body, Mr. Sawbones. Now, let's see your money.
Just one moment before I give it to you.
There ain't no itch in this, is there? There better not be.
No, I made a bargain with you, and I'll stick to it.
Thank you. That's uncommon genteel of you.
Kindly stand back, sir. You're 2 stone of fat heavier than I am, and you don't impress me.
Easy, Matt. Take it easy.
I want to ask only one question. Where did you get that body?
That's a question, dearie, what people in your profession don't ask.
Why not?
'Cause they don't dare. That's why.
Would the police be interested in where you got the body?
No, dearie. Not half so interested in as where we brought it. To your house. It's your responsibility now.
Yes, I suppose it is. The victim wouldn't be, by any chance, that pretty little girl you used to treat so unmercifully?
You hold your noise about how I treated her.
I was rather fond of Peggy.
Strike me blind. I think there's awful.
Oh, get out of this house, all of you. Go on, get out.
Not without that money, dearie. It's 20 guineas now.
There's money on the table under that newspaper. Take what you want, and get out of here before I...
Oh, what was that?
Ah, what was it?
A late visitor, I imagine.
Was you expecting anybody? Eh?
No.
Don't drop the lovely money, Rob. Don't drop it all over the carpet. Pick it up.
Is it a back way at ease?
Yes, it's the way you should have come. Through that arch and down the passage.
Thank you for the rhino, Governor. And no games, mind you. If you know what's good for you.
Good night, dearie. Remember, you've got the body now.
Yes. I've got the body now. Poor little devil.
Dr. Arnold, sir.
In heaven's name, Mrs. Tancred, haven't you gone to bed yet?
I had to get up, sir, to answer the bell.
Yes, of course. I'm sorry.
Dr. Arnold, what's the matter with you?
Matter?
You're as white as a ghost, and you're almost crying.
Am I? Well, we must remedy that.
It's so dark in here, I could barely see you sitting there. With candles going out, one after another. Nothing but smoke and an ugly smell of grease from that cupboard door.
What about that cupboard door?
Oh, I always declare, sir, it won't keep shut without any latch or bolt. If you'll excuse the little...
Mrs. Tancred, keep away from that cupboard.
Dr. Arnold, sir. Are you ill, or anything?
No, but keep away from that cupboard. Who rang the bell?
Oh, dear, I was almost forgetting. It's that man Elsie was talking to us about.
What man?
The officer of the detective police, sir. He wants to see you.
I'll see him. In some other room, not here. It's, as you say, there's not enough light.
Not a bit of it, Doctor. Not a bit of it. Never too dark, as you might say, where the police are concerned.
I couldn't have it, sir. He must have followed me down the hall.
Are you...
Right, Doctor. I'm Stalker at your service. Inspector Stalker.
Oh, how do you do, Inspector? Mrs. Tancred, you may go.
Oh, by your leave, sir. I'll just get some more candles and put them in that bracket by the cupboard. It's not in use.
No, you needn't trouble.
It's no trouble, sir. Excuse me.
First of all, Doctor, I must apologize for intruding as late as this.
Oh, not at all, Inspector. Will you be seated?
Thank you, sir. Thank you kindly. Now, I dare say you're wondering why I'm here.
Oh, yes, I am, rather.
It's a bad business, Doctor. A very bad business.
You mean the murder in the churchyard?
Oh, you've heard about it.
Well, my housekeeper said something about a man being killed with a shovel.
Well, that's right, Doctor. Not much doubt about who did that.
No?
No. The little fella dropped his dark lantern with the initials on it. They're professional body snatchers. We've had our eye on them for a long time.
Speaking of body snatchers, Doctor.
Well?
I expect this anatomy law is pretty hard on you surgeons.
It's an infamous law, sir.
All the same, Doctor, it is the law.
Yes.
And if any surgeon happens to be caught with a body, especially a murdered body...
What are you hinting at?
Nothing, Doctor, nothing. By your leave, I only want to ask a question.
Well?
What time did your friends leave? Now, come, Doctor. As one man of the world to another, do you see any green in my eye? You're not going to say you had no guests when their horse and cart are still at your front door.
They didn't get away.
No, Doctor, they didn't. For they made a little reception committee as they left by the back door. Darby's on the wrists. Snap. Just as I might reach out and touch your wrist. Like this.
What do you mean by Darby's?
Handcuffs. I've got a pair in my pocket. Gags into their mouths. That's to keep them from biting.
Do we have to go on with this? You already seem to know everything I could tell you.
Not exactly everything. I don't know, for instance, where you've hidden the girl's body.
You're a very diligent man, Inspector Stalker.
Thank you, sir. I try to do my duty.
You said a girl?
These gin-muddled degenerates have been watched every second since they left East Hill Churchyard. They hadn't a body then, but they brought one here. And there's only one other person who lives in the same house with them.
Dr. Arnold, sir.
Mrs. Tancred, listen to me.
Yes, sir.
Must you always break in with the most completely old-timed entrances at all the worst period of my life?
I was only trying to be helpful, sir.
That's right, madam. Always be helpful.
You had to have some light. Here's the candles, sir. 5 of them. In a big candelabrum. We can hang them in the bracket.
Ma'am, hold up that light. Hold it high.
Really, sir? I'm not in the habit of being spoken to with...
Hold it high, I tell you.
As the inspector tells you, Mrs. Tancred.
This is a very fine carpet you've got here, Doctor.
Yes. Others have admired it tonight.
But it oughtn't to have footprints on it. Muddy footprints. Footprints leading from the door, past the sofa, past the hearth, over to...
that cupboard. Quite correct.
I think that's done it, Dr. Arnold.
I think it has, Inspector Stalker.
We couldn't have proved anything against you for that churchyard business. But this...
Let me open Bluebeard's cupboard, Inspector. Let me be the first to show you what's inside. You wanted a certain body. It appears you've come to the right place. Now, look.
Lord Almighty.
I'm the body, Mr. Police. Standing up, I'm very much alive. I'm wearing a nice new dress that the doctor gave me.
That I gave you?
Don't say anything. Please don't say anything.
Stop a bit, miss. Aren't you Peggy Lester?
Yes. Just because the doctor has to be so terribly respectable, and a girl who's fond of him has to come here in secret.
Wait a minute, everybody. Peggy Lester, you're lying.
I am not lying.
So that's it. Why didn't I guess it? It's the oldest body snatcher trick in the world, is it? Of course, the old pinch penny, like Mother Slade, couldn't sacrifice a good household grudge. Of course they brought the body here, instead of taking it to the surgery, where it might get locked up.
Could you be persuaded, Inspector, to tell us just what you're talking about?
The body snatcher, sir.
Well, what about them?
They take a living accomplice and put him into a sack and sell him to a green doctor as a dead man.
Yes, but see here,
They get the best price they can. Then in the middle of the night, that accomplice gets up and robs the doctor's house. And the doctor can't tell us because he's bought illegal goods.
I never intended to go through with it.
No, young woman?
I tell you, I wasn't going to rob the house. They made me do this. I was going to tell Dr. Arnold. When I found out where they were taking me, I pretended to go through with it so I could warn the doctor. They can hurt so much. You'll agree to almost anything.
Oh, that sounds like the truth, but it puts me in a funny position and no mistake.
Well, your 3 murderers, Inspector, seem to be leaving.
Yes, they're leaving right enough. Trussed up like fowls and under guard.
Does anybody go with them?
Well, how can anybody go with them? I'm willing to believe this girl acted under threats. She's committed no crime. And I don't for the life of me see how we can touch you.
Can't touch me?
No, sir. And confound you for making me lose a night's sleep. There's no body, You didn't even buy a body. Will you tell me, Doctor, just what crime you committed?
And so ends The Body Snatcher. The story of London at midnight, 100 years ago. And tonight's story of suspense. Columbia presents these tales of mystery and intrigue and dangerous adventure for your relaxation and enjoyment. Next Tuesday, there will be another in this series. Same hour, 9:30 Eastern Wartime. William Spear, the producer, John Dietz, the director, Alexander Semler, the composer, conductor, and John Dixon Carr, the author, are collaborators on Suspense.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Here is another in NBC's great parade of new shows.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
NBC brings you Dragnet. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to auto theft detail. In 3 months, more than 250 cars have been broken into. Property mounting well into thousands of dollars has been stolen. 2 youthful members of the gang have been apprehended. The all-important brains of the criminal ring, the leaders, are still at large. Your job, get them.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime, investigated and solved by the men who unrelentingly stand watch on the security of your home, your family, and your life. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Monday, March 2nd. It was cold in Los Angeles. We were working the night shift out of auto theft. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Ed Backstrand, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. I was on the way back from the interrogation room, and it was 10:58 p.m. when I got to room 26, chief of detectives' office.
Real tough kids, aren't they?
Yeah, they won't admit a thing.
Now, sit down.
Thanks.
When'd you pick him up?
About 8:30 tonight in the parking lot behind the Star Theater out on Sunset. He was lifting the radio out of a 48 convertible. He's had lots of experience.
The report says you picked up a 19-year-old girl with him.
She was waiting for the guy in a parked car across the street from the theater. Car was full of loot.
The first real break we've had on those auto burglaries in 3 months, and it's no good to us.
Neither one of them will talk. They won't even admit they know each other.
You run makes on them?
Just did. We've been questioning the boy for an hour, getting nowhere.
What's his name again?
Freeman, Stanley Freeman.
Ah, yeah. Age 20. Address? Butte, Montana. Down here for a vacation.
He doesn't lie very well, Ed. He's never been to Butte, Montana in his life. Knows less about the town than I do.
Well, get to him.
Right, Ed.
Where'd you put the girl?
We had a policewoman take her to our office. We can talk to her when we finish with the boy.
Well, what's her story?
Hasn't any. She won't even open her mouth.
19 years old, probably needs a good spanking. Now get him to talk.
Right.
Did you run a make, Joe?
Yeah, he's clean.
Get wise, huh, Flatfoot?
Look, you're in a bad spot, son. That kind of talk isn't going to help.
says you.
We caught you red-handed trying to steal a radio that didn't belong to you from a car it didn't belong to you. Is that right?
That's enough to send you to San Quentin, boy. You better give us the story. Shut up.
We got all the evidence we need for him.
Maybe you don't realize how serious this is. We've had more than 250 car burglaries in this city in the past 3 months. Over $200,000 worth of property's been stolen. That's a lot of money. So what? So you're the number one suspect, young fella. Your method of operation in breaking into that car tonight is the same used in most of the other burglaries. That means you're not going to be tried just for this job tonight. What are you getting at, Flatfoot?
Listen, son. In the state of California, breaking into a locked car is a felony. You can go to state penitentiary for that. And we're going to file a complaint of burglary with the district attorney in the morning.
You say you're from Butte, Montana. All right, I don't believe you, but we'll make sure. Ben, go down to our office and call the news photographers. Stanley here is going to have his picture on the front page of every newspaper in Los Angeles tomorrow.
Right, Joe?
No. You can't. I won't let you. I got my rights.
What's the matter, youngster? Everybody wants his picture in the paper.
Yeah, well, I don't. I won't let him.
We got your picture already for him, remember? They took it when they fingerprinted you.
You can't use it. You can't. I'll get a lawyer.
Reporters will be over in a couple of minutes. We have to give them your story and your picture, too. This one.
You won't. You won't. Give it to me.
All right.
Give it to
All
me.
right, Freeman, get your hands off him. Now, sit down.
All right. Now let's have it straight.
Don't let him use the picture. Don't let him. You can't. You can't. We got to have the truth, son. Now, look, you're 20 years old. You know right from wrong. You'll have to take your medicine. If you cooperate, we'll do all we can to help.
Oh, I live out in the Wilshire district. All I wanted was a little extra money. We didn't take much. We didn't think it was so wrong.
It was stealing, Freeman. You know that's wrong. Where do you live out there?
Piper Avenue. 821 Piper. You won't give him my picture.
You live there with your family?
Yeah, my mother. Father's dead. Promise me you won't give him the picture. My mother, she'd see it. Oh, promise me.
You're working with a gang on those auto burglaries. We know that. Now, who are they? Where are they? And what's the setup?
I can't. They get me for it.
Who'd get you?
I can't tell you. I can't.
Who's your girlfriend, Stanley? The one you were with tonight?
Joanne. Joanne Miller.
Where does she live?
Piper Avenue, same as me. Lives on the same block, 866.
Is that her home? You live there with her folks?
Yeah. Mother and father. They work.
And you got her into this. Isn't that the story she gave us, Ben?
I did not. I didn't. It was her. She said a bunch of kids were doing it. It was quick money, something to do at night. She started it.
All right, Romero. I'll go see the girl. You stay here with Freeman.
All right, Joe. Just stay put in that chair for him.
Hi, Marge.
Hello, Joe. You and Romero handling this case?
Yeah. I'd like to talk to the girl a few minutes, Marge. Will you stand by?
Right, I'll sit over here.
Thanks. All right, miss. What's your name, age, and address?
I told this lady cop 15 minutes ago I'm not saying anything.
All right, then we'll tell you. Your name's Joanne Miller. You live at 866 Piper Avenue. You live with your father and mother. Both of them work.
You're a liar. That's not me.
You're 19 years old. You live on the same block as your boyfriend, Stanley Freeman, and you're the one who got him mixed up in this gang. Isn't that right?
No, it's not right. It's not. I didn't do anything.
Well, that's only half the story. Freeman told us everything. You want to hear the rest?
No. Stan wouldn't tell you. He wouldn't.
He told us how you got him mixed up in it. Quick money. That's what you told him, didn't you?
No, it was him. I can prove it. The rest of the kids will tell you. He got me in this. Ask them, they'll tell you. It was Stanley and Fred Milford and George Jansen. They started it, all three of them.
All right. Will you tell the story to a police stenographer?
I'll tell him everything. He's not blaming this on me.
Marge, will you go get the stenographer?
Right.
Now, how many persons in this gang of yours?
Oh, about 10 or 12. And it's not my gang either. He got me into this, and now he's trying to lie his way out, blaming me.
How long you been doing this, burglarizing cars?
Me? Only about 2 weeks. It was supposed to be fun, something to do at night. The rest of them been at it a couple of months.
Who's the head of the gang?
I told you, it's him, Stanley, and Fred Milford and Jansen, all three. I only started going out with him 2 weeks ago, maybe less.
All right, Joanne. Tell it to the stenographer the same way.
Stenographer will be in a minute, Joe.
Okay, Marge, thanks. Stay with her.
Right, Joe.
Just about a closed case, Ben. Girl gave us a full confession.
She didn't. Oh, you're not tricking me again. She didn't.
She told us you're one of the leaders of the gang, Stanley. Said you got her into all this. The other two are George Jansen and Fred Milford. About a dozen kids in the gang, all of them about your age. Isn't that right?
She's lying, can't you tell? She's lying. She got me into the gang. Well, she did. She's Milford's girlfriend. Ask her. Oh, she can't lie out of that one. She got me into it. I can prove it.
Who's the real leader of the gang?
Milford. He started it. He organized the whole thing. He collects the stuff we get, and he delivers it. Jansen helps him do it.
What do you mean he delivers the stuff? Where does he deliver it?
Somewhere in Dogtown, I think. Down around South Main, near the railroad yards.
Who's it delivered to?
Oh, I don't know exactly. I heard Jansen mention the name once. Myra, he said. It's supposed to be a big secret. Myra, that's all I remember.
Where does Jansen and Milford live?
Oh, Jansen rooms down on East Flower. 1042, I think. It's a rooming house. And Milford lives 2 blocks over from me on Quincy. 234 Quincy. He lives with his grandmother.
You got that, Ben?
Right.
All right, let's pick up Milford and Jansen. It was 10 minutes past 1 when Ben and I returned to headquarters with George Jansen and Fred Milford in our custody. In Jansen's room at 1042 East Flower Street, we found 2 fur coats, a box full of new car accessories, an S&W .38 revolver, and a .45 automatic. When we picked up Fred Milford at his home, we discovered 5 deluxe car radios hidden in the garage, plus a valuable assortment of cameras, cigarette lighters, and clothing. Both Jansen and Milford refused to talk, but when we got them to headquarters and showed them the signed statements of Stanley Freeman and the girl, Joanne Miller, they broke.
Milford, where else did you and your gang operate besides the Wilshire district?
No place, only out there, that's all.
Same type of car burglars have been committed all over the city. You telling us your gang didn't have a hand in them?
It's the truth. Our territory was Wilshire district. We didn't go outside.
You mean some other gang's responsible?
I don't know. All I know is we didn't have any part of them.
Is there another gang, Milford?
Maybe. I don't know. You find out. It's none of my business.
It is your business, Milford. You admit you and your gang committed 55 jobs in the past 3.5 months. That leaves about 200 jobs to be accounted for.
That's right. You figure it out.
We have figured it out. I think you and your gang of young thieves pulled every one of those 250 jobs. There isn't any other gang. That's the story the district attorney's going to get.
You're crazy. There is. I know there is.
Then give us the information and save yourself a lot of trouble.
Well, we're not the only ones. That's all I know.
Milford, do you know how many years you get for auto burglary?
I told you, we're not the only ones. There must be a couple of others besides us. Vince Mahoney, he's got a gang.
Where does Mahoney operate?
West Hollywood and Beverly.
Where's he live?
I don't know. Honest, I only met him a couple of times.
Where'd you meet him?
I don't remember.
Where'd you meet him, Milford?
Delivery. I met him down at the delivery place a couple of nights.
When you delivered the property you stole from cars, is that right?
Yeah.
Where was that?
Down by the railroad yards.
Where?
Chavez Street. It's a little alley off East Main.
Who'd you deliver the stuff to?
I told you her name's Myra. That's all I know. We meet her and some guy on Tuesday nights. We give them the stuff and they pay us off. Mahoney delivers the same night I do.
Do you meet her every Tuesday night?
Yeah.
You're going to meet her this Tuesday, tomorrow night?
I don't know. I guess so.
Same place?
Yeah.
Are you the only one she deals with?
Sometimes Joanne. Near Joanne. Well, I know what you're thinking. You want to use me to trap Myra. Well, what's it worth?
You know better than that.
How about it, Milford?
Oh, what else can I do? Give me another cigarette.
By 3:30 that morning, the signed statements and confessions were piling up fast. Milford gave us a list of the names and addresses of each member in his gang, and within an hour, they were all under questioning at headquarters. Most of the suspects, about 1/3 of them girls, ranged in age from 18 to 21. As they told their individual stories, the scope of the case grew until it covered most of the city. By late afternoon of the next day, Tuesday, March 3rd, 3 more gangs operating in Venice, Bel Air, and North Hollywood had been apprehended. They confessed to more than 175 burglaries from locked cars during the past 3.5 months. At 5 o'clock that afternoon, Ben and I met with Chief Backstrand in his office.
How many admissions you have now?
Over 50, Ed. Here are the gang leader's statements.
What's their story?
Well, it's pretty much the same. They all say this woman Myra set up the operation.
You mean she got the kids and put them to work burglarizing cars?
Well, not exactly. She picked the leaders, contacted them in bars or on the street, asked them if they wanted to pick up some spare money getting auto parts for it.
Then she didn't tell them to go out and burglarize cars.
Well, not in so many words, Ed, no. After they brought in auto parts for a couple of weeks, she told them to bring her everything they could find, outside the car or inside. Those are the words she used.
5 of the kids dictated those words into their signed confession.
Oh, that should hold in court. What else did you get on this woman?
Oh, she taught them how to work, told them to wear gloves, all angles.
Well, we got most of the small fry. Now, where do we find this Myra woman? Any description on her?
Yeah. Kids say she's about 33, 34. Good-looking redhead.
5'5", about 120, well-dressed.
No description on the guy she runs with.
You run a make on her yet?
Yeah, no previous record. We set up a stakeout for her tonight. 2 of the gang leaders have volunteered to go along, this Milford and Vince Mahoney.
Good. Down on Chavez, where she usually meets them?
Yeah, that's right.
When?
11:15. That's the regular time for the meet, according to the kid.
All right, I'll be at home. Call me. I don't want to miss out on this one.
When Ben and I left Ed Backstrand's office, we went home for dinner and a few hours' sleep. At 9:30 p.m., we were back at the office. We met the men in the special detail which Backstrand had assigned for the stakeout that night. We briefed them on their duties, and then we got Fred Milford and Vince Mahoney out of their cells. To avoid any possible suspicion of the presence of a trap, we had Milford's permission to use his car in the stakeout. The car which he had said he had driven to the delivery meetings with the woman Myra at least a dozen times before. We arrived at the stakeout area, Chavez Alley in East Main, at 9:58. The meeting was scheduled for 11:15. The moon was out, but the sky was overcast, and there was a cold wind blowing from the east.
Hey, what time you got, Sergeant?
About 10. Why, Milford? Getting nervous?
No, I'm just wondering. How you cops gonna rig this thing?
In just a couple of minutes, we're going to plant you 2 in Milford's car, parked up there in the alley. Now, you stay there until Myra shows up. We'll do the rest.
Yeah, I know, but what'll we say? Suppose she asks for some stuff. We ain't got any.
You won't need any. You won't have much time for talking.
Suppose she wises up. Maybe she'll pull a gun.
Maybe. Does she carry one?
No, never saw her with one.
Don't worry, Milford. We'll make sure you're not in danger.
She's got an awful temper, that redhead. Got mad at me once when I squawked at the prices she was paying us for radios.
What was she paying you, Mahoney?
An 8-tube radio, good shape, $7.
She got all the gravy and you got all the grief.
You're not kidding.
Joe? Are you?
Yeah, Steve. What do you got?
Well, the men are all staked out, Joe. Got the area covered from every angle.
All right. You got an extra man to stay in Milford's car?
I'll handle that myself.
Fine, thanks.
Okay.
All set, Joe?
Yeah. Now, Milford and Mahoney, we're going to put you 2 in your car now. There's going to be an officer with you, so there's no need to be nervous or afraid. You just sit in the car and act natural. When this Myra drives up, don't leave the car. Have her come to you. You got it?
Sure. Okay.
All right, Joe, let's go.
Sure is cold out. I don't even have a heater in my car.
You stole enough of them.
Okay, Steve, here they are.
All right, boys. Milford, get in first behind the wheel.
Okay.
Mahoney in the middle. Now sit in the back.
We'll be parked in that garage across the street, Steve. Got a perfect view of the alley.
Okay, Ben. Check with you later.
All right. Mean night, Joe.
Yeah. Come on. It's cold here in the garage, isn't it?
Yeah. It might be a long wait. What time you got?
6 minutes past 10.
Thank you. Hey, Joe.
What is it?
It's nothing. Thought that passing car was turning in the alley.
Relax. It's early.
Lonely place. Dark. Gets on your nerves.
That's it, Ben. 11:30. Nothing yet.
Somebody might have tipped her off.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Well, let's wait it out anyway.
Joe, That blue coupe.
Yeah, just turned in the alley. Let's go. Come on, run, Ben.
Behind you.
All right. Wait, quit your fighting.
What'd you get, Steve?
Here he is. Just drove up in the coupe. Got out and called Milford Mahoney by the first names. He's in on it.
What about the girl?
No sign. Kid was the only one in the car.
All right. Tell them in the stakeout's off for tonight. Have them report back in. We'll take the kid with us.
Okay.
All right, young fellow, this way.
What do you cops think you're doing? I ain't done nothing.
Look, sport, we heard that from 54 different kids yesterday. We're tired of that line. Come on.
When we got back to the office, we took the boy to the interrogation room and questioned him. He gave his name as Matthew Leiter, age 21. He wouldn't break until Vince Mahoney definitely identified him as a member of his car burglary gang and a special favorite of the red-headed woman they called Myra. Then Leiter copped out and told Ben and I that he had talked with Myra as late as 10 o'clock tonight. He told us that she had heard that the police had picked up some of the gang members, and she asked Leiter to drive down to the Chavez Alley meeting place. He was supposed to tell Milford and Mahoney that the weekly delivery date was off until further notice. We questioned Matthew Leiter for an hour and a half.
You told us a little while ago that you talked with this woman, Myra, late tonight.
Yeah.
Where'd you talk to her? At her home?
Her home? Don't be stupid. Nobody knows where she lives. I met her at a bar.
Which bar?
Julius, out in Santa Monica.
How did she contact you?
Called me at home. She's not such a bad dame. She treats you right.
Sure, that's why you're in jail. Did you ever call her on the phone?
I don't know her number. None of the kids do. She's smart. She taught me all I know about the racket. You'll have a rough time getting her.
Maybe, but we'll get her. Ben and I left the office at 2 a.m. and went home to bed. We reported in at 8 that morning to head back Strand. The three of us went down the street to Koken's restaurant for a cup of coffee. Nobody was in a good mood. We had most or all the small fry in the citywide burglary ring, but it seemed we were still a long way from cracking the inner circle.
The latter kid said that none of them knows where she lives, what her phone number is, nothing. Pass the sugar, Ed.
I think we still have a few angles to study on that score. Right now, I've got some more bad news for you.
What's that?
You been through your mail this morning?
No, not yet. We haven't had a chance.
I saw the overnight reports. There were 32 car burglaries last night. 32. All the way from Wilmington to North Hollywood. How you figure it?
I can't. This girl Myra must have an army of kids working for her.
How much did they get, Ed? Any idea?
Rough estimate, about $3,000. Usual stuff people are foolish enough to leave in their cars. Watches, cameras, furs, expensive clothes.
M.O.'s the same?
Yeah, like the others. If the car happens to have a rigid handle lock, they slip a piece of pipe over the handle for a lever and break it. If that doesn't work, they pry open the wing window. Some of the windows were smashed out.
Sounds like you're in an awful hurry, Joe.
Yeah, maybe this Myra wants a few big nights before she peddles the stuff and gets out.
If we're going to get her, we can't waste time.
Any suspects picked up last night, Skipper?
None.
Well, where did they hit most of the cars?
Outside the Pan Pacific. The parking lot. Hockey game going on. Must have been 4,000 cars for them to pick over. They picked the best.
As usual.
Well, you better get on it. There's one way to handle it.
What's that?
She works fast. You work a little faster.
We got back to the office and we went over the reports one by one. Then we called the young gang members to the interrogation room and questioned them separately and re-questioned them. We got nowhere. Many of them had met Myra on the street, in the bar, but not one of them had any idea where she lived. At least that's what they told us. Ben had a hunch that Matthew Leiter knew more than he was telling. We had him brought to the interrogation room, and all that afternoon until 10 o'clock that night, with interruptions for his meal periods, we talked with Leiter. He would admit nothing more than what he'd already told us.
Yeah, it's got me beat, Joe.
Now, let's check with Ed.
Good morning, Joe. Ben?
Hi, Mike. Skipper in?
Just went down the hall for a minute. Be right back. Hold it a minute, will you?
Yeah.
Chief of Detectives always handing. Yeah. For you, Joe.
Oh, thanks. Hello? Yeah. He does? We'll be right over. That was Sergeant Hopkins over at the jail.
Oh, yeah?
Matthew Leiter's got something to tell us. Says it's important.
Have a chair here, Leiter.
Yeah, thanks.
All right. You wanted to see us.
I'm getting even with that dame Myra. I'm squaring with you.
Yeah?
She told me if I was picked up, she'd have me out in a couple of hours. She promised me a lawyer if anything happened. Said she'd get me bail.
All right, where can we find her?
I don't know if she's there now, but you can find out at Francisco Motors. Big used car lot. Garage, too. It's out on Melrose past La Cienega.
What's the tie-up?
That's where she fenced most of the stuff we stole. Some old guy she buddies with runs the place. Big shop in the back. Store a lot of hot stuff there.
Barney,
Yes, Sergeant?
we're through with them. Take them back. We checked with Chief Backstrand, and then we drove out to the Francisco Motor Company. We located it on the corner of Melrose and Geneva Avenue. It was a big layout. Consisted of a large used car lot sign bannering the slogan, Deluxe Auto Accessories, lowest prices in town. Along the back end of the lot, there was a large L-shaped garage. We found the man in charge, and he gave his name as Paul Hackett, the owner of the car lot. In the garage, we found the entrance to a large back storeroom. It was loaded with thousands of dollars worth of auto radios, spotlights, cratefuls of assorted car accessories. Special closets built into the walls of the garage contain racks of fur coats, suits, dresses. Below that, smaller boxes containing watches and cameras, all wrapped in tissue paper.
You can save all of us a lot of time and trouble by talking to us now, Mr. Hackett. Where is Myra?
I don't know who you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about.
Can you explain what we just found in your garage?
I didn't know it was there. I didn't know it was stolen.
Well, which is it, Mr. Hackett? Make up your mind.
I bought it, but I didn't know it was stolen. You can't prove I did know.
I think we can prove it, Mr. Hackett. Some of those stolen car radios stored back there, the serial numbers are filed off, and this workbench here is full of filings.
I didn't know.
You'll have to do better than that. How does Myra figure in?
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's all right with us, Hackett. We found the stuff and we got you. If we don't find Myra, you'll be doing time for 2 people. Stand still.
You can't. You can't do this to me. I don't know anything about it.
Come on, Hackett. We're taking you in. All right, get in the car. Come on, in the car.
Am I going to jail?
You're going to jail.
All right. I'll take you to Myra.
Hackett told us that Myra lived at 1345 Munich Drive in Beverly Hills. He said that he was Myra's husband. He told us that he'd been in a legitimate garage business for 10 years before he married Myra. She talked him into the racket. He identified 1345 Munich Drive as their home. When we got there, we found stores of stolen property similar to those found in the garage. Myra was not there. Hackett had no idea where she might be. We sat down in the living room and waited. One hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. After 5 hours of waiting, the monotony started to wear on everybody's nerves, especially Hackett's.
And the whole thing, it was her idea. I should have known, all hers. She did this to me. I won't take it alone. Where is she?
You tell us, Hackett.
Told you, I don't know. She couldn't have gone. She didn't know. I'm not going to take this alone.
Quiet down.
That you, Paul? Thought I heard you talking to some. Who's he?
The police, Myra. The police. Your smart kids told them the whole story.
What are you talking about, my smart kids? What are these cops
All
doing here in the
right,
living...
that's enough.
Oh, get your dirty hands off me. Get away.
Kids are right, Joe. She got a
Who
temper.
do you think you...
There, that ought to hold you for a while. All right, come on, you two. Let's go.
All right, copper. You win. Stupid husbands. How many times did I tell you? Don't trust those kids. Don't store the stuff in the garage. Don't open it for anybody. Get a lawyer. No, you knew better. Dumb jerk. The idea of having those cops camping in the living room waiting for me. Why didn't you warn me? I'm going to divorce you. That's what I'm going to do. I'll stick you for plenty. Jerk.
All right, inside, you two.
You got a smoke, Ben?
Yeah. Right here.
Thanks. I was just thinking.
What?
Those kids were right. She's a pretty nice-looking woman.
Yeah. Nice face. Beautiful figure.
Mm-hmm. Sure talks a lot, though, doesn't she?
Yeah. Hey, Joe, remind me to take home some flowers to my wife tonight, will you?
The story you have just heard is true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
Paul and Myra Hackett were tried and convicted on 7 separate counts of receiving stolen property. They are now serving out their sentences in the state penitentiary. Realizing that most of the young persons involved in the case were influenced by the strong personality of Paul and Myra Hackett, a separate investigation was made into the backgrounds and home life of the young offenders. In most cases, they were found to be basically good, and they were placed on probation and returned to their homes. You have just heard the 13th in a new series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet comes from the office of W.A. Wharton, Acting Chief of Police, Los Angeles Police Department.
Tonight's program is dedicated to Detective Harry William Vosper of the Seattle, Washington Police Department, who on the night of July 21st, 1949, gave his life so that yours might be more secure.
Dragnet came to you from Los Angeles. And now, an important announcement. Starting this Saturday, September 3rd, Dragnet will be heard at a new time over your NBC station. Consult your local newspaper for the new listening time. And now, speaking in behalf of the producers and the entire cast of Dragnet, we would like to take this opportunity to thank you for your many kind letters of encouragement and approval. Remember, next Saturday for Dragnet, this is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
That's right, folks. C for comedy, A for Abbott, M for Maxwell, E for Ennis, L for Lou Costello. Put them all together and they spell Camel. Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before. And draw up a chair for tonight's Camel Show, starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Yourself.
Well, I'm sick and tired of looking at me. You look at me.
No, stop that. Your appearance is disgraceful. Wait a minute. Why are you wearing that faded shirt?
I've just been made a vice president of NBC.
Lou, I phoned you last night. Where were you?
Where was I?
Yeah.
I was over at Earl Carroll's helping the bubble dancer blow up her bubble. Abbott, she was so grateful she gave me the best seat in the house.
In the first row?
No, inside the bubble.
I mean, what were you doing at Earl Carroll's?
What was I doing at Earl Carroll's?
What were you doing at Earl Carroll's?
Looking for a place to invest our money.
What do you mean?
So I went over there to buy it. All night, the manager and I scribbled figures on the tablecloth. And you know, if you and I put all our money together, we could buy it.
Earl Carroll's?
No, the tablecloth.
Shame on you hanging around with bubble dancers at night. Bubble dancers, nightclubs, you ought to be ashamed.
Abbott, me and that bubble dancer are engaged. I think I'll have to call it off.
Why?
For 2 reasons. Her parents object to our engagement, and so does she.
I thought so. No girl would marry you and live in that broken-down shack you're living in.
Broken-down shack?
Yeah.
Abbott, I'm proud of my home. It's the only house in California with Venetian blinds over the mouse holes.
You idiot, that place you live in has grass growing through the middle of the floor.
What do you expect for $15? Brussels sprouts?
Now, listen. Costello, why don't you build yourself a little house out in the suburbs? Of course, you know what the suburbs are.
Sure, that's French for a long bus ride.
No. Why, you could have a lovely little place with a garden. On the front lawn, you could have flowers spelling out your name.
The flowers? The flowers could spell out my name?
Certainly.
How do you like that? The flowers are smarter than I am.
Costello, don't you want to own your own home? Don't you want to own your own home, Lou, so that you can entertain and have people over for dinner?
Abbott, I had a mob over to my house for dinner last night. I served pheasant, turkey, chicken, and caramels.
Wait a minute. You serve caramels with pheasant, turkey, and chicken?
Sure. Before the guests can get their teeth unstuck, I eat all the white meat. But it's no good, Abbott. I'm too poor to build a new house.
Oh, now, wait a minute. You don't have to have money to build a new house. It's easy to finance.
It's easy to what?
Finance. Finance for your home.
Why should I finance for my house? My house is loaded with ants right now. And furthermore, the ants find my house by themselves.
No.
I saw one ant giving directions to another
All
ant
right, now wait a minute.
how to get to my joint.
I understand. I'm not talking. Listen, I'm talking about finance. Don't you know how to finance?
Certainly I know how to finance. I just look at a sugar bowl and there they are.
No. Phil, you don't understand. You're talking about ants. I'm talking about finance. Like you finance in business.
Oh, how do you like that? Now the ants are going into business. They must be making chovies.
Chovies?
Sure. Ain't you ever heard of anchovies?
Oh. Forget about finance. Listen to me, Lou. Just forget about it. You'll need money to build a house, so I'll ask my wife to get you a loan.
Get me a loan? Who wants to be alone with your wife? I don't even want to be alone with you.
No. I mean, my wife will get you a loan in the bank.
Get me a loan in the bank?
Yeah.
What does she want to do? Waltz through the vault?
No. Listen, you dummy. My wife will take you to the bank. She'll fill out the papers and take a lien against your new house.
Your wife is going to lean against my new house? That ton of stuff is going to lean against my joint? Your wife ain't leaning against my house,
Take
Abbott.
it easy now.
She's tired. Tell her to go home and go to bed.
No. My wife is in the mortgage business. A mortgage is a lien or chattel. Now, down at the bank where my wife, she has an old box full of chattels.
Abbott, your wife is an old chatterbox.
Now, listen. You listen to me. I'm talking about chattels. Haven't you ever heard of chattels?
Chattel? Sure, my uncle's got a herd of chattel. He's got a herd of chattel, chows, and chavs. He's also got chickens. He keeps his chattel in the chow pasture and the chickens in the chicken coop.
No. I'm not talking about cattle. You understand that? I'm talking about...
Wait for the laugh!
I said chattel. Chattel is a loan. And to get a new house, you'll have to get a loan. And then you'll have to go through escrow.
Why can't I go through Glendale?
Escrow has nothing to do with Glendale.
Then Glendale will have nothing to do with escrow.
Look, you nitwit. When you get a new house, you go through escrow to get a guaranteed title deed.
Could you drag that last part past me again?
Guaranteed title deed. Guaranteed title deed.
Guaranteed title deed?
Guaranteed title deed.
Guaranteed title deed. Guaranteed title deed. Guaranteed title deed. No, Babbitt, it's no good.
What's the matter?
It'll never take the place of Glockamora.
Experience is the best teacher. The time, not so long ago. The characters, two sisters.
Hi, Ginny. You can be glad it wasn't your turn to stand in line for cigarettes. Oh, my poor feet.
What did you get? Oh, these. Well, can't be choosers these days.
Well, we certainly tried all the brands by this time, I guess.
Well, it's taught me something. I like Camels better than any of them.
Me, too.
Yes, experience is the best teacher.
The experience of smoking whatever brands they could get during the wartime cigarette shortage taught millions the differences in cigarette quality. Their T-zones, that's T for taste and T for throat, tested cigarette after cigarette. And of all those cigarettes, it was Camel's rich, full flavor and cool mildness that registered most enjoyably again and again with millions of smokers. Today, when it's again possible to choose your brand,
more people smoke Camels than ever before.
Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. And while you light up a Camel, here's Skinny Ennis with...
Why does such a change, why so cold and why so strange, be sentimental? Don't hang your fate on jealousy and hate, 'cause I was never born for the touch of a witch's thorn, so please be gentle to my heart. Why do you take my arms tonight? Then wander far from sight. Can't understand your eyes. But remember this, if you really want my kiss, be sweet and gentle, lest we part. Remember, if you love me, then you must be gentle to my heart. Ivy. Can't understand your ivy. But remember this, if you really want my kiss, be sweet and gentle, lest we part. Remember, ivy. If you love me, then you must be gentle to my heart, Ivy.
Have you decided what kind of a house you're going to build?
But I'm thinking it over. I think I'm going to build an igloo.
Igloo?
Yep.
Where can you get snow in California?
I'll tell you if you'll tell me where I can get lumber in California.
You talk sense. How are you going to furnish the house?
Well, I think I'm going to put a pinball machine in the living room, a card table, slot machine, pool table in the other room.
Now, you idiot. What about chairs, stoves, and beds?
Abbott, all I can afford is the necessities. The luxuries will have to come later.
Well, Costello, now that my wife has okayed you at the bank for a loan, the first thing to do is go out and buy a lot.
Buy a lot? Buy a lot of what?
A lot of nothing, just a lot.
If I'm going to buy a lot, it's got to be a lot of something. I ain't spending my money for nothing.
Listen, you don't get nothing, you get a lot. You take your money and buy a lot.
Buy a lot of what?
Look, you idiot, when I say you buy a lot, I'm talking about a lot you buy when you buy a lot.
Oh, when you say you buy a lot, you're talking about a lot you buy when you buy a lot.
Now you've got it.
Now I've got it. I don't even know what I'm talking about.
You can get a lot for a lot, or you can get a lot for a little.
Make up your mind. Do I get a lot or a little?
Well, I think you ought to start off with a little lot. Then later on, you can get a lot more lot for quite a lot more. Or you can get another little lot for quite a lot less.
Oh, you think I ought to start with a little lot, and later on I could get a lot more lot for quite a lot more, and a little lot for quite a lot less?
Now you've got the picture.
Now I've got the picture. Excuse me for just one moment.
Where are you going?
I'm going in the dark room and try and develop it.
Now, there's a new subdivision out in the valley. And we can take a look at lots and lots of lots. Come on, let's go.
Okay, let's go.
Well, Costello, here's the new subdivision, and here comes the real estate salesman.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I'm a very busy man. Busy. Just sign your name on the dotted line. The place is yours.
What place?
Well, honeymoon must be over. The customers are asking questions again. Look, young fella, I'm a busy man. I only spend 30 seconds on my 60-second workout. I get 5 o'clock shadow at 3:30. On my 3rd birthday, I was 6 years old. My favorite song's A Rainy Night in Cucamonga.
That's A Rainy Night in Rio.
I know, but I haven't got time to take the trip. I'm a very busy man. Now, there's a beautiful lot on the hillside. It's kind of slopey, but I'll let you have it for $3,000.
Well, now, wait a minute. Don't you think that's a pretty steep price?
Yes, but it's a pretty steep lot. Yes, sir. I'm a very busy man. Now, some of these lots are a lot more than other lots. I give you a little lot for a lot or a big lot for a little.
A little lot for a lot or a big lot for a little?
Make up your mind. I'm a busy man. Do you want to start with a little lot and get a lot more lot for a lot less later? Come on, I'm a busy man.
This guy ain't too busy to steal our routine.
All right. Look, Costello. Hey, look. This lot has a pretty good view.
Yes, from here I can watch for the day, the 7th of May.
Yes, it has a wonderful view of all the movie studios. On your right is Paramount, hidden by the Santa Monica Mountains. On your left is Republic, hidden by the San Fernando Mountains. And straight ahead is Warner Brothers.
Hidden by Sidney Greenstreet.
But my friend Costello needs a small lot in which to build a house. Now, how much will it cost me?
Well, being it's Costello, I'll let him have it for a song.
Oh, you'll let me have it for a song?
Yeah.
You got a deal. My wife!
No, quiet. He doesn't mean that kind of a song. He does not mean that kind of a song. Will you keep quiet?
I'm a busy
Well, he don't mean that.
Mister.
At $2,900.
$2,900 for this crummy piece of ground? This guy must think I'm a veteran.
Hey, look, I'll handle it. Just let me take over from here. Keep quiet. Look here, you tin horn swindler. Don't try to rob my pal Costello. $2,900 for this gopher's playground.
Mr. Abbott, there's 10% in it for you if I can unload this on Costello.
Well, why didn't you say so? 10%, huh? Costello, this lot isn't worth $2,900.
No?
It's worth $3,900.
You see, mister? My pal over there... Wait a minute. Just a minute. A minute ago, Abbott, you said this was a gopher's playground. Them gophers must be wearing mink coats. How much ground do I get for the $3,900?
Come, I'll show you. We'll walk all around your lot.
Yes, sir.
Well, there you are. How do you like it, Costello?
Fine, but when we walk back, can we take a shortcut?
All right, give me your check, and I'll give you the deed. There, that's fine, and I want to thank you. Goodbye.
Hey, just a minute. How do we get into town from here?
Well, your property's just a stone's throw from the railroad station.
Where's the railroad station?
As soon as you throw enough stones, we're going to build one.
Come on, Costello. We're going into town to see a contractor so that you can start building right away. Costello, there's the contractor's office across the street.
Hiya, fellas.
Hi, Skinny. Hey, Costello just bought a lot near the river, and he's going to build a house on it.
Well, I had a lot once on a river overlooking the bank, and I lost it.
How did you lose it?
For overlooking the bank.
So long, Skinny. We get rid of him fast,
Yeah.
don't we?
Well, come on, Costello. We've got to get over to the contractor's office.
Well, if it isn't Mr. Albert and Mr. Costello. What little money.
Hello. What are you doing around here?
Oh, I'm on my way to the contractor's. He's drawing some plans for my new bungalow.
Bungalow? Oh, Abbott, you know what a bungalow is. That's a cottage with a patio and a barbecue.
Don't you just love little bungalows?
Oh, I'd rather have a large mansion with a punt house and a two-car garage.
Oh, housing is very broad in Hollywood. My aunt is living in a trailer camp in Santa Monica.
That's nothing. My cousin puts the tunt at Malibu Booch, and he's got a halibut for a room moot.
Well, I must be dashing off. As we say in French, la boquette, qu'aime des tomes, and ma qu'est-ce que c'est to you?
And a bucket of Kentone and a kisser to you, too.
Well, I do hope you build a house like my old home in Virginia. Oh, I miss that graceful patio, those smooth white pillars, that broad veranda.
I know just what you mean. I used to feel the same way about a blonde in Patterson, New Jersey.
Camel presents lovely Marilyn Maxwell from Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of The Sea of Grass. For Camel fans everywhere, Marilyn puts this question to music.
When am I gonna kiss you good morning? Just like I kissed you good night. How can it be a beautiful morning if you are not in my sight? I'm not the kind who goes for all those hit-and-run kisses. I won't be satisfied until we're Mr. and Mrs. When am I gonna kiss you good morning? Just like I kissed you good night. It's awful nice to spend the night romancing. It's thrilling every minute I'm with you. But when I leave you now, I'll be so lonely. And the dawning will break cold and blue. When you gonna kiss me good morning? Just like I kissed you good night. buy a little ring for my finger. Then we will do it up right. We hide away in some cafe, the candlelight's bewitching. I'd rather have those ham and eggs in our little kitchen. When am I gonna kiss you good morning? I won't be satisfied. You're the groom and I'm the bride. Then I can kiss you all I
If you're looking for the rich, full flavor of superbly blended tobaccos, if you want cool mildness, too, try a Camel on your T-zone. That's T for taste and T for throat. See if Camel's rich flavor of choice tobaccos and Camel's cool mildness don't suit your T-zone to a T. Then you'll understand why so many doctors smoke Camels. 3 leading independent research organizations recently asked this question of 113,597 doctors. What cigarette do you smoke, doctor? The brand named most was Camel.
According to a recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Hey, look, Costello. This is the contractor's office.
Oh, how do you do, gentlemen? As Louis XIV said to Louis XV, you're next. Oh, pardon me a second while I answer the phone. Hello? Yes, this is Brown, the contractor. You just built a house in Brooklyn and you want to move it to California? I'll have to check our rates and call you back, Mr. DeRoche.
Mr. Brown, my friend Costello would like to talk over some plans with you.
Oh, everybody's got plans. They bother me all day. One fella came in, wanted a 3-room house. I threw him bodily out the window. Another fella came in, wanted a 2-room house. I kicked him down the elevator shaft. Now, what can I do for you?
Give me a package of Beeman Caps and chewing gum, please.
Stop that, Costello. Tell the man what you want.
Well, if it isn't too much trouble, I'd like to have you build me a house.
Build you a house?
Yes, sir.
You've got a lot of nerve to stand there and ask me to build you a house when this city is suffering from a shortage of bowling alleys?
Mr. Brown, I wish you could see your way clear to Bill Costello home. Living conditions are pretty crowded in Hollywood.
Crowded?
Yes, it's so crowded in Hollywood that John's other wife is living with one man's family.
Well, as one bullfrog said to the other bullfrog, let's hop to it. There's no lumber, but I have a glass blower who blows 3-room bungalows.
Oh, that wouldn't be bad. Where is the glass blower?
Oh, I had to fire him. He was blowing some bungalows and he got the hiccups. Before I could stop him, he made 300 Quonset huts.
Are you building any houses for GIs?
Oh, yes. GIs are in here every day. They run around saying, gee, I wish I had a bungalow. Gee, I wish I had a house. Gee, I wish I had some place to live.
Mr. Brown, what will it cost to build a house for Costello?
Well, let me see now. Lumber, $6,000. Cement, $3,000. Nails, $2,000. And, $15,000 for the master plumber.
Do I really need that master plumber?
Well, certainly. Who else but a master plumber could put the cold water knob on the hot water faucet? Well, that'll make $26,000. Here, just sign the contract. I'll get you a pen.
Thanks. I have my own pen. It's the latest thing. It's an Italian pen.
Italian pen?
Yes, it has a meatball point and writes under spaghetti.
Well, now that I have your signature, have you got a co-signer that will guarantee the payment?
Co-signer? I haven't got any co-signer.
No co-signer? Mm-hmm. Without a co-signer, I wouldn't build a house for the King of Siam.
Mr. Costello, I've got to get a house. Please be my co-signer. You've got to be my co-signer.
I can't do it. And quit following me around on that white elephant.
Who was that? Huh? Who was that?
The King of Siam.
Costello, come on. We've got to get a co-signer.
Oh, hello, Mr. Abbott. Hello, Louis, honey.
Hello, Marilyn.
Hello, Marilyn. Costello's thinking of building a new home.
Yes, Marilyn. After the house is built, maybe we could get married and keep house together.
Well, would you be a thoughtful husband? Would you wipe the dishes with me?
Marilyn, I wouldn't wipe the dishes with you. I'd buy a dish rag. Marilyn, if I marry you, will you let me be the boss and run things?
Oh, I'd let you run everything. The washing machine, the vacuum, and all the errands. Goodbye.
Gee, Abbott, she's a lovely girl. She's the kind of girl I'd like to take home to my mother. If I could only trust my father.
Come on. We're going in here to Mrs. Whitwash's house and see if she will be a co-signer for your new house.
Oh, why, hello, Mr. Abbott. Oh, my goodness, I wonder who left that empty beer barrel on my front porch. Oh, pardon me, it's Costello.
I wish you hadn't have said that, Mrs. Whitwash. I was just telling Abbott how you have that 1947 look.
Oh, thank you. Oh, do you really think I have that 1947 look?
Yes. You act like 19 and you're really 47.
Why, how dare you, you pudgy, pin-headed pipsqueak. Why, just look at this picture of me in my bathing suit. It was taken just after I came out of the water.
How many days have you been in the water?
Quiet, Costello. Mrs. Whitwash, Costello wants to build a new house and he hasn't enough money. Would you be a co-signer?
Why should I go signer? If he wants somebody to go signer, why doesn't he go signer himself?
Mrs. Whitwash, when Abbott says co-signer, he doesn't mean go signer like you go to sign a thing when you go to sign it. He means co-signer like when you've got a lot of money, you're a co-signer.
Oh, you mean co-signer like when you have a lot of money, you're a co-signer.
Now you've got it.
Now I've got it. I don't even know what I'm talking about.
Well, never mind, Costello. I've got an idea. There's some old lumber in my backyard, and you can build a little shack to live in until your house is built. Come on. Costello! Why are you hammering on those boards so hard?
No nails.
You're building this shack all wrong. Listen to me, please. It's all wrong. Look, you see that board on the roof?
Yes.
The one that's sticking out?
Yes.
Well, get the saw and see if you can saw the board you see.
Okay. What did you say?
All I said was look for the saw and see if you can saw that board, see?
See if I can saw the board.
Yes. Can't you saw the board?
Certainly I can saw the board.
Well, then go up on the roof and saw it.
Why should I go up on the roof and saw it when I can saw it from down here?
You can't saw it from down here.
Wait a minute, Abbott. Can you see the board from down here?
Certainly.
Well, I can see it from down here, too.
I know you can see it. I want you to go up on the roof and saw it.
Look, Abbott, I saw the board when I put it up there. I saw it before you did, and I don't want to see it again.
I didn't ask you to see it. I asked you to saw it.
Do you want me to see it or saw it?
Now, look. You've got to see it to saw it.
Get me off this seesaw. I'm getting seasick. Abbott, never mind all this. I'm going to go out and buy me a prefabricated house.
Hey, now, that's a good idea.
You come on over tomorrow afternoon and we'll have a housewarming.
Okay, Costello. I'll see you tomorrow.
Not if I saw you first.
Oh.
You come?
Costello.
Oh, yes. Look, Abbott.
What?
Oh, here I am, Abbott. Come on in and take a look at my new prefabricated house. I just finished putting it up. Look, Abbott, I've even got a beautiful fire going in a fireplace.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty, isn't it?
Hey, this is a funny-looking house. Only one room, bare walls. Where did you get all that wood you're burning in the fireplace?
The company was very, very nice to me. They sent it along with the house.
Wait a minute. Let me see those plans.
Yes?
Mm-hmm. I thought so.
What?
You idiot. You burned the house and you're living in the packing case.
Oh, I'm a bad carpenter.
Abbott and Costello will be back in just a moment for Camel cigarettes. During the war, the makers of Camel cigarettes sent a total of more than 150 million free Camels to our fighting men overseas. Now free Camels are sent to servicemen's hospitals instead. This week, the Camels go to Veterans Hospital, Coatesville, Pennsylvania, U.S. Army McCornack General Hospital, Pasadena, California, U.S. Naval Hospital, Pensacola, Florida, U.S. Marine Hospital, Kirkwood, Missouri, and Veterans Hospital, Newington, Connecticut. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 3 times a week, are rebroadcast to practically every area in the world where our men are still stationed, and to our good neighbors in Central and South America. And now back to Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Well, Costello, you've done it again. Now you have no house. Where are you going to live?
Well, I could go and live with my Uncle Artie Stebbins, but I don't want to.
Where does your Uncle Artie live?
In a big 500-room house overlooking a bay.
Why, I'd call that a castle.
Everybody else calls it Alcatraz.
Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody.
to tune in next Thursday night to Abbott and Costello when they celebrate the first day of May. There'll be a big festival at Mrs. Wetwash's home, and Costello has his fortune told. Costello is a sucker for Sears. Tune in next week and listen to this Sears sucker.
A man who smokes a pipe has pipe appeal, so the ladies say, and the tobacco that has pipe appeal is Prince Albert, as millions of pipe smokers know. Prince Albert's choice tobacco with its rich, full flavor and cool mildness has made it America's favorite pipe tobacco. Prince Albert is specially treated to ensure against tongue bite, crimp cut to smoke slow and cool. For real smoking comfort, try Prince Albert. Another American favorite, Prince Albert's Grand Ole Opry, Saturday night on NBC. Red Foley sings the American folk songs you know and love. And if you don't already know and love Minnie Pearl and the other laugh makers on Grand Ole Opry, you will after you hear Grand Ole Opry on NBC Saturday night.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
This is Michael Roy in Hollywood wishing you all a pleasant good night for Camel. If your community remains on Standard Time, listen to Abbott and Costello 1 hour earlier, starting next Thursday. Stay tuned now for the Eddie Cantor Show.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Abbott and Costello program, starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello, brought to you by Camel, the cigarette of costlier, properly aged tobaccos. The Abbott and Costello program, with the music of Carl Hoff and his orchestra, our singing star Amy Arnell, and spotlighting that chunky, chubby little cherub who, when caught tying a handkerchief across his Uncle Artie Stebbins' nose, because he heard him say he might have to blow in a hurry, calmly said,
I'm a bad boy!
Costello! What is this all about? Get ready, come here. Hey, Lou, oh, no, now listen. What's the idea? Come here, take it easy. Put that gun down.
Okay.
What's the idea of coming in here with that 10-gallon hat and that cowboy outfit on?
Have you heard of it?
No.
I just made sure from North Hollywood. And look at that big gun I got to go with the outfit.
No kidding.
Step aside, Abbott, and I'll show you how it shoots.
What kind of a gun is that?
That's a horse pistol. I raised it from a coop.
Oh, come on. This is the most absurd thing I've ever heard of. You a sheriff.
Yeah, me a sheriff, Abbott. I'm going to incarcerate every desperado. I'm going to apprehend every brigand. And when I get them into the Bastille, I'm going to give them 20 strokes with the bastonado.
What did you say?
Did I say something dirty?
Costello, why do you always try to use big words?
Because I'm educated. What do you think I am? A J-U-R-K?
All right, look, forget about it. I still can't understand why they ever made you the sheriff. You know, a sheriff has to be a brave man. Now, what have you ever done?
What have I ever done?
Yes.
Why, one time I went out all by myself to capture 5,000 savage Indians. And there they were on the warpath.
How many Indians?
There was 1,000 bloodthirsty Indians.
How many Indians?
I was chasing 100 shrieking, howling Manchus.
How many
So
Indians?
I walked up to the old squaw and bought a blanket. I bought a blanket in Albuquerque, New Mexico.
All right. I thought so, Costello. What a sheriff. Why, you haven't even got a horse.
Oh, I got a horse, Abbott. He's my pal.
Oh,
I
yeah.
eat with my horse. I drink with my horse. I even sleep with my horse.
Why do you sleep with your horse?
I have to. It's his blanket. Horses love me, Abbott.
What do you mean?
When I was a little boy, horses would come up and rub their necks against me. People used to say, "Look at the horse's neck, Costello."
Oh, talk sense, will you please?
Does that sound how I read it?
Never mind. Listen, please. Yes, that's just the way it sounds.
Hey, Albert, there's my horse standing outside over there. Isn't he a beauty?
Beauty? Why, that horse has only 3 legs. He only has 1 leg in front.
I know, but it's in the middle, ain't it?
You go... Take that horse back to the man you bought it from.
Okay, but Crosley won't like it.
Look. Costello, you don't know the first thing. You don't know the duties of a sheriff. Listen, I'm going to paint you a picture of just what a real sheriff has to go through.
Okay.
Now, suppose you're sitting in the Red Dog Cafe eating breakfast.
What am I eating?
A bowl of oatmeal. What's the difference?
Then it ain't me.
Why not?
I eat Wheaties.
Look, Costello, you're the sheriff. You're a man who is ready for anything.
I'm ready for a bowl of Wheaties.
Will you forget the Wheaties?
But my mother always lets me have Wheaties.
Well, forget your mother.
First I can't have Wheaties, and now he wants me to forget my mother.
Never mind that.
My poor old wire-haired...
What?
My poor white-haired mother.
All right, well, read it down.
I was only kidding, Mom. Yeah, she gave me my name, Louis M. Costello.
What does the M stand for?
Mink. She wanted a fur coat that year.
No, wait. Will you cut it out, please? I'm trying to tell you your duties as a sheriff. Now listen to me, will you please? All right. Put those guns down. Will you listen to me, please? I'll give you your duty. There you are. Sitting in the Red Dog Cafe eating your bowl of Wheaties.
Can I have strawberries on my Wheaties?
All right. You can have strawberries.
Thank you.
Suddenly the door opens.
Yeah.
The door opens. A man rushes in and says, I've struck gold.
Yeah.
I've got a bonanza.
Cancel the strawberries.
What for?
I'll have sliced bonanza.
No. Will you stop interrupting? Suddenly another man dashes into the cafe and yells,
Lady!
I'm trying to show you your duty. Now get
He's
with it.
laughing at my sliced bananas.
Never mind that. You listen to me. Suddenly another man dashes into the cafe and yells, Come quick, Sheriff. The Indians have captured Harriet Huckleberry. You run to your horse and you say, Oh, pal, we've got to rescue Harriet.
Yeah.
She puts her wet nose in your hand.
Oh, Miss Huckleberry.
And no, the horse. Now with a leap, you land securely in the saddle. Your face is stern, your grip is sure, your clutch is firm.
How's my transmission?
Okay, and when you cut it out, quickly you mount your horse and tear up the street.
Tear up the street? What I got, a plow horse?
Now, when you quit interrupting, you ride out across the prairie. You ride for hours and hours on end.
That sounds logical.
Yes.
Hours and hours.
Yeah, all right. You ride for days and days until the seat of your trousers is worn thin. Then, there you are.
I knew I'd come through.
Finally, you discover the Indians' camp.
So what?
The Indians discover you.
So what?
They start shooting arrows at you.
So long.
Don't be a coward. Don't be a coward. The Indians will soon run out of ammunition. Their arrows are getting a little scanty.
Ooh!
What was that?
I got a little scanty in my panty.
After hours of fighting, you elude the Indians and reach Harriet Huckleberry. You sneak up and loosen the ties that bind her.
I quit.
Yeah, you quit? Why?
I don't know how to untie a girdle.
No. You untie the ropes. With a sigh of gratitude, she falls into your arms. She looks in your eyes and says, My hero, you have saved my life. Mm-hmm. From now on, I am your slave. Your very wish will be my command. Tell me, how can I save you?
Mm-hmm.
And what do you say?
Bring me a bowl of Wheaties.
Nuts!
Huh?
I said nuts.
That's good, too.
What's good?
Wheaties with nuts.
What's
For Camel fans everywhere, Carl Hoff and the orchestra play Who's Sorry Now?
Costello, you've been sheriff in this town for 2 weeks, and you haven't done a thing to preserve law and order.
I used to have, Abbott. I just captured a dangerous character. There he is in that first cell.
Let me out of here. I'll never do it again, I promise. I'll never do it again. I'll never do it again.
Who is he?
He's the fellow that wrote Chicory Chick.
He's still singing. Go on, answer that phone.
Sheriff's office? Sheriff Costello speaking. Somebody put water in my gun.
Do you catch bad men?
Yes, I do.
Well, catch one for me. I'm lonesome.
Well, I've got everything under control, Abbott. I think I'll sit back and smoke a Camel cigarette.
All right, here's a match. I'll light it for you.
Abbott, I'm a sheriff. None of them sissy matches for me. I light my Camel with my gun.
Wait a minute, you dope. You'll shoot your nose off.
It's easy if you know how. Watch. Well, I'm tired of smelling anyhow.
Stop this silliness, Costello. Why don't you clean up this office? How can you stand all these flies in here?
Well, I've got an agreement with the flies. They don't solve crimes, and I don't walk on a ceiling.
Come in.
Hello, boy.
Oh, hello, Miss Mucho.
Hello, Bessie. What can I do for you?
I just came over to congratulate you on being elected sheriff of North Holywood. My, you look so dashing in that 10-gallon hat and that shiny bodge.
Did you say bodge?
Yeah, Abbott, she's talking about the star I got pinned on my boost.
My, but you're a brave little one. I'll bet you'll capture all the gamblers and dangerous bandits.
Yes, I'm going after all the creep shooters and pickpockets. And badminton players.
I wish you'd keep an eye on my bungalow. There's a nasty moth. There's a nasty moth who's been peeking into my boudoir through the window saws.
Ah, a pooping Tom, huh? Well, I'll take care of him. I'll take care of him, Miss Mucho.
I know you will. And a brown brick to moonlit next to you.
And a big pile of brown bricks to you, too.
Gee, she's a swell girl, Costello. Did you ever have a date with her?
Yeah, just once, Abbott, but she ain't any fun.
What do you mean?
Well, we drove all the way down to the beach of Santa Monica
Yes.
to watch the moonlight rippling on the ocean waves. I was awfully disappointed.
Why?
All she wanted to do was neck. Why do the writers make me read stuff like this? Sheriff Costello speaking.
Sheriff, my wife is very beautiful. She's 5'2". She has big blue eyes and a gorgeous figure.
Yes?
What is it worth to you to follow her day and night?
Will you take $200 in my new car? How do you like that, Abbott? He hung up on me.
Good man, laddies.
Well, it's Scotty Brown.
I've come here to ask the assistance of Sheriff Costello to stop a vicious rumor.
Why, what's the trouble, Scotty?
Well, yesterday morning the word got around that my little son Angus had swallowed a 50-cent piece, and now 500 of my Scotch friends are all trying to adopt him. See what you can do about it, laddie. I'm in a hurry to get home.
And what's your hurry?
Well, I've got to get my wife's teeth home to her.
Oh, you've been to the dentist?
No, laddie. I always take her teeth when I leave the house so she can't eat between meals. Well, good day.
Well, never mind him, Costello. Hey, look. A big limousine just pulled up in front. It must be somebody important. Now, fix yourself up. Here, put on your 10-gallon hat. Then, wait a minute. Where's your badge?
I had it here a minute ago, Abbott. Let me see. My badge. My badge.
Where is it?
What did I do with my badge, Abbott? Now I got to sit down a minute and think where I put it. I found it. I found it.
Oh, please let me die with my boots on. I must die with my boots on. I gotta die with my boots on.
Why?
I got a big hole in my sock.
Is that the important person that got out of the limousine?
No, it was a woman. Wait a minute. Now, this must be her now. Come in. Oh, hello, Mrs. Niles.
Help! Someone must save me from a cruel fate worse than death. My life is in peril. Danger lurks around every corner. Help me! Help me! Won't somebody help me?
Costello, something's wrong with Mrs. Niles. I don't like the way she's acting.
Neither do I. She's getting a lot of laughs.
All right. Calm yourself, Mrs. Niles. What's the trouble?
Kenneth and I have a little ranch out near Cucamonga, and the cattle rustlers have stolen most of my cows, and I expect them around any minute wanted to pinch my cat.
Don't be silly. Who'd want to pinch your skinny cat?
Oh, you think you're so smart, Costello. Kenneth thinks my legs are pretty.
Well, many a fish has been caught on bent pins.
Costello! Remember, you are the sheriff.
Oh, I'll never get any help from Costello. What a sheriff. You don't even carry a gun.
Oh, yes, I do, Mrs. Niles. I got a big 45 right here in my back pocket. Here, I'll pull it out and show you. Oh, well, my shorts had a hole in them anyway.
Costello, what are you going to do about those cattle rustlers?
Yes, Costello, we've got to get out to Mrs. Niles' ranch right away. Come on. Let's get on our horses and be on our way.
Okay, let's go. Whoa. Wait a minute, Abbott. Wait a minute, whoa. I can't ride this horse. It's so skinny the ribs are... excuse me. The ribs are sticking in my legs.
Oh, you fool. Get off my back.
And here's Campbell's lovely Amy Arnell with a song story of a teenager.
I'm a big girl now. I want to be treated like a big girl now. I'm tired of wearing bobby socks like kiddies do. I'm tired of going to dances in a flat-heeled shoe. I want the boys to look at me and yell, woo-woo. I'm a big girl now. I want to stay out late. I want to be treated like a grown-up dame. I'm tired of wearing pigtails and my pinafore lace. I want to be a dolly with a pin-up face. I'm tired of holding hands. I want a real embrace. I'm a big girl now. I'm a big girl now. I want to be daring like a big girl now. I'm tired of being babied like a kid of 3. I'm tired of having chaperones to follow me. I want to have some secrets in my diary. I'm a big girl now. I'm a big girl now.
Never mind, Costello. We've got to find out where the Niles Ranch is. Let's stop in this old mining shack.
Welcome to the home of termites and hermits.
Why do they call you termite?
I'm a little bug. Sit down a minute. I'm busy counting my gold. I got bottles and bottles of gold.
Ah,
You've got bottles of gold?
And bottles?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. You always find gold in quartz.
Wait a minute, termite. I don't see any gold.
Oh, I've got it in my pockets. I got pockets full of gold. You want to hear it tinkle? Listen.
I didn't hear anything.
I'll do it for you again. Yeah, did you hear it tinkle?
No, I didn't.
How quiet the gold is tonight.
How quiet this whole thing is. Look, termite, we're looking for Mrs. Niles' cattle ranch.
Oh, the Niles Ranch? Well, little fat boy, it's right over yonder where I'm pointing the finger. It's over that black hill.
I don't see any black hill.
Well, there it is. You see the tip of my finger? Black hill's right there.
That isn't a black hill. You need a manicure.
Oh, come on, Costello. We've got to get to the Niles Ranch right away. Let's jump on our horses.
Okay, giddy up, horses. Come on. Giddy up, horses. Giddy up. Come on, giddy up. Sound man, wake up!
Oh, wait a minute. We're supposed to be riding horses.
All right, so we can ride the old plugs in the engine.
Well, here we are at the Niles Ranch. Look who's coming out the gate. It's Melonhead.
Sheriff Melonhead to you. Sheriff Costello, this is my county, and I've got a shiny badge to prove it.
Yeah, and you've got a shiny head to match it.
Wait a minute. Are you trying to tell these people that I'm bald?
I've seen more hair on Van Johnson's lapel.
Listen, Costello, I'm the law around here, and if you don't keep your nose out of my business, There'll be trouble.
Wait a minute, Melonhead. You're talking to Six-Gun Costello.
Six-gun, Costello? How come you're only wearing 2 guns?
6 guns makes my pants fall down.
Wait a minute, Melonhead. Mrs. Niles asked us to come out here and catch the cattle rustlers.
Well, there's $1,000 reward for the capture of them cattle rustlers, and I'm aiming to get the reward.
I'll tell you what I'll do, Melonhead.
Yeah?
See which one of us is the better man. Let's shoot it out.
Okay, that suits me.
Costello, he shot off your right ear. He shot off your left ear. Costello, why don't you shoot back?
I can't see.
Why not?
My ears were holding my head up.
All right, Costello. Now I'll give you a chance to shoot at me.
Okay, here I go.
I caught that bullet between my teeth. I eat bullets for breakfast. I caught the second bullet between my teeth. I eat bullets for lunch. Will somebody bring me a bowl of soup for supper?
Come on, Costello. Let's go to the ranch house and see Mrs. Niles.
Oh, thank heavens you're here. I hope you catch those awful cattle rustlers. I know their leader. It's Cactus Pete.
Cactus Pete? Cactus Pete? Why, he's a big, powerful brute of a man. He has big, rippling muscles of steel. Why, Mrs. Niles, his arms are so powerful, he could crush the breath out of a person.
Oh, wait till I get my hat on. I'll go with you.
No, you stay here, Mrs. Niles. We'll bring back Cactus Pete, dead or alive. Let's jump on our horses.
Okay. The sound man is on the wrong track again.
Tough-looking cow town we're coming into.
Yeah, but here's the Yellow Dog Saloon. Let's go in and see if anybody's seen Cactus Pete. All right, everybody. Come on in for a drink. No, not you horses. Just the man. You've had enough already.
Come on, Costello. We have a duty to perform. Grab that man and fire that shot. Hurry up.
I got him. Listen, you. What's the idea of shooting that singer? He was singing Ireland Must Be Heaven, 'cause your mother came from there.
What did he say, Costello?
He said, cement mixer, pate.
Look, Costello, here comes the hostess.
Welcome to the Yellow Dog Saloon, señores. I am Rosita. Yo no tengo vivir más porque tú eres un muchacho muy caballero.
Come on over here and kiss your poor old father.
Aha, you like me, senor, no? Oh, everybody tells me that I have more curls than the Lincoln Highway.
Yeah, and those detours ain't bad either.
Costello, I thought we came here to pinch the cattle rustlers.
You pinch what you like, and I'll pinch what I like.
Realize, everybody, Cactus Pete just rolled into town.
Cactus Pete? Oh, he's my boyfriend. If he finds me with you, he will kill me. I'm going to hide behind this door.
Well, Abbott, the time has come. This is it. You wait here.
Good for you, Costello. For a minute, I thought you were a coward. So you're going after Cactus Pete, eh?
No, I'm going behind the door with Rosita.
Stand where you are, everybody. I am Cactus Pete, the toughest hombre in these parts.
Costello hit that cuspidor from 25 feet.
You think that's good? Watch this.
You make fun of me, eh, hombre? Watch this.
I knew he couldn't top that one of mine. Sneaked in a floater on me.
Quick, Costello. Pull your gun on him, quick.
All right, get him up, Cactus Pete. Come on, I'm Sheriff Costello, and I'm arresting you for stealing Mrs. Niles' cattle.
You are very quick on the draw, senor.
Oh, I have
It is
short
a
drawers,
pleasure.
yeah.
It is a pleasure to have such a beautiful gun pointed at my heart. All my life I have wanted a pearl-handled revolver. That is a beauty, senor. Do you mind if I look at it?
No, not at all. Here.
Thank you. You little fat fool. I've got your gun. Now stick 'em up. Give me your money, your watches. Your rings. Thank you, senor. And adios to you, you little stupid sheriff.
Costello. Why are you laughing? You stole all our money. You stole our jewelry. You even stole your gun.
Yeah, Abbott, but the joke is on him.
What do you mean?
Wait till he finds out that the gun ain't loaded.
Now here are Button with the final word.
Well, Costello, you acted pretty stupid with that cattle rustler tonight. I thought you said you knew how to handle a gun.
Oh, that was just for the program, Abbott. I'm really an expert with firearms. In fact, to prove it to you, if that gentleman sitting down there in the front row will step up on the stage, I'll shoot an apple off the top of his head.
No, anything but that. It's murder. He'll kill us all. Let's go.
Wait a minute, you. Come here. Why do you always pick on me?
Because you're always trying to show off. I'll bet you don't know the first thing about chasing cattle rustlers. I'll bet you're scared to death of a bull.
Oh, no, I'm not. One time I was standing face to face with a charging bull. There he was, breathing fire, snorting and pawing the ground. Everybody was scared to death. But with one little word, I stopped that ferocious bull in its tracks.
You stopped that bull in its tracks with one word?
Mm-hmm.
What was it?
Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody in Patterson.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, try Camels in your T-zone. See if they don't suit your taste, your throat, to a T.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
Hello? Are you there? Well, we're here.
Swan's the soap that's pure and gentle. Come on, swing to Swan.
Lever Brothers, the makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, present the Burns and Allen Show with Paul Whiteman. Our singer, Jimmy Cash. Yours truly, Bill Goodwin. The Six Hits and a Miss. And George Burns and Gracie Allen. Well, now it's late afternoon, and we find George on his way home to Gracie. He has stopped in for a moment at the corner cigar store.
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Burns.
Hello. 3 cigars, please.
The usual kind?
Uh-huh.
All right, here you are.
Thanks. Here's your quarter.
Thank you. Here's your 20 cents change.
Thanks.
You know, you're smart to buy these cigars, Mr. Burns. Tobacco's habit forming.
Well, I happen to like these cigars.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Burns. Yes, sir?
I'd like a pack of... Well, I'll be darned. George Burns. Huh? Why, it's Lester Hamill. Gee, George, I haven't seen you in years. How are you? Fine, Lester. What are you doing out here in California?
Well, I've been here a couple of months. I'm working over at MGM.
MGM? You don't say. Well, what are you, an actor, director, writer?
I'm a plumber.
A plumber at MGM?
Yeah. I guess it don't seem possible to a movie fan, but even Irene Dunn has to wash her hands once in a while.
Well, so you're a plumber, huh?
Yeah, but don't tell anybody. You see, if it gets out around the lot, all those movie stars will try to borrow money from me.
I see. Gee, Lester, it's been years since we've worked together in New York.
Yeah, it sure has. Hey, I heard that you and Gracie Allen got married.
Uh-huh.
Just think, if she'd said no, you and I might be working together over at MGM.
Yeah, who knows? Say, Les, how would you like to have dinner with Gracie and me over at the house tonight?
Well, I'd love to, but...
come on, we'll talk over old times.
Well, I'll come on one condition, that you don't tell Gracie what I do at MGM.
Well, Gracie wouldn't mind.
Oh, it isn't exactly that. You see, I mean, with things the way they are now, every time I'm invited to somebody's house, I wind up fixing the sink.
Oh. Well, don't worry, our sink is okay. And if it'll make you feel better, I won't mention that you're a plumber even to Gracie.
You promise, George?
I promise.
Okay. See you in about an hour.
Okay. Wait, Les. How would you like a cigar?
Oh, don't mind if I do.
Well, here, try one of mine.
Mr. Burns.
Yes?
You two are friends, aren't you?
Yes.
Well, why not keep it that way?
Thanks, Hello, sweetheart.
Hello, dear.
Say, I just met an old friend of mine down at the corner, and I invited him for dinner tonight. Is it all right?
Oh, dear, you would have to invite company the one night our sinker stopped up.
What?
Oh, I've been trying to get a plumber all day.
Well, never mind. I'll fix it.
Oh, all right. Who did you invite?
Oh, an old friend of mine, Lester Hamill. You don't know him. He's with MGM.
MGM? You mean he's in the movie business?
Well, in a way.
Is he a big executive?
Well, he's not exactly an executive.
Go on. I'll bet he's in the president's office.
Well, as a matter of fact, he's in and out of all the offices.
Well, George, I'll be right back.
Well, where are you going?
Well, I've got to call Tootsie Sagwell. Oh, my, I hope she's home.
Hello?
Hello? Hello, Tootsie?
Oh, dear, always a soprano, never a baritone. Who's this?
Well, it's Gracie. Oh, Tootsie, I have the most exciting news. A big movie magnate is coming to my house for dinner.
Really? You mean...
Yes, it's our big chance, Tootsie. What we've been talking about for months. A chance to get you into the movie.
Oh, I'll be right over. What'll I wear? Let me see. I'd better wear something to show my legs off to the best advantage.
That's a good idea. How about your new corduroy slacks?
Don't worry. I'll think of something.
Oh, all right. Goodbye. Oh, George, I'm so thrilled about Mr. Hamill coming over. Now I'll be able to get Tootsie in pictures.
Gracie, Lester can't get Tootsie in pictures.
Oh, why not? Just last week she won a beauty prize.
Tootsie Sagwell won a beauty prize?
Uh-huh. Well, didn't you read in the paper how hundreds of girls were helping to pick the tomato crop? High school girls, society debutantes, and even movie stars?
Yes.
Well, they had a beauty contest, and Tootsie won it.
Really?
Yes. Of all those girls, she picked the most beautiful tomato.
Well, good for her.
Oh, and she's a very fine actress, too. When our club put on my sister Eileen, she had the part of Eileen, and she was wonderful.
But Eileen is a gorgeous young girl. How could Tootsie look the part?
Well, she didn't exactly, but we took care of that. We fixed up the plot a little bit and changed the title to My Brother Eugene.
Kid must have been sensational.
Hi, George. Hello, Gracie.
Oh, hello, Bill. You stay here and talk to George while I run into the kitchen. I want to see if there's enough for a big dinner.
Having company, George?
Yeah. You're invited if you'd like to come, Bill.
Oh, well, thanks, George, but I have to pick up a girl at Hollywood and Vine at 6 o'clock.
Who is she?
Well, how do I know who's going to be at Hollywood and Vine at 6 o'clock?
I thought maybe you'd like to stay. A friend of mine who works at MGM is coming over.
MGM? Oh, well, maybe I'd rather take potluck here. You know, George, I almost signed with MGM before Paramount grabbed me. You saw me in Wake Island.
Yes. Great 10 seconds.
Well, you know, it was a funny thing about that MGM deal. We just couldn't see eye to eye on a couple of very small things.
Like your salary?
No. For example, they considered me for that last Gable picture, George, and here's what they wanted to flash on the screen. Somewhere I'll find you, introducing handsome, talented Bill Goodwin with Clark Gable and Lana Turner.
Oh. But, you didn't want that.
Oh, no, George. Instead, I just wanted them to say, introducing Bill Goodwin, through the courtesy of Swan, the new white floating soap that's pure as fine cast steel, and that gives lots of suds. Swan, the sud sensation of the century, with Clark Gable and Lana Turner.
Oh, I see. But they wouldn't put that on the screen, huh?
No.
Very unreasonable, yeah.
Well, then they wanted me to play a scene where I grab Lana Turner in my arms and kiss her and kiss her and kiss her.
But that wouldn't do.
Oh, of course not. I'd rather do a scene where I talk to her.
Yeah, oh, brother. And you played a Marine in Wake Island.
Well, George, I wanted to say, Lana, darling, have you washed your dishes lately with Swan?
Win the award, yeah.
Swan, you know, is great for doing the dishes, or for that matter, any soap and water job, because Swan not only gives you long-lasting, hard-working suds, but you can be sure that Swan is going to be kind to your hands. It's so pure and gentle, Lana.
Yes. But they wouldn't let you do that scene in the picture.
No.
You must have a very bad agent.
Well, then, George, then I wanted to make one more little change.
Yes, I suppose you wanted to change the title of the picture to, Somewhere I'll Find You Breaking Swan in Two so you can use half in the kitchen for your dishes and cleaning and the other half in the bathroom for your hands and face.
No. The change I wanted to make was a very small one. You know the lion they flash on the screen at the start of every MGM picture?
Yes. Yes.
I'm out of pages.
Well, take mine. Yes.
You know the lion that they flash on the screen at MGM pictures?
Yes.
Well, the idea of them saying a swan can't roar.
Good, but I'm not deaf. Don't holler so loud.
George, I'm coming back later and take it up with that friend of yours from MGM.
Now, Bill, wait. That couldn't... You see, what...
No, sir. I won't rest till I put swan prints in the cement at Grauman's Chinese.
Gracie, don't go to too much trouble about Lester.
But, George, he's a big movie man. Did you say he was a director or a producer?
Well, Lester handles lots of jobs at MGM. He's sort of a handyman, to have around.
Oh, men like that lead such glamorous lives, George. Oh, what a thrill it must be when he finishes a job and they put a big sign on it. This is a Lester Hamill production.
Oh, yes.
This is Paul Whiteman speaking. Jimmy Cash sings one of the top tunes, Dearly Beloved. Okay, Jimmy boy.
So I say merely, dearly beloved, tell me that it's true. Tell me you agree. I was meant for you. You were meant for me. Dearly beloved, how clearly I see. Somewhere in heaven you were fashioned for me. Angel eyes knew you. Angel voices led me to you. Nothing could save me. Fate gave me a sign. I know that I'll be yours come shower or shine. So I say, merely, dearly beloved, be
Now, George, when Mr. Hamill gets here, we'll make him feel at home by using movie talk. At dinner, when we serve the roast, I'll say, cut. And when it's time to pass the peas, I'll holler, roll 'em.
Gracie, I don't think Lester would kind of like that.
Oh, it's my darling little ducky. It's your bedtime, Herman. Say goodnight to Mama. Ah, good night, Herman. Now, what do you say to your daddy?
Go on, go to bed. Go to bed. Go to bed.
Come in.
Gracie, darling.
Tootsie Bagwell.
This is awful.
Gracie, do I look all right? Well, no, Tootsie, your makeup is wrong. You shouldn't have rosebud lips. I should? No. What if your mouth is large? That's nothing to be ashamed of. When you put on lipstick, just follow the natural lines of your mouth.
Well, all right, I'll do it.
But after you get it on, don't smile. Lipstick looks so messy on the tips of your ears.
I'll be careful, Gracie. Gee, I wish there was some way to make my nose look shorter.
Oh, let me see.
With such a long nose.
Oh, I've got it. Now, later on, we'll serve tea, and I'll give you an empty cup. And then when Mr. Hamill looks at you, you can stick your nose in it.
Oh, Gracie, you're wonderful. You think of everything.
Well, now run along upstairs and get fixed. And I'll let you know when it's time to make your entrance.
Now, I'll make you proud of me, Gracie.
Ah, what a dame. Why do you waste so much time with her, Gracie? Believe me, she'll never be another Veronica Lake.
Too tall, huh?
Yeah, too tall.
Come in.
Well, here I am, George. Oh, hello, Lester. Here, let me take your hat. Gracie, this is my old friend, Lester Hamill.
Oh, Mr. Hamill, I'm so pleased to meet you. George told me about your job at MGM.
George, you promised that you wouldn't.
Well, Lester, I only told her.
Well, what if she does know? It's just between friends.
But, Lester, I didn't...
Oh, Mr. Hamill, your work sounds so exciting. Tell me, do you work close to all the big stars at MGM?
Oh, sure. Only yesterday I was in Jeanette McDonald's dressing room. She had trouble with her pipes.
Mr. Hamill, that's too bad. I love her voice.
And so do I.
What did you do?
Oh, I just stuck a monkey wrench down as far as I could, gave it a couple of turns.
Oh, my goodness. Well, tell me, Mr. Hamill, what happened?
Nothing. She just smiled and thanked me.
Oh, my. She must have an iron constitution.
Huh?
Gracie, I'm pretty sure Lester doesn't want to talk shop.
Oh, all right. We'll talk about us. You knew George even before I did, Mr. Hamill. What was he like in those days?
Well, he was quite a dresser, and nobody on Avenue A looked any better in peg-top pants. Hey, remember what they called you, George?
Yeah. Bo Burns.
Yeah, remember that pair of tan kid shoes you had with 6 pearl buttons up the side?
Oh, that reminds me, dear. I found that bottom pearl button and sewed it back on.
Well, thanks.
Oh, I'll bet you're surprised to see how domestic George is, aren't you, Mr. Hamill? I guess having a wife and a little son made him...
A son? Why, George Burns, you old son of a gun. You never told me. I didn't know you had a little boy.
Well, Lester, he isn't really...
Gee, I'd like to see the little fella.
Oh, well, he's taking a nap. He got sleepy after dinner. I guess he ate too many fish heads.
He eats fish heads?
Oh, yes, he loves them. They're so full of vitamins. Now, if you're very quiet, I'll open the kitchen door. He's sleeping under the stove. Mr. Hamill, would you like to see him?
I'll say I would.
All right. Oh, isn't he sweet? Isn't he cute, Mr. Hamill?
Yeah. You know, funny thing, the light was kind of dim in there, and for a minute I thought he was a duck.
Yes, it's bad light.
Oh, but after a second look, I knew he was George Burns' son, all right.
If you look once more, you'll see it was a duck.
Oh, my. It's getting late, isn't it? I wonder what can be keeping Tootsie upstairs.
Gracie, about Tootsie.
Well, I better run up and see. Pardon me a moment. Well, Tootsie, aren't you ready yet?
Gracie, how do I look? Glamorous?
Oh, Tootsie, you're gorgeous. Honestly, you look enough like Aunt Sheridan to be her mother.
Oh, that's wonderful. I'll be right down, Gracie, as soon as I finish powdering my nose.
Oh, good. And remember to make a grand entrance. We've got to impress Mr. Hamill with your poise and grace.
I know. I'm so nervous. I just hope at the last minute my oomph doesn't turn to blah.
Oh, Tootsie will be right down, Mr. Hamill.
Gracie, I don't think Lester is interested in Tootsie.
Oh, Mr. Hamill, Tootsie's a very remarkable girl. Why, she might turn out to be another Claudette Colbert, or Ginger Rogers, or Jean Hersholt.
Gracie, Jean Hersholt is a man.
Oh, well, you see what a remarkable girl Tootsie is?
She does sound like one.
Oh, she is. Oh, look. There's Tootsie at the head of the stairs now.
Ah, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. May I join you?
Well, by all means, come right down, Tootsie.
All right, here I come.
Mr. Hamill, I'd like you to meet Miss Sagwell.
How do you do?
We've had a lot of war songs, but it looks like this is really it. Pass the Ammunition with 6 hits and a miss.
went the gunner, a bullet was his fate. Down went the gunner, and then the gunner's mate. Up jumped the sky pilot, gave the boys a look.
And manned the gun himself as he laid aside the book, shouting, praise the Lord, and pass the ammunition. Praise the Lord, and pass the ammunition. Praise the Lord, and pass the ammunition, and we'll all stay free.
Hallelujah.
Praise the Lord.
And swing into position.
Can't afford to sit around a wishing. Praise the Lord, we're all between perdition and the deep blue sea.
Yes, the sky pilot said it. You gotta give him credit.
For a son of a gunner was he. Shout it.
Praise the Lord.
We're on a mighty mission. All aboard, we're not going fishing. Praise the Lord and pass the ammunition, and we'll all stay free. Come on and pass the ammunition, and we'll all be on board. Praise the Lord.
Coffee in the living room and continue our discussion.
Well, Gracie, I'm glad I came back. That was certainly a nice dinner.
Oh, well, thanks, Bill. Now, Mr. Hamill, don't you think Tootsie Sagwell would be wonderful in pictures?
Gracie, Mr. Hamill doesn't want to hear any more about Tootsie. You talked his ear off all through dinner.
Oh, but there are a lot of angles she hasn't mentioned yet.
Oh, that's right, Mr. Hamill. In fact, Tootsie has more angles than any girl I've ever met.
And in the funniest places. But be that as it may, Mr. Hamill, I've been trying to get in a word with you all evening myself. I guess you know that I just finished starring in Wake Island.
You movie people are funny, Mr. Hamill. You scour the country for talent, but when it's right under your nose, you ignore it. Now look at Mickey Rooney. He always had the talent he has now. Why wasn't he a star 25 years ago?
Because he wasn't born yet.
Oh, George, you and your silly argument.
I guess so, yeah.
Yes, Gracie's right about talent, Mr. Hamill. Now, when I made Wake Island...
And that isn't all either. Think of Robert Taylor for a minute. And then think of Cary Grant and Tyrone Power and Melvin Douglas.
Gracie, not so fast. I'm not through with Robert Taylor yet.
This is the silliest talk I ever heard in my life.
Well, speaking of handsome leading men, when I made Wake Island...
It isn't silly. I'm trying to convince Mr. Hamill that Tootsie might be an undiscovered star.
Oh, that's right, Mr. Hamill. Now, when I made Wake Island... Well, now, when I made Wake Island...
And that isn't all. You movie people think just because a girl is beautiful, she can't have any talent. Well, look at Tootsie.
What for?
No. I wouldn't say that Tootsie is better looking than Lana Turner, would you, Mr. Hamill? No, I wouldn't say that because I have a reason not to. I don't believe in knocking the other fellow's product.
Oh, you're right. Now, when I made Wake Island...
Oh, sit down with that Wake Island.
Well, that does it. I can take a hint. If you don't want to listen to me, I'm going and I'm never coming back. But mark my words, George, you'll miss me. The next time you have guests and there's a lull in the conversation, who's going to jump up and say, have you heard about Swan, the new white floating soap that's a baby gentle whiz for suds? More suds than you ever saw in your life. Who's going to say that?
Well, I'll just have to jump up myself. I'm a very high jumper, you know. See what I mean?
Yeah.
Oop, and I'm up.
Yeah. And 6 o'clock in the morning, who's going to phone you and say, George, time to get up and take your shower with Swan. Swan, the soap that's so great for your shower or bath because it's as mild as fine Castile soaps. So pure it's perfect for a little baby's tender skin. Who's going to do that?
Grovney, Dittenfest, Newman, Sam Tralifash.
Oh, all right.
I've got thousands of friends.
Well, let them do it then. Let them do it. But I'm going. What's more, I had some great news for you, but now you can find it out for yourself. Goodbye.
Oh, Bill, wait. What's the news?
Oh, no. Goodbye.
Oh, come on, Bill. What's the news?
Well, lots of dealers right now are running a special sale on Swan. You buy 3 bars and save. Swan gives you more real soap per penny than any leading toilet soap tested, and it goes further than easily wasted package soaps. So when you buy 3 bars, you save in more ways than one. Well, you made me tell you, but I'll never open my mouth again. I'm going. I know when I'm not wanted. I'll never set foot in this house again as long as I live. Well, that's that. So long, everybody. See you tomorrow, George.
Someday that kid will stop hinting and come right out with it.
Oh, let me see now, where was I? Oh, yes, Tootsie Sagwell. Would you believe, Mr. Hamill, that Tootsie Sagwell is just as talented as she is beautiful?
That he'd believe. Yes.
I wasn't talking to you, George. What do you think, Mr. Hamill? Then, as I was saying, your studio will make a big mistake if they don't sign her. She has all the qualities that a great actress needs. Poise, emotion, subtlety, loud voice. Would you like to hear a sample of her work? Well, of course you would. You should hear her do a big dramatic scene where she has to be heartbroken. Oh, she's wonderful, aren't you, Tootsie?
Uh-huh.
Oh, nobody can cry like Tootsie. Nobody. Nobody can say, goodbye, Joe. Goodbye. Don't forget me, Joe. Don't forget our home. Don't forget the children. Don't sit under the apple tree. Nobody can do that. She's dynamic, aren't you, Tootsie?
Uh-huh.
Oh, wasn't that the best heartbreak you ever heard, Mr. Hamill? But Tootsie's Wicked Vampire's even better. Oh, she does it with the French accent. Do you not, Tootsie?
Uh-huh.
Oh, you should hear her when she say, I am irresistible. Comme si? I am enchanting. Comme ça? Yes, come see? No, come ça? Why don't you come see me sometime, come ça? Oh, she's marvelous. Don't you think so, Tootsie? Uh-huh. Well, that gives you an idea of her talent, Mr. Hamill. Oh, when can you get a screen test?
This is going far enough. Look, Gracie, Lester does work at MGM, but he's not a producer. He's a plumber.
A plumber? What? Well, my goodness, why didn't you tell me before?
Well, he asked me not to. I guess he thought you wouldn't be impressed.
Well, that's silly. I think plumbers are wonderful people, and I'm proud to have a husband who's a plumber's friend.
Well, I'm glad you feel that way. Of course, this means Lester can't get Tootsie a job.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, George. Mr. Hamill, Tootsie's not only a great actress, but she's strong. Show me a muscle, Tootsie. Yeah, that's right. Well, Mr. Hamill, how about giving her a chance as your helper? Oh, thank you, Mr. Hamill. Isn't it thrilling, Tootsie? I've got a job for you in pictures. You're going to be a plumber's helper at MGM.
Well, I've carried a torch for lots of men, so I might as well carry one for him.
Oh, imagine Mr. Hamill not wanting to say he was a plumber. Why didn't you tell us, Mr. Hamill?
I thought maybe you wouldn't. Gee, listen to me. I'm talking.
Go on. Go right ahead, Lester.
Why, Mr. Hamill, I'd rather have you in our house tonight than the president of MGM.
You would?
Yes, of course I would. Could Louis B. Mayer fix the sink? Come along in the kitchen, Mr. Hamill.
Well, George and Gracie will be right back. Meanwhile, I'd like to remind you to stop in where you see a dealer displaying the Swan sign that says, buy 3 bars and save. If you haven't yet tried Swan, now's a swell time to do it. See if you don't find that Swan always saves you money, sale or no sale. Saves because it takes the place of expensive toilet soaps. And saves because Swan also does away with the need for easily wasted package soaps. So now's the time to swing to Swan. Now, when you can buy 3 bars and save. And now here's George and Gracie.
Boy, this sink is really stopped up. Look, it's overflowing. And what'd you do, Mrs. Burns? Pour grease down the drain?
Oh, no, Mr. Hamill. I save all our bacon grease and waste kitchen fats and take them to my meat dealer. Everybody should do that, you know. The government needs waste fats for bombs and bullets, so it can't be grease in the sink.
Well, there's water all over the floor. Something must be clogging up the sink.
I wonder what it could be.
Well, I don't know. Let's pull out the stopper and look.
The makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in again next week, same time. These programs are shortwave to our armed forces everywhere. Remember, Swan now brings you two of radio's top shows. George Burns and Gracie Allen every Tuesday night, and Tommy Riggs and Betty Lou every Friday night over another network. And now till next week, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I, Swan, how about you? Good night.
Try Spry. You'll find the baking you turn out fluffy and light. Try Spry. You're sure to hear your family shout, what a delight. For cake, pie, donuts, the things you fry. Try Spry. What's that you say? You're going to try it today?
Why, sure.
Try Spry.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Sure.
Try Spry.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Vincent Price, who is usually heard at this time as the Saint, has been delayed in Paris. Tonight, by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, you will hear Barry Sullivan in the role. Mr. Sullivan can currently be seen with Lana Turner and Ray Milland in A Life of Her Own. Adventures of the Saint, starring Barry Sullivan. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes transcribed to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Barry Sullivan as the Saint.
Mr. Templar. Well, Louis, that's what I call service. Parked right in front of my apartment.
Waiting for you, Mr. Templar. I was hoping you would be desirous of a hack.
That I am, Louis.
Well, where to, Mr. Templar?
Well, I'm not quite sure. You see, I have a problem up in my apartment.
What's your name?
Well, I call her Minerva.
Another dish and a jam?
She won't tell me. But the way she cries, I have an idea something's wrong.
How long has she been at your place?
Oh, a couple of hours.
And still crying? Oh, Mr. Templar, you're losing your charm.
I think she wants to go home.
You're definitely losing your charm.
I'd like to take her home.
Well, she lost her charm, too.
Only I don't know where her home is. But now that you're here, I'll untie her, and maybe she can find her own way.
You'll untie Mr. Templar.
Louis, she's a dog.
Oh, well, why didn't you say?
I found her this morning. I've never seen her around here before, so I didn't want to turn her loose, because if she can't find her way home, there's no telling what'll happen to her.
So what are you going to do?
Turn her loose?
But you just said that you
That's
don't...
where you come in. We'll follow her in your hack. See where she goes so we can keep her out of trouble.
Oh, that I should live to see the day when the Robin Hood of modern crime is nursemaid to a poop.
Remember the saying, Louis, do unto other dumb animals what you would have others do unto you. Besides, she's cute.
Yeah. What kind is she?
Pekingese.
I thought you said it was a dog.
Louis, that's unkind.
Sorry, I didn't mean it.
Stay put, Louis. I'll get Minerva and let's see where she takes us.
Hey, Minerva has fancy taste. This is a real expensive neighborhood.
And this is a real expensive trip. We've been following her for over an hour.
You know any better way to spend your money, Mr. Templar, than giving it to me?
Offhand, I can think of a couple. Say, Minerva's turning in at that gate.
Yeah.
Cute little shack she picked. I'll bet it doesn't have over 40 rooms.
You think she really lives there, or is she only dreaming?
We'll soon find out. Louis, turn into the driveway and park. I'll take her up to the house.
If she does belong here, there will no doubtless be a reward. And if there is no doubtless a
Stop
reward...
drooling, Louis. Your cut is already on the meter, so either way, you can't lose.
I'm not making out so awful good on it, Mr. Templar. Only one fare, only one tip, and more in an hour. Where's the profit?
Why, Louis, the conversation, of course. What's the matter? What's the matter? You want down? Well, you're out of luck. Or maybe you're in luck. Because when I pick up a young lady, I usually show her a good time. So if it turns out you don't live here, why...
Yes, sir.
Oh, hello. My name's Simon Templar.
Oh, yes. I'm sure Madam will be delighted you've come.
You're sure?
Of course. Right this way, sir.
Why should Madam be delighted I've come?
You surprised me, sir. I never heard that modesty was one of your outstanding characteristics.
You seem to know a lot about me.
Doesn't everybody, if you'll pardon the levity?
I'll pardon the levity, but not the evasion.
Evasion?
I asked you why Madam should be delighted I've come. Is it because of Minerva?
Minerva, sir?
This.
Oh, you mean Ming Toy?
Do I? I guess I do. I should have known. Ming Toy.
Naturally, Madam will be delighted about the dog. But what I was particularly referring to were the jewels. Have you brought them also?
Jewels?
Apparently you haven't. I hope you'll pardon these questions, sir. The kitchen help expects it of me, and I like to have something to report.
No. I'll issue communiques from the front. Which reminds me, where is the front?
Around this next bend, sir, in the east wing.
Ah. If I'd known the hall was this long, I'd have asked Louis to bring in his cab. My feet hurt.
It's not much further.
Well, let's be thankful for small favors.
What was that?
Does anyone in this house take singing lessons?
No, sir.
Then that was a scream, and it came from in there.
Oh!
Did you scream?
Who are you?
I'm...
Ming Toy, darling, come to Mama. Give her to me, young man.
Here.
Oh, Mama's little babykins. Is him all right?
She's all right, but something else isn't. Somebody screamed.
I know, I did. There was someone peering through that window. Was it you?
Hardly. I was in the house.
Well, you have no business barging in here unannounced.
Well, it seems, lady, that I run faster than your butler. I thought you were in trouble.
Well, I was startled, and now somebody better go investigate. Oh, Minnie, Angel, did I miss you?
What is it, madam? Is something wrong?
Well, there's a prowler outside the window. Go see who it is, please.
Yes, madam.
Now, you, young man, do you have my jewels?
I was wondering when we'd get around to that. I'm also wondering...
Mother, are you all right? I heard you scream.
Yes, Ernest,
Who's he?
Me?
Yes. What are you doing here?
I just came to return your dog.
Return?
Yes, here she is. Mama's little precious.
Say, her collar's off.
That's right.
How did you know she's our dog?
Oh.
I didn't.
Well, then why... Hey, wait a minute.
I'm waiting?
Put up your hands.
Oh, I'm sorry I waited.
Ernest, I didn't know you owned a revolver.
Lucky I do. Mother, call the police. Tell them we've got the thief.
Oh, great.
Somebody screamed. Was it you, Isabel?
Yes, dear, but it's all right. I saw somebody at the window. Fitch is looking into it.
Ernest, what the devil are you doing? Haven't I told you not to play with guns? I'm not playing, Father. This is the thief. So, does he have the jewels? I haven't searched him. Then how do you know? He brought back Ming Toy. Huh? Oh, yes. Morning, Ming Toy. Don't bite me, you little monster. Just a minute, Father. She doesn't have her collar, so how could he know she was our dog?
She told me.
Oh, we're just wasting time. Mother, will you please pick up that phone and call the police?
It won't do any good. The line's been cut. See?
What?
Thanks for looking down.
Hey! Hey, what are you doing? Wait. Stop immediately.
I'll take the gun. Here, let me have it. That's better.
Such violence.
Yeah. It's very good exercise.
Ernest, you gave the young man the gun. Why?
I asked him so nicely. Now, will somebody please tell me what's going on around here?
As if you don't
As
know.
if I don't.
Just who are you anyway, young fella?
Simon Templar. And you?
You don't know who I am?
Should I?
I, sir, am C.J. Allardyce.
Fancy that.
Nuts.
I beg your pardon?
I said nuts.
So you did.
As in bolts. Nuts and bolts. We manufacture them. You've heard of Allardyce nuts?
Yes, aren't they?
What's that?
The whole family.
Beg pardon?
Skip it.
Our slogan. If it's Allardyce, it's nuts.
That's what I said.
There's no nut like an Allardyce.
Well, this could go on all day.
Father, I'm sure Mr. Templar didn't come here to talk business. Eh? Why did he come?
To return Ming Toy. And now that I've been so warmly thanked, I'll just run along. I hope you won't mind my taking your revolver with me, Ernest, as a souvenir. When I'm safely out of reach, in northern Tibet, say, I'll send it back. Well, cheer-ho. let's get out of here.
What took you so long?
Louis, you wouldn't believe me if I told you.
Yeah, try me.
No, it's no use. I don't believe it myself.
Did you get a reward?
Reward? Louis, I'm out of there. Who could ask for anything more? Now, let's go.
Hey, just a minute, Mr. Temple.
Now what?
Somebody is hiding in them bushes and watching us, you see?
Oh, yeah. That's probably who Mrs. Allardyce saw at the window. Well, get started, Louis.
You ain't going to investigate?
It's probably only a man eating a gorilla. None of our business.
This is not like you, Mr. Temple. It's not like you at all.
As a matter of fact, I'm not exactly feeling myself at the moment, so don't be too surprised.
But where is your spirit of adventure, huh? What may lurk in them bushes? Excitement, thrills, who knows?
I know.
You do?
Yeah. I can see him in your rear view mirror. It's a kid. Kid about 10 years old.
A kid? Let's get out of here. Excitement I could stand. Mystery I could stand. Adventure. But kids, I got a nephew. What's wrong with this thing?
Hi.
Hello, kid.
Hey, what's the matter, mister? Won't you start?
Oh, sure. She'll start. I'm just trying to run down the battery so the lights won't work on account of I don't like night driving.
Wise guy.
What's your name, Sonny?
It ain't sunny.
Well, what is it?
What's it to you?
See what I mean, Mr. Temple?
Yeah. Look, fella, if you don't tell me your name, I'm going to have to call you my little man. How would you like that?
You win. It's Stevie. What's yours?
Simon?
Simon which?
Simon Templar?
The saint?
Yeah, Stevie.
Hey, wait a minute. You may not be him at all. How do I know this ain't a bluff?
You don't.
Well, it's worth a chance. Because if you're the real saint, you and me can do business.
What sort of business, Stevie?
Well, I read a lot of books about detectiving.
Yes, I gather.
Well, we ought to make a good partnership, you and me. You help me latch onto the ice, and we'll split the reward.
The ice?
50 grand worth. And that ain't peanuts.
Stevie, suppose you tell me about this jewelry. Just when was it taken?
You don't know?
No.
You're not the saint.
Believe me, Stevie, the saint doesn't know everything.
Why'd you come here?
To return Ming Toy?
Who are you trying to kill?
No, that's on the level.
Look, mister, I happen to know you couldn't return Ming Toy, see?
What do you mean I couldn't?
Never mind. But I know.
If you don't believe me, ask Louis here.
I thought her name was Minerva.
Oh, you're always such a help. Stevie, why do you say I couldn't return Ming Toy?
I'm not talking.
I don't get it.
I see the look in your eye, Mr. Temple. The mystery's beginning to needle you.
Stevie, if I prove I brought back Ming Toy, will you tell me why you said I couldn't?
Sure. And you won't prove it.
Wait here, Louis. I'll probably hate myself in the morning, but I'm going back to the Allardyces. Come on, Stevie.
Come in.
Excuse me, madam. Mr. Templar is here again with the gardener's boy.
The gardener's boy?
Yes, madam.
Well, he can't bring that urchin into the house.
I'm very sorry, madam, but he has. Shall I show them out?
No, show them in. I'll tell him myself.
Very good, madam. You may come in, Mr. Templar.
Thank you, Jeeves.
Pitch, sir.
I stand corrected. Well, hello again, Mrs. Allardyce.
Really, Mr. Templar, this is impossible. Bringing in that... Good heavens! He's the face at the window.
I was just a detective.
Oh, I should have recognized him at the time. Oh, Mr. Templar, you're wonderful. Positively wonderful. First Ming Toy and now the Prowler. Fitch had no luck whatsoever. Simply none. You're an amazing man. Sit down. Have a chocolate.
No, thanks.
Yeah, thanks.
If you don't mind, we'd like to see Ming Toy.
Why?
I forgot to say goodbye to her.
Oh, very well. Minnie, come to Mother. Minnie. Now, where is that animal? She was here right just a moment ago. Minnie! Minnie!
Did you call, Mother?
Oh, Ernest, have you seen Ming Toy?
No. I thought she was in here.
Well, she's not.
Don't tell me she's disappeared again.
No, so it would seem. Vanished into thin air. My poor, it's a baby. Gone.
Well, mister, now what have you got to say?
Say? Stevie, I'm speechless. Oh, hello, Louis.
Mr. Templar, how come you're answering the door? They don't have no butler?
He's not around. Strange. No dog, no butler. Well, what do you want, Louis?
I just come to see what's keeping you this time. My media's getting busy going round and round.
Ming Toy's missing again. We're looking for her. It's a big house. She's a little dog.
Why don't you just forget the whole thing?
Because, Louis, it doesn't make sense. She ought to come when we call, or at least bark.
Well, what do? Go take another nap?
I don't know. Maybe Louis... What is it, Stevie?
I take it all back. You are the same.
Well, what brings all this on?
I found Ming toy.
You did?
Yeah. Ben's out Slight and Whisper.
Huh?
This is top secret.
Go ahead, I'm bent.
Fitch has her in the garage.
Well, what's he doing? Giving her a shampoo?
No, he's shaving her.
Shaving her?
With an electric razor.
Well, let's go get her. Come on, Louis.
Oh, no thanks, Mr. Templar. You and the kid go. Me, I'm going back to the hack for another nap. I can dream nightmares that make better sense than this. So long.
Now, Stevie, when we get near the garage, let's be quiet. We don't want Fitch to hear us.
Okay.
Hello there.
Oh, it's Ernest.
I've looked all over the grounds. Can't find her.
It's all right. Stevie's found her. Your butler has her in the garage.
But I just saw him go back to the house.
Oh? With Ming Toy?
No. Why did he take her to the garage?
I guess to improve her appearance?
What?
Well, come on. We can soon find out.
Yeah.
Ernest, what do you know about your butler anyway?
Not much. He's only been with us a couple of weeks.
Oh? What sort of references did he have?
I don't know. Ask Father. He engaged him.
I will.
And then I would like to ask you some questions. I'm still not satisfied in spite of Mother.
Look, Fitch has the dog, not me.
I know,
Hey, wait a minute. What is this?
What?
Right there, crouching by that bush. Can that be Ming Toy?
By gosh, it is, and she's stripped clean. She's been shaved.
She looks like a damp sock.
Come here, Ming Toy.
She just sits there shivering.
I think she's embarrassed. Here, I'll get her. Come here, Ming Toy. Cold? Well, don't worry. I'll buy you mink. Here she comes. I thought that would do it. It works every time.
Be careful, huh? Don't drop her.
Oh, don't worry, Ernest. I shall guard Ming Toy with my life.
Well, come on. What's the matter?
My legs are giving out again.
Oh, she'll live out of condition.
I guess.
Mother?
Ernest, have you found my treasure?
Yes, Mother, we found her.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Give it to Mother, Templar.
Yeah, here.
Thank you. She's naked.
It seems your butler is a frustrated barber.
What?
Where's Father? Templar wants to talk to him about Fitch.
He's in the back study, but I don't understand.
That makes it unanimous. Look after your mother, Ernest. She's had quite a shock. Meanwhile, I'll go see if your father can help explain why Ming Toy has been forced to become a stripteaser.
Don't bother me, Templar. Don't bother me. I've got enough on my mind. Son who gambles away every penny I give him, a wife who charge accounts away even pennies I don't give her. Believe me, young man, anybody ever tells you it's a picnic being a millionaire, don't you listen. Take it from me, before you make $1 million, just be sure you can afford it.
I'll make a note of that. But about Ming Toy...
Look, last night the dog is kidnapped, or dog-napped, or whatever you call it. The wife throws such a tizzy it takes 3 pills to get me to sleep. This morning the wife's jewels are gone. Another tizzy. Policemen, insurance adjusters, and now you. Look, I don't care if the dog has been peeled. See, I don't care. I've got enough on my mind.
Maybe it all ties together. The dog is stolen, the jewels are stolen.
I can add 2 and 2, Templar. I don't need your masterminding. The dog was stolen first so the thief could break in later without the dog barking. Think I couldn't figure that out?
No, I think you could. And it's possible the thief thought so, too.
What's that?
I have a hunch the robbery was the work of some member of this household.
Nonsense.
And the dog napping was just a red herring to throw you off the track. To make you think just what you did think. That it was an outside rather than an inside job.
Get out of here, Templar. Get out of here before I throw you.
I'd just like to ask you about Fitch.
Fine butler, excellent. One peculiarity, that's all. Likes to shave dogs. So what? We can't all be perfect. Now get out of here, Templar, before I have him shave you, and it may be closer than you like.
Oh, hello, Ernest.
Hello, Templar. Learn anything from Father?
Yeah, I learned he has a temper.
Oh, he's in one of those.
Uh-huh. So if I want to learn about Fitch, I'll have to learn it from Fitch himself. Only trouble is I can't find the kitchen. Is there a map of this place anywhere?
It's down this way. Come on, I'll take you. I'll talk to you anyway.
Thanks. So you don't have signposts. How's your mother?
Sniffing, smelling salts.
And ring toy?
Taking it better than Mother.
Just keep her away from mirrors. She'll be all right.
Look, Templar, I said I want to talk to you.
We're talking.
I want to talk about you.
My favorite subject.
It's all very well you're pretending you want to help, but how do we know?
Are we almost there? My legs are giving out again.
That's right in here. Take us in the kitchen to the butler's pantry.
Good.
Fitch! Fitch!
Don't bother calling him, Ernest. He can't hear you.
What?
Look behind that table.
Is he dead?
Extremely.
Please, dear, I can't talk now. I'm so upset about Ming Toy.
Oh, hang Ming Toy.
Jonathan Allardyce. Of all
Look, I'm trying to tell you something. That man Templar, he's getting ideas. I don't like it. He's been snooping around here. Well, the first thing we know...
Well, all we have to do is to be nice to him.
Nice to him? Confound it, Isabel. I'm going to...
May I come in?
No. Templar, I thought I told you to get the blazes out of this house.
Oh, is that what you told me? I've been trying to figure it out, but you were so incoherent.
Now, see here.
If you want me to go, I'll be glad to, but I thought I ought to tell you about your butler first.
Yes, I know. You think he's a thief. Very well, I'll have the police.
You're wrong, Mr. Allardyce. I don't think he's a thief. He's been cleared. The hard way.
What?
Somebody murdered him. Ernest is calling the police now.
Murdered him?
Yep, with a knife.
Oh, dear, and good butlers are so scarce these days. Jonathan! Mr. Templar, what's happened to Jonathan?
Looks like he's fainted.
Well, what'll we do? Get me some water.
Get it yourself. I can't wait.
Can't wait? Well, you can't leave me now.
I've got to, or there may be another murder.
No, come back here.
Later, Mrs. Allardyce.
Oh, Mr. Templar. Oh, Fitch. Oh, no, he's... Somebody, please. Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
Louis.
What now, Mr. Templar?
Have you seen Stevie?
If I do, there's going to be a murder.
If we don't, there's going to be a murder.
Stevie?
Yeah.
I'm glad to hear it. You know what that kid done?
What?
He scrambled the wires in the engine while I was snoozing. That's why we wouldn't start
He
before.
was detectiving Louis. We were possible suspects, and he wanted to foil our getaway.
Well, wasn't that cute?
No, I'm not joking. His life is in danger.
I'm not surprised.
If I can't find Stevie, I'll have to find Ernest.
Who's he?
Allardyce's son.
I wonder if he's the one drove away just now.
Drove away. Did someone?
Yeah. A car just went down the other drive.
Have you got your wires unscrambled?
Oh, yeah.
All right, Louis. Let's go.
It headed this way, that's all I know.
And you don't know if Stevie was in the car?
I don't know who was in the car. I didn't see.
He must be. It's the only thing that makes sense. Now what?
The road branches three ways. Which way do we go?
Oh, there we are. They went that way, to the left.
How do you know?
Well, there's fresh tire tracks. The others are old.
Oh, yeah.
And step on it, Louis.
Okay. Well, in your ears. Here we go. But I would still like to know what's going on.
Louis, look out for that turn.
Close your eyes and play, Mr. Templar. Here we go. Got your eyes open, Mr. Templar?
Yeah, we made it.
Oh, good. Then I can open mine. Louis.
Louis, is that the car you saw coming out of Allardyce's?
Looks like.
That's good, but I hope we're not too late.
Nobody in it.
No. There's a path into the woods. Come on.
Yeah.
Hurry up, Louis. Right through here. I'm afraid to call the kid for fear.
I'd still like to know what's going on.
Well, as I see it, Louis.
Yeah?
Ernest ran up a gambling debt, and his papa wouldn't pay off for him.
Oh.
At any rate, Papa was griping about Ernest gambling.
Ernest, I take it, is Allardyce Jr.?
Yeah, that's right. Ernest had to get money, so he drove Ming Toy away from home and put her out of the car.
Yeah.
Then he swiped the family jewels, and the missing dog made it look like an outside job.
Smart guy, Junior. What makes you think he's going to knock off the kid?
He's already knocked off the butler.
Oh, yeah. How do you know it was Ernest which knocked off the butler?
Because when I told Allardyce, he fainted. And he didn't faint out of great feeling for the butler. Fellow'd only been with him a couple of weeks. He fainted because he knew his son was guilty of the robbery, and he realized his son was also a murderer.
Mr. Temple.
Stevie.
Where'd you come from?
Stevie, you all right?
Well, sure I'm all right. But Ernest don't feel so good.
Mr. Temple, look. Ernest is out cold.
What do you know?
Yeah. You know something? Ernest should have his mouth washed out with soap.
Why, Stevie?
He doesn't tell the truth.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, last night, I seen him driving away with Ming Toy. And when I asked where he was taking her, he says, shh, it's a big secret. Spies have tattooed a secret message on her skin. But he found out, and he's taking her to the FBI. And I mustn't tell nobody, because it's FBI top secret.
I see.
Well, I find out now he was just trying to shut me up.
Hey, I gotta remember that. Next time my nephew gets in my hair, FBI top secret.
Hey, Louis, then that explains the shaving.
Huh?
The butler must have overheard Ernest telling this young man about the secret message on Ming Toy. And he figured if it was true, the dog would be worth money. So he looked for the message.
Sure, when the butler shaves the pooch, Ernest gets wise. The butler is wise, so he shuts the butler up.
And he tried to shut me up, too. He said we were going to meet an FBI man out here. Instead, he gets me in, and then he pulls out a knife.
And what happened?
Judo.
Judo?
Sure. My brother was in the Marines. He taught me.
Oh.
Ernest is waking up.
And you were worried about the kid, Mr. Templar. Like I told you, when them little hyenas is around, all you gotta protect is yourself.
Hey, Mr. Templar, you want me to teach you some falls?
As a matter of fact, Stevie, I don't...
It's easy. Look, I'll show you.
Well, Stevie,
First, you take a guy's arm like this.
Now, just a minute,
Then
Stevie. Let's talk this over.
You see, leverage is
friends.
the important part of this deal.
Let's keep it that way,
now,
shall we?
I just pull back real hard.
Louis, help!
You have been listening to another transcribed adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. Now, here's our star, Barry Sullivan.
Ladies and gentlemen, a long time ago it was written that man shall not live by bread alone. In this often quoted line from the Bible, bread is merely a symbol of all material values. And although we in America have the greatest material advantages in the world, they are not enough to bring us complete happiness. We must find that happiness in our spiritual as well as our material lives, in faith as well as bread. In America, one of our most precious heritages is the right to worship as we please, to know the spiritual pleasures of our churches and synagogues. The doors of your places of worship stand open to you, and your religious leaders will welcome you to their services. They also offer you personal and family guidance and the opportunity to become a firm part of your community. Through our churches and synagogues, that community and the families within it can find stability. And as an individual, you can find the peace that only religion can bring. Thus, the religious organizations of America invite you to find yourself through faith and come to church this week. This is Barry Sullivan inviting you to join us again next week at the same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
Tonight's script of The Saint was written by Jerome Epstein. In the cast, you heard Myra Marsh as Mrs. Allardyce and Tom Tully as her husband. Lamont Johnson was their son, Ernest. Ted Osborne was the butler. Jeffrey Silver was Stevie, and Larry Dodkin was Louis. The music was composed and conducted by Von Dexter. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris, is a James L. Safier production and is directed by Helen Mack. All you Saint fans will be glad to know that the Saint comic books are on sale at all newsstands. Your announcer is Don Stanley. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. And the chimes are anticipating the hilarious antics of Bob Hope and Groucho Marx. Hope returns to the air with more laughs on Tuesday, October 3rd. Groucho Marx brings his riotous quiz, You Bet Your Life, to the air on Wednesday, October 4th. So that's Bob Hope, October 3rd, Groucho Marx, October 4th. Yes, 3 chimes mean good times on NBC.
Let's join Dan McCullough and his pal Eddie.
Say, Dan, I've got an idea.
Yeah?
You remember the old game where I think of something and then you ask me questions and guess what it is?
Sure, Eddie. Why?
Well, let's play that game. Only let's make it about those insignia and warplane buttons I'm collecting. The ones from packages of Kellogg's Pep.
Okay. You want to start?
All right. I'm thinking of something that's red and blue and yellow and black and white.
Oh, that's one of those insignia buttons, all right, with all those colors. Let's see. Is it a picture of a bird?
No.
A bomb?
No.
An animal?
Well, yeah, an animal.
Well, that gives me something to start on. Now, is it one of the second series of buttons?
Right.
Let's see, an animal. Is it a bear?
Nope.
Hey, this is getting tough. A dog?
Guess again.
I know. A tiger.
Oh, you guessed it. But I'll bet you can't tell me which squadron that insignia belongs to.
Oh, that's easy, Eddie. It's Marine Fighter Squadron VMF 224. And like the other buttons in this swell second series, it's a honey. Clear, brilliant colors, sharp outlines, why, you can even see the tough expression in the tiger's eyes. And the rings around his tail. He's all dressed up, too, with a cap and a sweat jersey and boxing gloves. Yes, sir, these insignia buttons are just about the classiest-looking things you ever saw. And they're so easy to get. You don't send in any money, not even a box top, and you can't buy them anywhere. You just make sure Mother gets you a package of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. Then, inside you'll find a prize, an exciting insignia or warplane button. There's a button in every package, and it's a prize for you from P.E.P. Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Next time it's too rainy for you to be out of doors, here's an idea for what to do. Get out your collection of insignia and warplane buttons from packages of Kellogg's Pep and see how close you are to having all the buttons in both the first and the second series. Why, you'll probably make up your mind to eat more of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal so you can get more prizes. Then you might see how many of those insignia you can identify, like Marine Bombing Squadron 433, for example. You can remember that with a red dragon with two tails, riding a bomb, and firing a machine gun. By the time you get through, you'll be mighty proud of your collection, believe me. Because, you see, these buttons really are smart-looking. The colors are clear and bright and sharp, really stand out against the sparkling white background. And they're made of metal, so they'll last indefinitely. Now, if anyone should ask you how you got those swell buttons, tell them it's easy. You don't send in a single penny. No, sir, not even a box top. And you don't buy them. You just ask Mom to get a package or two of Kellogg's Pep. Then look inside for your exciting prize, a brilliant insignia or warplane button. There's a button in every package of P.E.P. Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek.
Adventures in time and space, told in future tense. Dimension. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Street and Smith, publishers of astounding science fiction, bring you Dimension X.
This is the story of the second expedition to the planet of Landro. I am recording it for any future expeditions which might land on this God-forsaken sphere, in the hope that they may learn from our tragic example. As I write, there are 2 of us left. 2 out of an original complement of 180 men. One of us, myself, will be dead in less than 27 minutes. As for the other, heaven have mercy on him. This is how it happened. On June 3rd, 1997, less than 2 months ago, the last of our supply ships blasted off Landro, headed for Earth.
Well, there she goes. Like a big-bottomed bird, huh?
Like to be aboard her, Bat Ears?
Me?
Listen, Captain, I've been kicking around with you from one planet to another for so long now, they're all getting to be the same.
Not this one, Bad Ears, not Landro.
No, maybe you're right there. I ain't never been on one like this. It's a cemetery, that's what it is, a big, cold cemetery. Them empty cities, that's what does it. Sitting there like they was tombs.
Bad Ears, you're getting to be a poet in your old age.
I ain't so poetic I didn't remember to swipe a bottle of Irish off that supply ship.
What?
Right here.
You know, Brady, if you weren't the best all-around cook and troubleshooter I ever shipped, I'd court-martial you.
Well, since I ain't being court-martialed, how about we should open this Irish head tonic after supper tonight, right?
Right. We walked back to the cluster of plastic huts we call the base. It was beginning to freeze up, and that purplish glow had settled across the planet. Yes, it was like a cemetery, all right. A cemetery of dead cities. We walked past one of them, a huge plastic dome with tall, graceful buildings, atomic power systems, vacuum conveyors. All perfect, all deserted, all ominous. How had it happened? Nobody knew for sure. But the best guess was that the plague had frightened the original inhabitants of the planet so that they had piled into rocket ships and headed for some distant planet. I often wondered why a civilization so advanced as Landro could not find a serum to beat the plague. Well, maybe the Aborigines back in the hills knew the answer. Those strange, ugly little people who had taken to the caves the day we landed. All we knew of them was what we found in the anthropological report of the expedition which preceded ours, and an occasional glimpse by someone on a hunting patrol. When I reached my shack, Morgan, the expedition surgeon, was waiting for me. He was sweating like a pig, and it wasn't the heat because my shack was as cold as a grave.
Good evening, Captain Morgan.
Well, what brings you here?
It's
Doctor?
a matter of the serum, sir.
What about the serum?
It's just that, well, it's no good.
No good?
It's too cold. 10 years too cold.
But didn't you examine it?
Yes, I did, but, well, my eyesight has been failing lately.
Well, are you aware, Doctor, that the last supply ship has returned to Earth? Do you know we'll have no more contact for 2 years?
Well, I must have misread the label, sir.
Dr. Morgan, just how long do you give us?
Well, the present immunity will last a week or so, and then it's just a question of time until someone picks up the plague. After that,
a month. 2 months at most. Do you have any thoughts as to how we might save ourselves?
No, sir, I'm afraid not.
What about the natives? They don't die from the plague.
They must have a treatment for it. If they didn't, there would be no natives.
Would you be willing to go on an expedition to the hills to find out?
Right now, Captain, I'd be willing to do anything. Absolutely anything. I'm truly sorry, sir.
You're sorry. Dr. Morgan, would you mind telling me how it feels to murder 180 men? 181? Including yourself? I did a lot of thinking after Dr. Morgan left my hut. It was still unreal for me. After all, the planning of an expedition was no simple thing. You put into it the results of years of training and experience. Every man on my crew was handpicked for his skill. And yet a simple thing like a myopic surgeon misreading a label could blast the whole thing. Yes, it was a shame. I did the only thing I could think of. I yelled for Batier's Brady. Brady, get your carcass in here and hurry it up.
Okay. What's up?
Sit down, Battiers.
You got trouble, Ira?
We got trouble.
What?
The serum's no good.
What?
Morgan forgot to check it. It's 10 years too old.
Holy jumping snails. You're going to court-martial?
Well, it wouldn't do much good. We'll all be dead pretty soon unless somebody figures something out.
Why did they send these civilians with us?
Well, it was a mistake. Anybody can make a mistake. Only this was a big one.
Ira, what are you going to do?
Well, there's only one chance. 1 chance in 10 million.
What?
The natives.
Them cave rats, what good can they do us?
They don't get the plague.
So?
so, maybe they know a cure.
Oh, listen, those gimpos don't know nothing. Take it from me.
It's the only chance.
Okay, let's get a few of them and beat it out of them.
That's why you're here.
Shoot.
How'd you like to come along on a little expedition up to the cave country?
That's a good way to die young.
We die young anyway.
Okay, what's the pitch?
Now, we don't dare let the rest of the camp know. It would knock our morale to pieces.
Who's going?
You, me, the doctor, and Faulkner.
Faulkner? Listen, Ira, he's worse than the doctor.
Well, I know he isn't exactly the man for a hunting trip, but he knows more about the native culture than anybody here. Now, he's the only one who's completely familiar with the records of the first expedition.
Okay, so it's me, you, the doc, and Faulkner. When do we start?
Tonight, in half an hour. Now, we should reach the cave country by tomorrow. With luck, we'll be able to find natives before night.
And then the fun starts. You know, Ira, them gimpos don't exactly love us.
Nobody loves us bat ears. That's one of the great paradoxes about this job. We come here to help them, to civilize them so they can live like human beings instead of pack rats, and they run off to the hills and hide from us. Like we had to... I almost said plague. So, okay, bat ears, get the doc and Faulkner. Benny Faulkner's body was small and consumptive. But he had a good brain. He was the best anthropologist the Interplanet Institute could recommend. He and Dr. Morgan were the only two civilians on the expedition. The rest of us were all Army or Space Patrol. And we hadn't been marching very long before Benny's frail constitution began to show signs of wear and tear.
What's the matter, Benny?
It's nothing. Just the dust. I'm allergic to dust.
You hear that, Ira? He's allergic to dust. We better call off the expedition, huh?
Easy, bat ears.
Yes, sir.
Want to rest a while, Faulkner?
It's okay. I can make it.
Well, we should be in the cave country in an hour or so. It'll be daybreak then, and the going will be easier. How about you, Doctor?
I'll make it.
Okay. Let's go.
Ira.
What is it?
Don't look now, but very slowly turn your eyes to the right and look behind that big yellow rock.
Okay.
You see anything?
No.
Keep looking. Don't stop walking or let up.
Okay.
There.
Look like a shadow or something.
It's one of them gimpos. He's been following us now for almost an hour, dodging in and out behind rocks. I think there's more of them, too, but I couldn't swear.
Well, anyway, they know we're coming. That's for sure.
What do you think? Should we bring one in?
Not yet. We don't know how many of them there are. Just pretend you don't see them. And above all, tell the others to show no signs of fear. There's nothing will start these simple-minded cavemen like fear. That was it. The manual said under no circumstances shall a member of the patrol display fear before a native. The dignity of the Earthman must be preserved at all costs. Walk erect, be firm but just, and do not allow the native to feel he is your superior. It was a good rule, and it always worked. And just before dawn, we reached the cave country. We were tired and hungry, and we stopped to cook some food and rest. Everything was quiet. There was no sign of the gimpo, as Bat Ears called him, until...
Get in there, you stinking little man. Come on, boy, break your shoulder.
What's the trouble?
Look at me, Ira. They caught me one of these gimpos sneaking around outside the tent. He almost slit my throat with one of those stone knives he did. Yeah.
Bring him into the light of the fire where we can get a look.
Yeah, right.
Faulkner.
Yes, sir?
Try to establish some communication.
All right, get in there.
Look out now. No need to knock him down, Bat Ears.
That's the only language they understand.
Faulkner, see if you can reach him.
Okay, Captain. I'll need a drum of some sort.
A what?
Well, I find they communicate with one another through a very primitive kind of vibration of the tongue. Now, the closest I can come is a series of drum beats, a sort of a Morse code. The psychologist on the first expedition had it worked out before he was killed by the plague. I've studied his notes, and I think it'll work.
You mean these animals can talk to one another?
I believe they can. At any rate, we'll have a chance to find out. Do we have something I can use for a drum?
Oh, here. Take my helmet.
Thank you, Doctor. Now, I'll tap it 4 times. That's a greeting of some sort.
Oh, just a moment.
Yes, sir?
I don't want you treating this fellow like an equal. Don't give him the idea that we're desperate. Once they sense that, we're lost.
All right. Here we go. Now I'll give him the helmet. Good. He seems to understand. What shall I ask him, sir?
Now, first, tell him we come in peace. Reassure him that we don't wish to hurt him or his people.
I'll try. He seems to understand. He wants to answer.
Well?
He says, others like you came to Landro.
He must mean the first expedition. Go on. I want you to lead around to the subject of the plague gradually. Don't let on that we're desperate.
I'll do my best, sir.
It's a strange sight. On one side of the helmet crouched little Benny Faulkner. Across from him crouched the Landrian. A humpbacked, gray little creature with an enormous head and those soft, lavender eyes. I'm setting forth in this narrative the transcript of their conversation as Benny Faulkner later transcribed it from the best of his memory. Faulkner, we come as friends. Native. Why? Faulkner, we will help you to rebuild your cities
and make your machines work again.
Why?
We want to help you to enjoy the benefits of the great culture which once thrived on Landro.
Why?
Because we want to help you.
If we ask you not to help us, will you go away?
We stay for your own good. We have helped many others on other planets.
How?
We teach them a better way to live. Their way of life was better than your way.
Have you tried our way?
Why were your cities abandoned? Was it the plague?
Yes.
Do you still fear the plague?
Yes.
Do any of your people become afflicted?
Some.
How do you treat them? How do you keep the plague from spreading? Do you have a cure? How can we find a cure for the plague?
Go among my people.
Will we find the answer among your people?
My people have the answer.
Will you tell me the answer?
Go among my people.
The drum beats ended. As far as the Landrian was concerned, the conversation was ended. He rose to go, and Faulkner stepped from his path. But Brady was there to ensure the bet.
Hold on there, bucko. You ain't going no place.
Don't maltreat him, Brady. What'd he say, Benny?
He says his people have the answer.
What do you think?
Well, there may be some truth in it. He says some of his people still get the plague.
Well, that must mean it isn't a question of immunity. They must have a cure.
Well, he wasn't clear on that, Doctor.
And they must have a vaccine to keep it from spreading.
Does he know?
Evidently not.
I could beat it out of him.
I don't think he's lying.
Well, that leaves it up to us. Now, the first level of caves are on top of that cliff about a mile ahead.
It's a trap. I'll bet my last dollar on it.
Maybe not. We'll have to risk it.
Now, wait.
Yes, Doctor.
Let me go. I got you all into this.
How will you talk?
Well, Benny here can give me enough of the code so I can ask the big question.
All right, Doctor. We'll wait at the foot of the cliff. Now, you go on ahead. If you aren't back down in 3 hours, we'll come up after you.
What about the gimpo we've got?
Now, we'll hold him as a hostage to ensure the doctor's safety. Now, if the doc comes back, all right. We'll let him go. Your job, that is.
A pleasure.
Don't kick him.
Natch. But if he gives me any trouble, I'll take a shovel to his bottom. You can count on that.
It took Dr. Morgan about an hour to pick his way up the side of the cliff to the first of the openings where the Landrians lived. He waved to us before he entered the mouth of the cave. And we waved back. Then we settled down to wait. It was a long, long wait.
8 o'clock. He's been up there more than 3 hours, Ira.
We'll give him a little more time.
It's getting colder.
Now keep the fire going.
You think we'd have heard something by now? If that was going to knock him off, I mean.
Well, not necessarily. Wait. Look. Up on the cliff.
That's the doctor.
What's he running for?
I don't know.
He looks scared.
Crazy fool. If he don't look
Hey,
out...
doctor! Dr. Morgan, look out! Look out! We found him at the foot of the cliff, crumpled and broken. We never knew why he had thrown himself off. Scrawled across the pad he had taken with him, on which to make notes concerning the answer, was a single word. The word was courtesy. The expedition was a failure. Okay, that's it. I have to head back for camp and just wait and pray.
Not just yet, Ira. Okay?
What's on your mind, Batty?
If it's all the same to you, I'd like to take the Gimpo here out behind the rocks and have a talk with him. Okay, Ira?
What do you think you'll accomplish?
I don't know. Just a quiet little talk.
No violence?
No violence. Just a real, earnest type conversation. Okay, Ira?
It was one of those decisions the commanding officer dreads. 180 lives against the chance that Battiers could persuade the little gray man to give an answer he might not even know. I nodded, and Battiers took the little native off behind an outcropping of rock. He was back in 15 minutes, dripping with sweat. Well?
Let's go, Ira.
Nothing, huh?
But nothing.
They see you.
Yeah, they ain't made very good, those little gray people. They come apart too easy. So, let's go, Ira.
All right. Benny. Hey, Benny. What is it?
I feel kind of sick all of a sudden.
He's got a weak stomach. Dust allergy.
Now, wait a minute. What is it, Benny?
The back of my head. Dull kind of pain.
Stick out your tongue. Give him a hand, Battiers. We've got to get him back to camp.
What is it?
I'm not sure. But that blackness on the tongue and the headache, it could be the plague. By the time we got Benny Faulkner back to camp, he had the red spots on his body. And then the fever began to rage. It was a plague, no mistake about it. Before morning, Collins, the supply sergeant, had it. Then it was Peabody. After that, the men went down like 10 pins. They screamed and moaned. And then they died. Come. Hello, Battiers.
Ira?
Have a drink. It's the last of the cough medicine.
Yeah. Tired. Oh, man, I've never been so tired.
What's the count?
We lost 6 more today.
6. That makes 29 dead. 29 in less than a week.
It's them stinking natives. They put the whammy on us.
I'd take it easy.
Easy? I'd like to take a machine gun up to them hills and knock off the whole bunch of them.
How's Benny?
Now, that's the funny thing. I went into his tent this morning figuring sure he'd be dead by now. Instead, I see his fever is down a couple of points.
That's amazing. Usually gets him in a matter of days. Faulkner's been hanging on for weeks now. Well, keep an eye on him. It was a nightmare of eternity after that. A ceaseless round of caring for the stricken and helping with the graves and writing in the book the names of those who died. Sleep came in snatches or when we were so exhausted we couldn't stand. Then one morning, Battiers Brady dragged himself into my shack. Sit down, Bat. What's the count?
6 left. We buried the chaplain today. You got a cigarette?
Yeah, sure. How's Faulkner?
I don't get it.
Still alive?
He's getting better. He's sitting up.
Holy mackerel.
This is a good cigarette.
Not like any other.
No, this one's different, Ira. It's my last.
What do you mean?
Take a look at my tongue, Ira. See? Little black spots.
Somehow, I managed to get him into bed. He was already raving when I gave him the last of the morphine. It was incredible. Big, brawling Bat-Ears Brady, a tower of strength, lying sick and whimpering on a cot. I went out on the moors to think. The sun was a dull red glow. A cold breeze whipped up. The planet of Landro was in emptiness. I thought about Bat-Ears and Dr. Morgan and Benny Faulkner. Why should Faulkner, of all of us, recover from the plague from which no man recovered? I turned and went back to see Benny Faulkner.
Hello, Captain.
Hello, Benny. How are you?
Good. Got up and walked a couple of steps today. How goes it?
Brady's down.
Oh.
Listen, Benny. There must be some reason why you survived the virus.
Well, how about you? Why didn't you ever even get it?
I give it time.
What can I do?
I want you to tell me everything you know about yourself, everything you can remember.
But why?
Because somewhere in your makeup is some little thing that makes the difference. At least I can leave a record for any future expedition that comes to Landro. Okay?
Okay, Captain Warner. Where do you want me to start?
At the beginning. Now, I'm going to take notes.
Well, I was born on the 2nd of July in 1971. My parents were ordinary people. My father was a everything I can remember. For 3 days now you've questioned me.
All right. Now take it from where the natives started to walk away. You stepped out of his path and Brady grabbed him.
Okay, so I stepped out of his path.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Why did you step out of his path?
Well, why not? Courtesy, that's why. What's the matter?
Courtesy. Funny. That's the word that Dr. Morgan had written in his notebook.
Well, I don't see...
I don't either. Hey, tell me, why should you want to be courteous to a native?
Why not?
What about maintaining your own dignity?
Are you talking about dignity or arrogance? Look, I don't get this at all, Captain.
You're familiar with the records left by the first expedition, Benny. What happened with the natives?
Well, the natives were friendly enough at first, but after a while they went back to the caves.
And when we got here, they wouldn't come near us, right?
Right.
Yet we came to help them.
So what?
So maybe this, Benny. Maybe we were all wet in our deductions. Maybe those cities weren't deserted centuries ago after all. Maybe these little people up in the caves are the same people who used to live in those cities.
Well, why should they leave?
Well, maybe they found out the big cities weren't the answer. Maybe they found out that civilization doesn't necessarily bring happiness. So they just packed up and left. Returned to the simple life.
That doesn't make sense. You're forgetting the plague.
Benny, what is the plague?
Well, I don't know.
I think the plague was nothing more than what we know as greed and arrogance.
Captain, you're going off your rocker.
I think maybe we were in line to die of it, even if the serum had been good.
Well, it violates all the laws of Earth.
We aren't on Earth. We're on Landro. A planet a million light years from home. Now, why are we trying to take these primitive, happy people and make them like ourselves? Why are we trying to mold them to convince them that they belong in cities, that they should be building better can openers instead of just enjoying human relationships? Why, Benny? If that isn't sheer, stupid, crazy arrogance, my name isn't Ira Warren. The other four went that night. 3 days later, Bat-Ears Brady died. In his delirium, he was howling about how if he could just get his hands on one of those stinking natives, he'd wring the answer out of them. After I buried him, I went back to Benny Faulkner's tent. Faulkner was getting out of bed as I entered.
How is he, Captain?
I just buried him.
Holy Mother in heaven. That means 2 of us. 2 out of 180.
Not two. Just one.
Oh, but you're all right.
I have a headache. I'm beginning to sweat a little, too.
Well, can I help you any?
No. No, I think I'll go back to my shack and finish writing the report.
Well, maybe it isn't the plague.
No, Benny, I've seen it too many times to kid myself about it.
Look, Captain, you don't believe that junk about courtesy, do you? I mean that stuff you were talking about the other night? That's a lot of nonsense. You must know that. Holy mackerel, Captain. You can't believe it. You can't.
Good night, Benny. I think I'd like to be alone for a while.
Okay. Good night, Captain Warren.
This concludes my report. I'm turning it over to Benny Faulkner in the hopes that he will be able to transmit it to any other expedition commander who contemplates exploring the planet of Landrum. The fever is beginning to mount now. My hands tremble as I write. The end should not be far off. You see, I didn't have a chance. I stepped out of no paths.
You have just heard another adventure into the unknown world of the future. The world of Dimension X. We are just beginning to discover how boundless our universe really is. And yet, what would it be like to live in a world no larger, say, than a single gigantic rocket ship? You'll find out more about it on Dimension X next week when we present Robert Heinlein's Universe.
Dimension X is presented each week by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with Street & Smith, publishers of the magazine Astounding Science Fiction. Today, Dimension X has presented Courtesy from the current issue of Astounding Science Fiction. It was written for radio by George Lefferts from the story by Clifford Simak. Featured in the cast were Lawson Zerbe as Captain Warren, Bill Zuckert as Battiers Brady, and Bill Gray as Benny Faulkner. Your host was Norman Rose. Music by Albert Berman. Dimension X is produced by William Welch and directed by Fred Wade.
Hello, everybody, hello. Hello is the shampoo that glorifies your hair. So hello, everybody, hello. Put soft to lively curls and bright as sparkling hair. So hello, everybody, hello. Hello, shampoo, hello.
The Abbott and Costello program, starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello, brought to you by Camel, the cigarette of costlier, properly aged tobacco. The Abbott and Costello program, with the modern rhythm of Will Osborne and his orchestra, Iris Adrian, our singing star Connie Haynes, and spotlighting that chunky, chubby little cherub who, when caught putting a red tail light on his Uncle Artie Stebbins' pajamas because he heard he walked in his sleep, calmly said,
I'm a bad boy!
Oh, I'm a fireman, brave and bold. I'm always on the alert. I put out the fires with my water pistol because 'cause I'm a little squirt.
Costello, do you realize that we are working in a firehouse? What's the idea of walking in here late for work?
Oh, well, Abbott, I couldn't help it. You remember the fire went through last night, and you told me to take pictures of a burning building with my candid camera?
Yes, what about it?
Well, when the fire truck went around the corner, I fell over backwards, and I swallowed the candid camera.
Well, why should that make you late?
I had to sit up all night in the dark room and see what developed.
Look, Costello, there's going to be no nonsense around this firehouse. And for your information, I have just been appointed captain.
Oh, you're the new captain.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but I heard about it.
You
I
did?
brought you a present. It's a beautiful fire extinguisher, and it's guaranteed to last 200 years.
A fire extinguisher that lasts 200 years?
Mhm.
I don't expect to live that long.
Where you're going, you can take it with you. Hiya, Captain.
Never mind now. There you go. What kind of a fireman are you? Do you realize this week is Save a Life Week?
Oh, sure. I know it's Save a Life Week. I did my share yesterday.
Who did you save?
I had a date with 2 girls, and I saved one for tonight.
I thought so. You're in no condition to save anybody. Just look at your stomach.
Oh, what's the matter with my stomach?
Oh, you ought to diet.
Why should I diet? I like the color it is now.
I'm not talking about the color.
Abbott, I am very proud of my stomach.
Oh, you should be.
Now, every day I lay out in the backyard, and I let the sun shine on my stomach.
What's the big idea?
It always makes me feel good to see a nice pot roast.
You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Just look at the size of you.
Oh, what are you talking about? I only weigh 98 pounds.
98 pounds?
Mm-hmm.
Why, you dummy, you're 60 inches around the waist.
Yeah, but I'm hollow.
Costello, I've had enough of this. If you're going to be a fireman, you're going to get busy and exercise right now.
Oh, Abbott.
Ma'am, come on.
Please, Abbott. No more exercise.
Yes.
I'm weak now.
I don't care.
Look at me, Abbott.
I know.
I'm so weak I can't even stand up straight.
Why are you leaning to one side?
I parted my hair off center and it throws me off balance.
Talk sense, will you please? Did you do as I told you? Did you get out and play handball this morning?
Oh, No. My hands were all blistered.
Did you take your 10-mile hike?
No.
No.
My feet were all blistered.
Did you go horseback riding?
No. I couldn't find a saddle.
Look, will you quit your stalling, please? You're going to do your exercises, nevertheless. Now get in there and take your clothes off and get dressed for gym.
Get dressed for Jim? Jim who?
Gymnasium.
Why should I get dressed for him? I don't even know the guy.
No, you dummy. I want you to go in and in the back room and work out.
You want me to go in the back room and work out?
Certainly.
How am I going to work out if I'm in?
What are you talking about? You can either stay out and work out, or you can stay in and work out.
Make up your mind. Am I in or out?
It doesn't make any difference. Some people don't like to work inside because they get all in. So they go out and work out outside.
Yeah.
So they won't get all in from working out inside.
Now, the guy has got me inside out.
Oh, we forget about this exercise. I guess the only way I can build you up is with vitamins.
Vitamins?
Yes. For instance, B1.
B1 what?
Just B1.
Just B1?
Yes.
Are you one?
No. What's the matter with you? Said no.
Then why should I be one? If it ain't good enough for you, it ain't good enough for me, Captain.
Look, never mind that, Captain. Look, you idiot. I'm trying to tell you about something that's good for you. Be one.
And I tell you, I don't want to be one. I wouldn't be one if I was the only one that could be one.
Look, I don't want you to be one.
No?
No. When I say be one, I don't mean be one. I mean be one.
Oh, when you say B1, you don't mean B1, you mean B1.
That's right.
Let me smell your breath.
Look, Costello, do you know anything about vitamins and calories?
Oh, vitamins and calories. Sure, I know both of those guys. Paul vitamin and Cab calories.
No. I'm talking... Look, I'm talking about vitamins that contain thiamine.
Contain what?
You know thiamine.
Thiamine?
Yeah.
Oh, I know thiamine well.
You do?
Yeah, simple thiamine.
Look, will you shut up? I'm trying to tell you what vitamins are. Vitamins are pills. They start with A and they go to H.
That's all right with me, brother. And you can still take your fire extinguisher with you.
Now, never mind that. Will you keep still and pay attention? Didn't you ever hear of the vitamin D, the sunshine vitamin?
Yeah, and I take too many of those.
Oh, no. You can't have too much of the sunshine vitamin.
All I know is I've got the only stomach that rises in the east and sinks in the west.
I don't know why I waste my time with you. Here I am trying to build you up, trying to make a great fireman out of you that someday people will build a statue of you and place it in the city park.
They're not going to make any statue of me, Abbott.
Why not?
I think it would be terrible to be a statue and have the birds mistake me for a tree, because if they built a nest in Lincoln's vest, just think what they'd do to me. They'd lay eggs upon my chest, and that would be awful, brother. When people walk by, they'd point at me and say, "There's a woodpecker's mother."
Thank you, Bud and Lou. And now, friends, let's go back about 25 centuries to a man named Aesop.
Experience is the best teacher.
Yes, experience is the best teacher. When cigarettes were very scarce not many months ago, most smokers took what they could get. One day, one brand, another day, some other brand. What did that experience teach? Well, let's bring in Aesop again.
Actions speak louder than words.
Yes, actions speak louder than words. And the actions of today's smokers speak louder than any words about any cigarette. Here are the facts. After more experience with different brands than ever before, more smokers are asking for Camels than ever before. Yes, factory orders show that the preference for Camels today is the greatest in all Camel history. Camels are the choice. Will Osborne and the Camel Orchestra bring us a tune from Will's new picture, The Swing Parade of 1946. Oh, brother. Water in your pump?
Yes, I do.
How do you keep your socks dry?
That's a very funny joke, and I think I'll pull it on Abbott. Hey, Abbott, do you have water in your pumps?
No, but I've got oil in my crankcase.
Now, what am I going to do with these wet socks?
There you go with that silly talk. I'm through with you. Get your hat and coat and go home. Go ahead.
Wait a minute, Abbott.
Never mind.
You can't fire me. I need this job. Every week I send my pay envelope home to my dear old mother.
Oh, well, now that's different. I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I didn't know that you sent your pay envelope home to your mother every week. Well, that's fine.
At the end of the year, she has 52 envelopes, and I got all the money.
That does it. That does it. Get out. You and I are all washed up. Go ahead.
Abbott, no.
Get out.
Please watch out when you're walking. Don't step on me. Oh, please don't step on me. Do you hear? Don't step on me or you will squash me.
Who are you? Oh, just a little firebug.
Costello, there's a young lady in the car outside. Let's see what she wants.
Hello, boys.
Oh, it's the famous actress, Bessie Maymucho. Gee, it's a lovely sunsuit you're wearing, Miss Mucho.
Oh, do you like it?
Oh, yeah.
I made it out of a bandana.
A bandana?
Oh, Abbott, you know what a bandana is. That's what a farmer wears hanging out of his paunch pocket.
All the movie girls are wearing these handkerchief shorts. They're wonderful for sports and playing games.
Oh, I like to play games. Last night I played a game called Puss in the Crooner.
You mean Puss in the Corner?
No, Puss in the Crooner. I got up and sang like a crooner. Somebody hit me in the puss.
Look, I just stopped by to ask you if this was the right road to Hollywood.
Yes, this is the right road for Hollywood.
I have to hurry. I'm playing on the baseball team. I'm the catcher.
Catcher?
Yes, I think the most important one of the team is the catcher. Don't you?
No, I'd say it was either the pitcher or the shortstop.
Well, I must be on my way. Au revoir.
Trey's beans. That's French, you know.
Hey, look out, Costello. Here comes your girlfriend. Lean against her.
Ah, there you are, you 2-ton butch jeggins.
I'm glad you got it out.
I saw you flirting with that woman in that car.
No, I wasn't, Lena. You're the only girl that ever turned my head.
Yeah, I should have turned it further. I can still see your face.
Please, don't talk that way, Lena. Come, Lena. Come fly away with me to my little love nest. We will fly away together.
Fly? With that fuselage, you couldn't even get off the runway. I'm through with you anyway. Every blonde you see, you think is pretty.
I don't think every blonde I see is pretty. No, I don't, Lena. I don't think every blonde is pretty.
Now, name one.
Nelsonetti. Please, Lena, I'm crazy about you. Can't you see the two of us married?
Yeah, I can see the man tying the knot.
The preacher?
Now, the warden. I'd hang before I'd marry you. Goodbye.
Hey, Costello, there's a 3-alarm fire. Jump on the truck.
Okay, Abbott. Get everybody off the street. Hey, Abbott, tell that man to get out of the way.
Get out of the way, huh? Oh, I can't walk on the public street, huh?
No, it's Melonhead.
Get a load of this guy Costello. Me, one of the most respected citizens in Glendale.
Look.
What's the matter with Glendale?
I didn't even mention Glendale. There's nothing wrong with Glendale. Go on back to Glendale.
Oh, I should go back to Glendale, get thrown in jail for vagrancy again, huh?
All right, then stay out of Glendale.
Oh, I should stay away from Glendale. Want my wife to forget me, run away and marry that shoemaker from Azusa.
Look, Melonhead, I don't want your wife to marry a shoemaker.
She should run around on her bare feet, huh?
I don't want your wife to run around on her bare feet.
Fine thing. You don't want people to notice that she's got 9 toes on one foot.
9 toes? Your wife has 9 toes on one foot?
Go on, start a rumor. Go ahead. Make me the laughing stock of Glendale.
Now, look, Metalhead, you're not going to give me any more arguments this week now. Now, just forget Glendale. Forget me. Forget everything.
Oh, I should lose my memory, huh? Walk around in the days like a dope. People should call me an imbecile.
Look, I wouldn't let people call you an imbecile.
Oh, you got a patent on it, huh?
I'm an imbecile? I'm an imbecile? I'm an imbecile?
Go on, brag.
Melonhead, I gotta go ahead to a fire. Will you get out of the way?
Go on, push me around, beat me, fill me, pull out your gun and pull me full of holes. Go on.
I don't even carry a gun!
Oh, sure, a gun is too noisy. Go on, pull a knife on me. Stab me, cut me to ribbons. I'm ready to die.
I don't want you to die, Melonhead. I hope you live to be 150 years old.
Oh, you want me to be an old man 150 years old with a beard, huh? I should tip over my beard, fall in the street, get run over by a truck, and then you'll take me to a hospital.
Look, I don't want to take you to a hospital.
Oh, you want me to lay there in the gutter and bleed to death, huh?
Melonhead, I want you to be healthy so you can go to work.
Fine thing. An old man, 150 years old, wants me to go to work.
All right, don't go to work.
Oh, I shouldn't work. I should starve to death, huh?
Will you wait a minute, please? Nobody wants you to starve to death. Eat steak. Big, juicy steak.
How do you like that? I'm 150 years old, not a tooth in my head. He wants me to eat steak.
Melonhead, if it'll make you happy, I'll carry you around in my arms.
Now he's trying to make an invalid out of me.
You got me so mad now, Melonhead. I'm going to fight you.
Yeah, I'll fight you.
Yeah. And I'll fight you.
Yeah.
And I'll fight you.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we did that, didn't we? Now, look, Melonhead, there's only one reason why I don't poke you right in the nose. And that's because I'm bigger than you.
Yeah, well, it so happens that I'm bigger than you.
Well, that's a better reason.
moments on the air, Camel's lovely Connie Haynes introduces Rip Van Winkle.
7,300 days is a long, long time to sleep. But Rip Van Winkle slept for 20 long years. Then he woke one day. Rip's red hair had turned to gray. Rip Van Winkle hurried back into town, and to his dismay, Rip's hometown had stopped to play. He found to his surprise a thing called swing was king, and he liked it. It opened up his eyes, and Rip got hip. Rip Van Winkle's wrinkles faded away, and he shed his beard. Rip the rage since he reappeared. So if you wanna swing and jive at the age of 95, start counting sheep and sleep like Rip Van Winkle. He found to his surprise a thing called swing was king, and he liked it. It opened up his eyes, and Rip got hip. Rip Van Winkle faded away, and he shed his beard. Rip the rage since he reappeared. So if you wanna swing and jive at the age of 95, don't be a drip. Come on, get hip. Take the tip from Rip Van Winkle.
Thank you. You know, your voice is as soothing and tasteful as the smoke of a Camel cigarette, and just as difficult to describe.
You can't describe music, Ken. You have to experience it.
Exactly. And you can't describe the smoke of Camels either. Each smoker must experience it for himself. Only his own T-zone to tell him how soothing and tasteful a Camel can be.
The T-zone. T for taste, T for truth.
The zone where smokers test the smoke of any cigarette.
Yes, the T-zone. How the smoke on your tongue tastes, how the smoke in your throat feels, only your T-zone can tell. And millions of smokers, forced by the cigarette shortage to try many brands of cigarettes, quickly discovered that only Camels truly suited their T-zones to a T. That's why today, after more experience with different cigarettes than ever before, more smokers prefer Camels than ever before. Yes, for the most pleasant taste on smokers' tongues, for the most soothing smoke in smokers' throats, it's C-A-M-E-L-S. Camels are the choice.
Hey, Costello. That alarm is still ringing. Answer the phone. Hurry up.
Hello, Costello Firehouse.
I sent in a fire alarm 5 minutes ago. This is Mrs. Hugh O'Leahy.
Who?
Hugh O'Leahy. Hugh O'Leahy.
Would you mind yodeling that again, and I'll join you in the chorus?
Oh, you fool. Send the fire ranger over to my house right away.
Well, why didn't you call us yesterday? We were in your neighborhood.
Oh, you dummy. My house wasn't on fire yesterday.
I know, but why wait until the last minute?
Of all the fools, will you please get over here? I think we have a terrible fire.
How high are the flames?
40 feet.
Do they go crackle, crackle, crackle?
Yes, they do.
You got a fire, all right.
Oh, you idiot. I know I have a fire.
Is your furnace on?
Yes.
Well, turn it off. There's no use wasting coal.
Oh, will you please hurry over here? I've been putting water on the fire, but it doesn't do any good.
Well, what are you calling us for? That's all we can put on it.
Hey, come on, Costello. We've got to get to Mrs. O'Leahy's house right away.
Hey, wait a minute, Abbott. Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Hand me my asbestos pants.
Oh, here they are, right here.
Now hand me my asbestos coat.
There they are.
Now hand me my asbestos gloves.
All right, here, come on.
Now I'm completely fireproof.
Right.
Now hand me my copy of Esquire.
You dummy, this is no time to improve your mind. Mrs. O'Leahy's house is on fire, understand?
Yep.
Fire!
Hello? Who? The fire is way out here in Hollywood. Go back to bed. You'll never make it.
Who was that?
LaGuardia.
LaGuardia? Come on, let's drop that phone and grab your helmet.
Grab what?
The helmet, the hat.
That's what I say.
Come on. Do you realize that Mrs. O'Leahy's house is on fire? Quick, jump on the fire truck. Let's go.
Okay, Abbott. Get everybody off the street. They tell me, hey, Abbott, get that man out of the way.
Get out of the way, huh? Oh, I can't walk on the public streets. Me, one of the most respected citizens in Glendale. What's the matter with Glendale?
I didn't even mention Glendale. Wait a minute. Didn't we just do this routine a little while ago?
Oh, that's right. Excuse me.
Get out of here!
Come on, let's go, will you? Come on, Costello. Costello.
What?
What are you stopping here for? This isn't Miss O'Leahy's house.
I know. This is Lana Turner's house.
But Lana Turner doesn't have any fire.
Don't mind him, folks. He's getting a Tinker toy for Christmas.
You get that truck going. All right. We turn to this next corner. And watch out for those people in the crosswalk.
Okay. I'll stick on my hand. I think I'll have to get my fingernails cut.
Hey, Costello, look at the flames. We haven't got a minute to lose. Come on, get that ladder over there.
Huh?
Get that ladder over there.
Okay, I'll open the ladder and read it. See what it says.
Not ladder.
Oh, ladder.
What did you climb up on when you were a little boy?
My mother's knee.
No.
Climb up high.
All right, never mind. I don't want that. Listen, I want that big long wooden ladder. Help me lift it up here. Go ahead. Get a hold of the rung.
The what?
The ladder rung.
I didn't hear it ring.
You talk, then. Go ahead, Costello. Climb up that ladder.
Not me, brother.
Look at those flames. Now, if that was Betty Grable in there, you wouldn't let her burn up.
If Betty Grable wasn't there, I'd burn up.
Never mind. I'll go up first. You follow me.
Okay.
All right. Oh. The smoke up here is killing me. I can hardly breathe. My nose is shut up.
Your nose is what?
Shut up!
Why should I shut up? I only asked you a civil question.
You dummy, I can hardly breathe. If I swallow any more smoke, how will I smell?
I know the answer to that one, too.
Cut it out. Here, I'll help you up the ladder. I'll grab you by the coat.
Uh-oh, Abbott, you're at my coat. What a picture I am.
Never mind. I'll grab you by the shirt.
There goes my shirt. What a picture.
Well, there's only one thing left.
Picture censored.
All right, Costello, swing over here towards me. I'll grab you by the bay window.
You better not. I'm ticklish.
Okay, there you are. There you are now to find Mrs. O'Leahy.
You finally got here. Do you realize that one of my roomers, Kenneth Niles, is trapped in that flaming bedroom?
Hey, Abbott, did you hear that? Come on, we got to get Niles out of there before he scorches this commercial.
Quick, Costello. Got to get Ken out of that room.
Give me the axe.
Oh, Costello, you idiot! You have to stop that door. Don't it's unlocked.
I like to do it the hard way. Hey, here comes Niles. Tagging out the door.
Water. I must have water.
Here, Niles, take a big drink.
Oh, I don't want to drink it. My hair's dry and I can't do a thing with it.
Oh, would you idiots please do something? Look at that fire. It's burning my settee cover.
Settee cover? Too bad you haven't got a pair of my asbestos.
Never mind that. Hey. Look, the flames are getting higher. We've got to get out of here. Come on.
Come on, Mrs. O'Leahy. I'll carry you out to safety. Mrs. O'Leahy, quit running around the table. This is no time to play hard to get.
Quick, Costello. You're in that burning room. After her.
Nothing doing. You go after her.
Don't talk like a coward. Where's your manhood?
My what?
Call on your manhood.
Okay. Manhood! Oh, manhood! No answer.
Wait a minute. Here she comes again, Costello. Grab her.
I got her.
Now, get a chair for Mrs. O'Leahy.
Huh?
She looks as she's going to faint. Look at her.
She's going to faint.
Watch out.
Okay, I'll get a chair for her.
Let her sit down.
Here, Mrs. O'Leahy, recline your carcass on this bit of drunken fight. Oh, sit down.
Costello, I'll get you for this.
What's the matter? What did I do?
Costello, Never put your fire helmet on a chair. Apologize to Mrs. O'Leary.
She should apologize to me.
What for?
She bit my eagle.
All right.
Abbott and Costello will be back for Camel Cigarettes in just a moment. And now, this week's salute in the new series of salutes to the men who won the victory.
Tonight, we salute the Fighting 69th Division, 1st Division to link up with the Russians in Germany. In your honor, men of the Fighting 69th Division, the makers of Camels are sending to your fellow servicemen overseas 500,000 Camel cigarettes.
Each of the two Camel radio shows thus honors the different units of the Army, Navy, Marines, and Coast Guard, a total of 1 million Camels sent free each week. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States twice a week, are rebroadcast to practically every area in the world where our men are stationed, and in cooperation with the Good Neighbor policy, also to Central and South America. Listen next Thursday when Camel again presents Abbott and Costello. And now here are Bud and Lou with the final word.
Hey, Lou, hasn't this been a grand audience tonight?
Yes, it has, Abbott. And to show our appreciation, let's you and I go down into the audience and shake hands with everybody and let them see you and I face to face.
No, not that. Anything but delegates.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute, mister. What's the matter? You think you're a wise guy, don't you?
Yeah, I'm pretty smart.
Oh, yeah?
I can stump you.
You can?
What's the difference between a Camel cigarette, a railroad engine, and a lollipop?
I don't know. What is the difference between a Camel cigarette, a railroad engine, and a lollipop?
The Camel cigarette, you puff when you smoke. When a railroad engine smokes when it puffs.
What's the lollipop for?
That's for suckers like you, ain't it?
Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, try Camels in your T-zone. See if you don't suit your taste, your throat to a T.
Are any of you pipe smokers breaking in a new pipe? Well, part of the